Hey yo, sorry about that. Gonna be live again, probably all day today. Just restarted. Had a bit of an error with my modem. Yahoo! So the key has another key. A flexible key, a moving key. I don't know what the fuck this is. I keep hearing this. It says a door cylinder with a liquid key. How's it a liquid key, bro? What?
It's more clear here. The keyhole. There's a curved line here. It protects this little key.
Okay, it's called the keyway, bro. Oh,
we
what?
Slide the zipper in and out. Cool. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
This is a key.
Whoa.
The lock has secrets unevenly spaced.
The pins come out of the key?
The key has another key. A flexible key, a moving key.
Wild.
How does it work?
I've never seen anything like it.
We insert the key into the lock, slide the key inside and turn it. Then we take it out. This is a lock.
I've never seen a key like this.
The lock has secrets unevenly spaced. The key has another key. A flexible key, a moving key. How does it work?
Let's see if I can get this to come up for you guys. Incredible.
We insert the key into the lock, slide the key inside and turn it. Then we take it out. It's inside. It's more clear here. The keyhole. There's a curved line here. It protects this little key. We slide the zipper in and out. Cool. Yeah. This is a lock. This is a key. The lock has secrets unevenly spaced. The key has another key. A flexible key, a moving key. How does it work? We insert the key into the lock, slide the key inside and turn it. Then we take it out. It's inside.
This is wild.
It's more clear here.
I've never seen a key like this.
The keyhole. There's a curved line here. It protects this little key. We slide the zipper in and out. Cool. Yeah. This is a lock.
Look at it.
This is a key.
It's like a blade, a sword blade, sword whip.
Unevenly spaced. The key has another key.
See that?
Flexible key, a moving key. How does it work?
That's so wild.
We insert the key into the lock, slide the key inside and turn it. Then we take it out. It's inside. It's more clear here.
Incredible.
The keyhole. There's a curved line here.
Trying to pick this baby would be fucking near impossible, yo.
The zipper in and out.
Look at that. So the middle part slides out of the key and becomes completely, like, fluid. It's just a bunch of pins of the right length that end up in the right holes. It's an interesting way to approach it. Assuming it will repeatedly go into the lock the right way, that's pretty awesome. It's like a key that you inject into your lock. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Should a Freemason know how to cut angles? Should a Freemason understand angles? Yep. It's all good. The internet is like WWE wrestling. Totally real.
Early research in AI looked at
Is that right?
human thought processes, but current AI research is more concerned with duplicating the end result of intelligence.
Huh?
And computers that act as experts in expert systems, and computers that can communicate.
We just want smarter computers to come out.
Understanding some of the context of that language.
Frankly, we don't care how it happens.
Receiving a lot of attention in artificial intelligence research today. Okay, we're going to meet two of the world's.
It's so funny. We were writing AI scripts. We've been writing them for 30 years. Longer than 30 years. Anybody that ever wrote a video game where an NPC responds to you, that's AI. Every time. They just get smarter.
Computers, as you know, are general symbol processing devices capable of manipulating any kinds of symbols, of which numbers constitute one important class.
What they've called AI today is just a trigger waiting for you to say a word. Our bot has AI. When somebody says EKDH or EDKH, that's AI. Say it, watch. Both the bots respond differently.
In 1842, Ada Lovelace wrote that
Pretty impressive.
the analytical engine of Babbage's constituted the mechanical world and the world of the most abstract concepts. That currently, in the modern symbol system hypothesis, and is the basis for artificial
The mate
intelligence.
command
In
on
artificial intelligence as a science,
Melissa's chat.
talk about the use of computers to process symbolic knowledge using logical inference methods, symbolic inference methods. In other words, we're talking about inference and not calculation in the traditional sense. We're talking about knowledge and not numbers in the
Okay, but what
traditional
we're
sense.
talking about is actually numbers.
Application of inferential knowledge engineering is in the field of
Just,
expert
was it this question? Yes or no?
This oil exploration
No.
advisor.
Okay.
Developed to assist drilling rigs in remote areas, the program behaves much like a qualified specialist.
Or a multiple choice question.
Then gives advice on how to
It's a
avoid
flow chart,
incorrect
you
actions
idiots.
so common in drilling
Do
operations.
people not know this?
If at some point in the line of questioning the user becomes confused by the query, he can ask the program to explain itself, simply by entering why. The advisor responds
It's got the help
with
button right
specific
there.
source behind the question and explains its reasoning up to that point.
Hmm.
The symbolic processing behind the human-like talents of this program have found applications in a broad range of fields, robotics. Perhaps the most difficult area for AI to master has been natural language, a talent that results in very friendly computers, but that requires enormous processing capacity. The ambiguities of syntax and context
Yeah, it gets worse
have
too.
restricted present systems.
That's the thing, they just made computers stronger.
A simple geographic the phrasing can lead to
Our ability to program's gotten worse.
The program will determine the question's most likely meaning.
Our programs have gotten less,
Construction of the sentence.
What's the
and
word?
it might even reject an unusual phrasing of the same query.
Yep.
In a parallel development, investing AI programs with linguistic ability has led to an interactive study of graphic communication. In this experiment, the visual dynamics of communication form the foundation for a
This little
linguistic
laptop has a
supervisor
might
capable
look pretty
not only
standard
of
to you,
discerning
but on the
visual
side here
patterns,
it has
but
something
also
different
acting
than
as a
what
kind of
laptop
tutor.
has, which is
One
the
interactive
slot here,
application
or
has given
you
persons
guessed it,
without normal
reading
speech
credit cards.
the ability to adapt or construct alternative symbolic languages, a remarkable instance of using a computer program's intelligence to help interpret human intelligence. Joining us now is Jeffrey Perrone. Jeffrey's a management consultant involved in expert systems for micros, and Niels Nielsen, director of the Artificial Intelligence Center at SRI International.
Nils, could you kind of help us scope the field of artificial intelligence as it exists today?
Well, I'll try, Herb. It's a broad field. If you ask many of different people what constitutes artificial intelligence, I think you'd get a lot of different answers. For me, I think it concerns mainly the putting of knowledge into computer programs so that the programs then can solve certain problems which humans find somewhat easy or perhaps intellectual challenges sometimes. And the knowledge that one puts in is knowledge that's represented in a particular sort of way.
So the idea is that it's just not smarter programs that do artificial intelligence programming. It is some difference in techniques that they use relative to ordinary programming.
Well, there's a part of computer science that artificial intelligence is concerned with that does in fact involve a certain body of techniques that are a little different perhaps than what goes on in the rest of computer science.
Jeffrey, Niels is involved in the research end of AI, and you're involved in some of the applications. Are we at the point today where we can apply AI?
Absolutely, Stuart.
In what ways?
Well, I feel that artificial intelligence, and specifically expert systems or knowledge-based systems, now are applicable any place that specialized knowledge is used routinely to reach decisions,
What?
troubleshooting strategies, diagnoses,
Now what?
those areas. So I kind of think of it as something where we've reached a watershed
What?
where it's no longer very expensive or very difficult for individuals with no technical background to build systems and apply them usefully.
Really?
Distributed
Okay.
system, which is an expert system. And
Let's track it.
systems, is that correct?
Right, well actually it's a tool for generating particular expert systems applications in virtually any area where there is that routine use of special knowledge.
And it runs on microcomputers.
Right, it runs on the IBM personal computer and a number of other compatible microcomputers.
Do you use the same techniques in this system that Nils was referring to are used in systems that might run on larger equipment?
It uses some of the same ideas, and it has its own unique approach as well. One of the specific areas where this is a different sort of program is that instead of requiring explicit statement of rules to build a system, it only requires examples of previous decisions, previous tasks, previous diagnoses to build the systems. And that's going to break through, I believe, the knowledge engineering bottleneck mentioned by people like Edward Feigenbaum in building these systems.
Jeffrey, you have Expert Ease, your system up here, and show us the demonstration.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is a particular application generated with this system, and it was generated by an anesthesiologist, Hilary Don, and myself. And what it does is it makes diagnoses for breathing or airway problems. The first question here that it asks
Really?
the user is, when was the onset of the problem? And I'll answer days. It then will ask, what's the quality of the stridor, which is a rasping sound made when one's breathing, kind of a sort of sound.
Huh?
And let's say that the
That's
quality
weird.
is moderate.
Who would use this system? A doctor or?
This might be used by a physician's assistant to screen patients for perhaps further fine-tuning by someone with more expertise. Is the patient drowsy?
I've been mooned. That's
Are there any
hilarious.
predisposing factors to developing stridor? Prior events that
Shit, not bad, you guys.
Let's say yes.
Kicking
And
some
comes
butt
to
out here.
Consider the diagnosis of intrathoracic tracheal stenosis. Now, I'm not a physician, so I don't know exactly what that means, but that gives you an idea of how it might lead to a particular diagnosis. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you
Holy
a
shit.
trivial example
Do we ever get
called
murdered, you guys?
Sunday, which actually comes with the manual for the program as a tutorial,
Aw.
essentially. Now, Sunday
Holy shit, that Pibble one got a lot of video views.
How are you going to spend your time?
What the hell?
It is consistent
Lots of counterclockwise too. Holy shit.
multiple choice questions like you've just seen. And
The Yellow Submarine one's doing good.
what I'm gonna do
That's
is
good.
query system.
I like how these shorts
So you have your family
turn out here.
let's say yes.
I guess.
What is the
I don't
weather
know,
like?
bro.
Is it raining or sunny?
Frankly, I don't really care.
So it says, why don't you
I'm
take
super
a
excited.
Now, the way that you would build one of these models is by starting on something called the attribute screen. The attribute screen is where you sketch out the dimensions of the particular problem or situation. And here the attributes are weather and family, and there's the advice column, which would be the result of a particular decision.
What size matrix can you do on that?
Okay, you can actually do, in any particular problem, 31 attributes and up to 255 values per attribute. Those can be chained
Holy
together, so you
buddy.
get very large models, just limited by the size of your disk storage, essentially. The values
That's a
such as
problem.
raining and sunny could be thought of as answers to the question represented by the attribute. Once you've done a preliminary sketch of this sort, you then go to something called the example screen. And on the example screen, you enter in examples
Ouch.
of previous decisions. Now, this was developed by Dr. Donald Mickey.
Holy
in
shit.
Edinburgh, based on the idea that
1984.
information is communicated by experts
This
or
guy's
masters to their apprentices in
discovering, or not discovering,
so here you see
describing
horizontally running across the screen,
early
answers to those questions. Raining, yes, we're with the family. The advice
early
would be
super early AI,
if it's
flowchart AI,
and I was with the family, then I would go to the
which is all it is now, but
third case. There consists of that I don't care whether that
so much more complex. It answers so many questions now.
there's no family with me, then I'm going to go fishing.
It started learning how to answer its own questions is the stupid part, so it trains itself now.
But in general, do you have the capacity within a PC to seriously approach this kind of problem solving?
Yes, you can.
Yes,
do quite
you
significant
can.
things. As a matter of fact, I've recently been speaking with the Whole Earth software review people about doing
Every video game you've ever played has had AI in it.
such as word processing programs or communications hardware modems, that sort of thing.
All AI
I want to ask you, and I hope
is computer coming up to a problem and saying, do I do number one or number two?
why do we develop something like this kind of system?
And then however many choices you break that into is how it does that, how well it does that job.
What is the end result of this?
Well, I think there'd be a lot of uses of systems like this. I think
Like,
they
is the
might
sky blue right now? Okay.
have a lot of brittle features that
So it's
perhaps
not, there's no tornado, it's not raining.
at the present time.
Is there a tornado? No? Okay.
In the long run, that is 10 years, 20 years, something like that.
So you're not in the eye of a tornado or the eye of any other storms, probably.
Quite generally useful in a wide range of settings. First of all, the knowledge that these systems contain, at least we hope to put in the knowledge of world-class experts, people who
Yeah,
know so
this
much
is
about
it.
the field.
This is totally it.
Only be 5 or 6 of them in the whole world who know that much. Now,
Yep.
there can be some pretty good practicing people who nevertheless aren't quite
Wow.
as the world experts in a particular subject. So it helps us spread
That's wild, yo.
around a good deal in a way which can be copied quite easily.
Okay, in just a moment, we're going to meet the man who invented the...
Then I'm going to go fishing screen. And on the example screen, you enter in examples of previous decisions. Now, this was developed by Dr. Donald Mickey in Edinburgh, based on the idea that information is communicated by experts
Yeah.
or masters to their apprentices in the form of examples or cases.
That's
So
right.
Here you see horizontally running across the screen answers to those questions. Raining, yes, we're with the family. The advice would be go to the museum. And the next case would be if it's sunny and I was with the family, then I would go to the beach. And the third case, there consists of that I don't care what the weather is like. If there's no family with me, then I'm going to go fishing.
Jeffrey, you described this obviously as a trivial example, the Sunday one, but in
So it's like
general,
a
do you have the
three-choice
capacity within
question.
a PC to seriously approach this kind of problem solving?
Yes, you can do quite
So
significant
what he
things.
built was a really quick program that has one input, and at that first, oh fuck, hold on. we've got... Here, where do I put this? Right here. Yeah, that'll be good enough. Okay, so what this guy's got going on, right? He's got this little goofy question mark is your first question, right? Now, from his first question, he's got 3 answers, right? It's yes, no, and he doesn't care, right? From each one of these, you get answer 1, answer 2, answer 3, right? Which then, you get another question, kind of goes, each one of those is a question, right? So it's like question A. These ideally used to be different colors and shit, but anyways, you get what I'm saying. So from each one of these, there's also 3 branches that come off. And more questions. Yada yada yada. You get it? Does that make sense? Well, not really, because you can't see the Y. Here. There. There's another branch there. I'd fix it, but I'm not gonna. So anyways, that is that. If you're not familiar with flowcharts, I guess it's probably a pain in the ass, but it's pretty simple.
As a matter of fact, I've recently been speaking with the Whole Earth software review people about doing some systems.
The way all AI works is based off of that.
Programs or communications hardware modems.
It's just the questions get more complex, right?
I want to ask you what I hope doesn't sound like
but they're still all one question at a
What's the
time.
point? Why do we develop something like
Where a
this
quantum
system?
computer
Is it
gives
to
you all the
replace
answers at the
doctors
same time.
in the diagnosis situation? What is the end
In every
goal?
order.
Well, I think there'd be a lot of uses of systems like this. I think the present ones actually do have a lot of
But it doesn't really
features
make
that
you go
perhaps,
to a
might
different
limit their
dimension to get the
utility at
answer.
present
I
time.
don't know what the fuck they're
But
talking
in the
about.
long run, that is 10 years, 20 years, something like that, these
They
kinds
use the
of
word
systems I think, will
theoretically
be quite generally useful
way
in a
too
wide
complicated.
range of settings. First of all, the knowledge that these systems contain, at least we hope to put in the knowledge of world-class experts, people who know so much about the field that there might only be 5 or 6 of them in the whole world.
That's
Not
right.
much. Now,
So,
there can
at
be
one
some
point
pretty
in
good
history,
practicing people who
the
nevertheless
idea
aren't quite as
was
good as the world
that we were going to train these AI bots off of experts, have the experts put the real answers into a computer, record it all, yada yada. Instead of that, we build the internet, let those people put their opinions on the internet, and then taught the AIs to steal it. Way smarter.
experts in a particular subject. So it helps us spread the knowledge of an expert around a good
Yeah.
deal in a way which can be
It's such a great
comprehensible.
idea. It makes experts
Okay, in
better.
just a moment, we're going to meet the man who invented the term
And free
artificial
information.
intelligence.
Information
We'll
should
see
be
a
free, blah, blah,
demonstration
blah.
of knowledge engineering.
Guaranteed
Coming up next.
that hackers would continue to support this AI business until it was too late. Oh, the father of artificial intelligence looks like Colonel Sanders.
Joining us now is Tom Kaler. Tom is Director of Applied Artificial Intelligence at IntelliGenetics. Tom, you've got
Holy
a complex
Christ, what
system here.
did he
First of
just
all, tell
say?
me how this would be different from
IntelliGenetics?
the system we saw in the first part of the program.
Well, one way is that it's different is that we can develop a graphics environment which connects to the underlying knowledge bases so that the user really is just fooling around with meters and valves and objects that they're used to. Here, for example, if we look at this levelometer, we can just point to it.
Huh?
Before we get to that, what's the
Look at.
environment we're looking at here?
Oh,
If
this
we
is
just look at this
GCP
levelometer.
engineering environment.
Woohoo!
We have knowledge bases hooked up to a control panel
Chat,
right here.
what the fuck's a
This is
levelometer?
just a little example to show you how we can.
This is crazy talk.
Panel of what?
This could be a control panel, say, to a
If you just take a look at the levelometer that our scientists have installed, Fuck
kind of
outta here, dude.
operational device that you would want to work with. And here, for example, we're just
You think that's funny?
changing the value of a meter, and notice that it's generating a strip chart.
Oh, right
showing
on,
the
love
time
Lometer.
course behavior.
A strip chart.
Another thing
A
we
what?
can do with these kinds of panels is we can go in and look at valves, and we can affect
called a
the
line
valve,
graph,
whether
bro.
it's open or shut. Now, what's important about this is affecting
A
an
strip
underlying
chart?
knowledge base.
This guy didn't even go to math class?
Apply heuristics and decision-making procedures to the system.
Can you show us that?
Oh, heuristics. Heuristics.
We've
Sure.
solved a problem.
Well, what we see underneath here now is a knowledge base for a nuclear reactor.
This
And
is how
we have a representation of
early
the components of the nuclear
antivirus
reactor,
software works.
as well as a representation of the decision-making
Heuristics.
behavior that would be carried out by the expert. And what you will see here is that it's both possible to use rule-based reasoning as well as representation of the underlying knowledge. One of the first things we'll do here is just take a
Nerd
look
gang.
at how we could test the hypotheses of a particular accident situation. And we just point to test hypotheses and activate it here. And what we see the system doing is going through a decision-making process where it's accessing the underlying knowledge base, looking at the various states of the components. And by the way, the states of these particular components can be...
By the way, the states of these particular components are really fucked up.
You read the chip on your credit card
Look
just
at
like this without needing a
Card
separate
reader.
credit card reader, which is pretty cool all on its
Oh,
own.
it just reads
But
your
ASUS
chip?
says it's also for high security identification cards, such as with government employees that use this very same chip card system. Pretty cool,
A
huh?
smart chip, though? That's pretty stupid, bro. No. Where's Az, though?
If you're a small content creator, use this sound to gain at least 100 new subscribers. Don't believe me? Try it yourself.
Chips. Who's that?
I need a chip. This is
my manager.
Un gratta vinci da 3.
Ah! What is this store?
Hi. Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, Bodega Cat. Yes! I love you, kitty.
That's a manager.
Huh?
That's the manager?
Yeah.
Tiger!
Let me get these Mr.
Come look
Beast
at this.
chocolates. Don't tell me it's $20. Hey, why you got an attitude every time I come in here?
Holy cow! Hey, fatty.
Got a manager. Yeah, those are the store managers,
Uh-huh.
Who's that? This is my manager.
I love that the cat's guarding
Un
the
gratta vinci
ATM.
da 3.
God, cats are the best.
I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room.
Thing ate a lot of shrimp, eh?
So bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's all.
Who's AMH? No, thank you. No, I don't love anything.
This video is specifically for my
I
small
love you, buddy.
creators out there.
You know that song?
Y'all can't just set up a
What?
grill on my porch at midnight. No, seriously, come on, shut it down. You're not even listening, are you? Hey, y'all can't just set up a grill on my porch at midnight.
You say
I have a
can.
challenge for every single
You
artist.
gonna stop a
Whatever
cat?
you're drawing right now, post it. I don't care.
That's what I used to call crackheads. Coconuts.
On my skin. This is love. I know it is.
All three cats. Because that snow. What does he got, dogs? Just run around in his yard and make stupid paths. I love animals.
Access directly into the instrument or into the nuclear reactor.
Now you can actually interrogate the system and ask it what course of logic is it following.
Interrogation.
That's right. Right now it's come up and asked the operator a question. Is it true that the steam generator level is decreasing? So we can say, why is this being asked? And it will explain to us that it's doing it in order to prove that the steam generator inventory is inadequate. We will then give it an answer, and it goes on to reach a conclusion.
Okay, Tom, this system runs in Lisp. Why is Lisp the right
Oh wow, machine mode.
Well, one of the reasons that Lisp is so important is that you need to have very powerful symbol manipulating capabilities. Decision making is primarily a symbolic activity. Knowledge
word processor.
representation is primarily symbolic, and you need that kind of capability.
Okay, thank you. Herb.
John McCarthy has joined us.
You need these things to be symbolic? What?
Science at Stanford University and one of the pioneers in the field of artificial intelligence.
It's Colonel Sanders.
Other accomplishments, he invented Lisp,
Bro.
the language that Stuart just referred to.
Does he not look like the guy that invented Lisp?
Well, for
Holy
artificial
shit.
intelligence work.
He probably invented fucking card computers. Who the fuck is this guy? Besides the ones that Tom mentioned.
Characteristics is that its programs and data are in the same format as its data, so that it is easy to make programs that produce programs and look at programs.
So it allows us to deal with facts and logic more than.
You know what gets me?
That's correct.
You ever hear the story of how they built the first compiler? Woo!
Talk about smart machines. How smart can machines become? What are the limits of artificial intelligence?
Well, I see no limit short of human intelligence, and then with faster machines.
So, the way compilers work is just about magical. I would actually, you know what? We should really look into that. It's pretty impressive. Well, we got some real scanning business going on here. Probably nothing though. It's all good. Here, what's this business?
Near-death experiences are strange, but what's even stranger, a book written in 8
Okay, let's hear it.
At the end, I want to tackle the argument that skeptics always use. If near-death experiences are real, then why are they all so different? The book has an answer for that.
Well, let's see how different they are.
What's interesting is how often this comes up. No eyes, but they still can see.
My thought was, why is he ignoring me? Why is he talking to them and not to me? And then, like in the next second, I thought, where's my umbrella? So I looked out the window. Sure enough, there was my umbrella in the parking lot. I looked to the right, about 20 feet from the umbrella. I saw me on the ground.
Yeah, okay.
It was just so disorienting. I could see myself in the parking lot, and I saw that the soles of the shoes were burned off. Saw my feet sticking out. So I looked down in the lobby, and the shoes were fine. They were perfect. They were healthy, except I was floating about this high above the ground.
Okay. Some people even describe 360-degree vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a teacher. So like in our vision, we see 180 degrees with two. If you have two.
We don't see 180 degrees. We see about 130.
Way more than 180 degrees. And we're, ooh, that's so.
Most people don't see 180 degrees. You see up to like 240.
Someone passes.
When a spirit is in a material
But it depends on how you're focusing your eyes.
Through physical organs. But when the spirit is free, its perceptions are not tied to any one part of it.
The ability to perceive is a natural part of spirit's existence, spreading through their entire being, like light in a glowing object.
So perception doesn't need the body. What happens when we leave the body? A lot of people say the same thing, that they don't even realize that they've died because everything still feels really normal.
Yeah.
So
Exactly like it did.
And my wife's on the other side of the bed, and then I notice in the bed.
It does. You
mostly
don't,
covered
dude.
by a sheet,
Your memory doesn't change. You don't remember.
Was a person.
You don't feel different.
And I looked at the person.
You're just
who was
outside
facing
your body.
My wife, away from me.
And you don't have a body.
And to my horror, or remarkable.
That's what the difference is.
Now I knew.
Sometimes people still cling to their image.
Because
Sometimes,
I was
okay.
standing there.
So my understanding is sometimes people still cling to their body image, and they still have like what's like a memory, a shadow of what you looked like. You don't have a body. You're not in anything. When you leave your body, you're contained in you're in the air. I was out of my body long enough to start playing with it. I really enjoyed where I was, and I didn't want to leave, and they woke me up.
Absolutely ludicrous was that the French hospital personnel had made a wax replica of me.
You can have ice cream that tastes like orgasms. That's all I'm saying.
And that's like takes a lot of skill because it was a very good replica.
We are so limited in the world that we live in right now that we can't do shit.
And then I tried to communicate with my
There's things you can't do here that you can't even imagine that you're totally able to do outside of here.
no response. And it was like infuriating. One of her techniques to punish me when we were not getting along was to ignore me. And so I turned to my roommate, who was a 68-year-old, super kind, sweet, sick Frenchman. I tried to talk to him. He looked through me like he could have seen
There's things you're capable of feeling outside of this system we're in. That inside this system you have to do horrible fucking things in order for them to exist.
Suicides or other unexpected events are often startled and confused. They may not even realize they've died. They might see their body and recognize it, but don't understand that they are no longer connected to it. They might try to talk to loved ones and feel frustrated
Okay.
when they don't get a response.
What do you think it feels like to blow up a clownfish using nothing but your mind and thoughts about cold air? I don't know what it would feel like. I never tried it, but I'm telling you, the feeling of doing that is something you can't feel inside of this universe.
Feel like they have a body, but they don't yet realize that it's not physical. Some spirits don't realize they've died because they still think, see, and feel like they did before.
Yeah.
This is especially common
Yeah,
for people
that's what I said.
about death, even if they are sick.
You exactly like what you felt like. Your pain and stuff is gone. All the stuff that's gone is gone. That doesn't make a lot of sense right now, unless you've experienced it. But these people that think you're gonna get transported to a place that looks like a heaven with like clouds and fucking bearded dudes and shit, you fucking idiots, dude. Knock it off. I don't even know where you guys get the idea that that shit happens. Like, why would you ever have that concept in your head? Who put that there? Where did you get the idea from? A cartoon? Nobody in a church ever gave it to you. Oh, God's up there looking down on us. That's not honest.
And then right at that moment,
That's fucked up. Anybody telling somebody that? Yo, if you're telling people that, go fuck yourself.
Is it painful for the soul to separate from the body?
No.
Nope. It's not. It is the most relieving, beautiful feeling.
The soul doesn't feel pain.
Yeah, it's like a relief. Is right. Yep.
Seem like suffering at the moment of death can feel like a relief.
Instantly.
Because it knows its time of exile is almost over.
I was up on the
That's accurate too.
down at myself.
Okay, this guy's pretty accurate.
And
We're
at first I was
near-death
experiencing
experiences.
it didn't make sense to me how I felt myself up here, but I saw my body down there, and I could tell by looking at myself that I was dead. I mean, I could tell that was a shell of me. You think that that would scare you, but it didn't. I felt such a peace about it.
Now listen how the book, written in 1857, describes the exact same moment.
As they become aware, The spirit often stays near their body. This feels natural.
So you guys,
So the lifeless
anybody
body seem unsettling.
anybody that comes in here that wants to talk about this, have you ever had a near-death experience?
Without a body, how do we move?
I don't remember the transition, but at some point I was in a white room and I was no longer floating, but I was standing on something approximating 2 legs. And I was like, whoa, well, I was just floating a minute ago and now I'm in this white room. I don't remember how this happened. I still don't. You know, oftentimes when I go to sleep at night, I say a little prayer that, well, how did I get from that floating to this white room? But I don't have any answers yet.
I walk through villages, I walk past mountains, I went down past streams. When I'm standing there and I'm seeing this mountain range in the distance, if I wanted to be on top of the mountains, all I had to do was think about it and I would be standing on the top of the mountains.
So here's the strange part. Some people describe instant travel, while others describe movement. So which is it? Listen to how the book describes this, because it doesn't just pick one. When a spirit moves from one place to another, does it feel the distance or arrive instantly?
It depends. A spirit can choose to experience the journey and be aware of the distance, or it might feel as though the distance disappears entirely.
Yeah.
This varies based on the spirit's will and level of purity.
Yeah.
Einstein,
I don't know about level of purity.
that space and time
This level of purity business.
are the same thing. So if distance can disappear, what does that
I've
mean?
never experienced a resistance from the universe in terms of
In a sequence, but
acting in any of these ways.
this is a place of timelessness, which means all time and no time.
Yep.
All time in one space and no time whatsoever. So it's
Yeah.
really hard to describe it.
Yes.
I choose to describe it sequentially, if only for my own sanity.
Good. Good thinking.
Next thing I know, I'm walking around and everything feels different. I mean, it is like being in time and outside of time.
And I
Yep.
open my eyes and I'm lying in the rain in the parking lot and I realized it had probably been, I don't know, 2 minutes, maybe? Yet I knew I had been somewhere for 2 weeks.
Now listen to how the book describes what happens.
Yo, this is accurate as hell. And do you understand why it feels like time travel and shit to people?
That's why you sometimes misunderstand us when we try to give you exact dates or time frames.
I don't know about that.
Spirits exist outside of time as we know it. For them, time almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What feels like centuries to us might seem like only moments to them.
Yeah.
Just like bumps on the ground would appear invisible to someone viewing the Earth from space. So if time stops working normally, what is this darkness that people describe?
The lack of light. Light is caused by time, idiot. All of it. You need all of it.
Listen closely, that's not how they describe it.
I succumbed to the final stages of hypothermia.
There's only light inside of a place where there's time. Because light is caused by things bouncing off of something. It's caused by motion.
And I was in darkness, but unlike
You were stuck in darkness forever.
my consciousness.
But you can imagine anything you want.
And suddenly in front of me was a great expanse of even darker darkness that I'd never seen anything.
Yeah.
It's not just like wicked dark night looking out of the ocean.
Even darker darkness is right.
Different than that is that, plus times 1,000.
Plus, there's no light anywhere.
Beings with me, and I was in blackness. Several people have said, "Did you see your body?" I did not. I've heard people describe this blackness as velvety soft.
Yeah.
It was, but this blackness in which I was ensconced was actively comforting me.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden this darkness came very slowly from the back like this.
Yeah, the light is the universe, you guys. It is a trap.
And it was a black like you'd never seen. It was pitch black. But this darkness came until it was just a small, tiny little hole.
Yo,
And that's
okay,
all I could
so
see out of
why
it.
do we gotta keep convincing people to stop coming back in here? Stop coming back in.
Call it the abyss or the hole.
If you ever remember any of this, stop coming back in here.
But it was so comfortable there, even though it was pitch
For
black.
God's sake, when you die, don't come back in here.
Top, bottom,
Stay out.
sides, left. Like it was just this
This shit's all broken, you guys. Stay out.
It was very much like if you're ever at a lake and you're the only one there.
There's no point telling anybody any of this.
Floating.
Nobody's
I
gonna
didn't hear
listen.
anything. There was no sounds. Just that. And
Hopefully, though, when they come back through the second time around and they're like, hey, this did happen to me. I should have listened. Now I'm having deja vu. Facts. Yeah, no stress, no worries. Life is way awesomer. Describing it as heaven is an understatement.
Maybe it's confusion. The book doesn't describe this as a place either. When the soul leaves the body, does it immediately know what's happening?
No. No, it takes a second. Obviously, but there's not really any time, so it doesn't really take any seconds.
Same level of confusion after leaving the body?
No. It's different for each spirit. Pure and advanced spirits
Oh.
become aware almost
Okay, maybe I'm a pure and advanced spirit then. Sorry, you guys. These guys really like to stroke my ego when it comes to this shit. But I don't believe it. It's bullshit. Why would I be way better at this stuff than other people? You should be able to do it too. Just believe you can do it. It really bothers me, actually, when people suggest that some people are better at this shit than other people and whatever. All that crap. Because, well, you can't believe that. If you believe that that somebody else, and me, for instance, is better than you at something, then you're not going to be as good as I am. You're never going to believe that you are even when you are. Have you never seen Gattaca? Watch Gattaca. It's all about how intent and human will can limit you or cause you to succeed. Oh, it's a good movie. It's all about genetic modification. Cloning, it's really good.
Hours to several months, or even years. Those who think about the afterlife while alive tend to adjust much faster because they immediately understand their situation.
Wow.
So that would explain why some people experience darkness and others do not. So a lot of people describe coming out of the darkness and experiencing a reality that's more real than real.
Yep. Yeah.
What causes that?
Yeah. That's upsetting. The stuff that's more real than reality is? Oh. It hurts. I think those levels where things seem more real is you're in a different a dimension with more. But realer, because this was contained in it, right? Yeah, it's like everything that you're doing right now is inside this other place. Yeah, the other world gets better. This world doesn't get dimmer. The other place gets better, though.
even more clearly, because they can see things your eyes cannot. Nothing
Yeah.
blocks their vision.
Yeah.
Is the body like a dark glass that blocks the spirit's abilities the way it blocks light?
Kinda. Yeah, like a really dark glass. Is right.
You can also think of it like thick, muddy water, which makes it hard for anything inside to move freely.
Yeah.
While in a physical body,
Yeah.
these abilities
The thing is, you're everywhere else right now, too.
However, once freed from the body, these abilities grow stronger and more refined as the
You just feel like you're separate because part of you is in this body right now. Does that, okay, I hope that makes sense.
Sometimes beings of light. Who are they exactly?
If you think about Bubble from Adventure Time and the way Bubble is air, but Bubble thinks he's Bubble for like his whole physical life until he becomes air, but he doesn't feel different. He remembers everything, but he's also now everywhere. That is what it's like.
And like I'm noticing these people that I knew that passed. And I didn't understand that. I absolutely did not understand that. And I said
It's like your bubble pops and you're suddenly aware that you were everywhere.
where am I? You know, I'm sorry, but I mean that's
And people can deny that all they want. I don't give a fuck,
my
man.
great grandmother stepped towards me and so this makes me tear up. She said
It doesn't matter if you believe me inside of here.
you have died.
Because you have no choice but to believe it
And
outside
it
of
was
here.
like, no, that can't be. You know? Sorry. She was the one who told me. Because I didn't know.
So, is this just the brain comforting itself, or is there a pattern? Listen to how the book describes this. Again, this is from a book written in 1857, over 100 years before people started studying near-death experiences.
Does a spirit meet loved ones who died before it?
Yes, if they cared about each other. Loved ones often come to welcome the spirit as it returns.
Here's another thing that's going to be really hard for anybody to understand, unless they've experienced it, or unless somebody describes it. Well, I'm just going to try to here. Okay, so why do I feel like this is super important? Somebody really needs to know this stuff. I don't know who it is. I don't care. They're probably a buddy of mine. So here's the deal. Here's why I don't feel it necessary to force people to learn any of this. Nothing. Because I didn't believe any of it when I died. But moments later, I knew it to be true. And it's not like believing something inside of the physical world where you have an option. You're like, oh, is this going to be, I don't know, is this thing green or is it kind of darky, kind of like a yellowy blue, right? Like you got the option of whether things are going to be one way or the other in here, and the way that you think about them, right? Options and free will are not a thing outside of this physical world. That might sound horrible, but it's not, because everything just is true. There's not a question about what lies are and shit. Like, there's no untruths. You don't have to worry about being deceived.
Let go of its physical body. For good spirits, this reunion is a gift. But those who have done wrong, they may find themselves alone.
Yeah, I wonder about that. People that are bad people might feel like they can't do bad things anymore, and they might feel like they're being punished somehow. Like, oh, I can't hurt people. No, you can't hurt other people anymore. There's not other people.
Which feels like a punishment.
So you'll suddenly realize that you're doing that to yourself.
With relatives and friends who passed before it.
Which you were warned about several times.
As we've mentioned before, the soul needs some time to understand its new situation and to let go of its connection to the material world.
Yeah, okay, so there's not relative. It's so weird for somebody to ask that question. That's not even like what it is, but you do rejoin everything.
Like to get started with that, and he just loved that. He just cracked up, like I was a little toddler trying to take over. And he said, "Sure, let's do that. How do you want to start?"
The life review, as if you're so submersed in it. It's not like watching a film, or it wasn't like that for me. It wasn't like watching a movie. Above me, the sides, below me, I was immersed in my light in all sense of it.
Okay.
Be well beyond the five senses, well beyond that. But what's interesting about it is you really feel, see, sense, know exactly how the other person felt.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's weird that she's saying it like that. She doesn't realize it. I don't think that she was all the people at once. She's like, I knew exactly what those other people felt like when those things happened. Like, how come?
But mine, which is different than others, mine was I suffered all the pain I gave away in my entire life.
Yeah.
From the point of view of the people I gave it to.
That's right. That's what you get, suckers. That's what you get.
I didn't intend to give it to.
Fair warning to all of y'all. Every bad thing you ever do, you're going to feel exactly what you did to that other person from their point of view. That's what hell is.
Imaginable number, and I suffered all of that, their pain plus times 10,000. They suffered a little bit. I suffered mostly, and the voice is saying inside me without sound, "I love you. I've always known you. I've always known these things about you. I've known you since you were created.
Every lie you ever told.
I know what you were like to be a human being in this life. I love you as you are and made you. I've always known you.
So treat other people like you would want to be treated.
Of all the suffering I gave away, but I was also being
You guys get it yet?
And I call it my own hell. I created my own hell. Also judged myself as shameful, not because of what
Isn't that wild? This guy's using the same words I just used. I've never seen this before.
that I caused pain. That's a natural outgrowth of being a human being
Yep.
in this world.
Yep.
It's just
Yep. That is, you're gonna have to feel it.
causes pain to other human beings and to themselves.
It's a learning process with
Just
buddies.
the way it is, and that's a known thing by the divine.
Now listen to how the book describes this.
When spirits return to the spirit world, their entire past life becomes clear to them. They can see their mistakes and understand how they caused their current
Yeah. Yeah. Take responsibility for everything they did. Yep.
This helps them understand that their challenges are fair and they want another chance to make things right.
Yep.
How does the spirit
So do 'em right.
past life? Is it through imagination or is it like seeing a picture?
Both. So funny.
There's no judge, no punishment, but they feel the impact of their choices from the inside. After the life review, most people
Facts.
experience the same next moment. They're sent back and they're not happy about it.
Yeah. Oh man, was I pissed. I was so mad. Wake up. Yo, you're not sleeping, you're dying, is what they said to me.
That was the last thing I wanted to hear. I protested, and
I was so mad, dude.
I don't think I had a body, but I
Just
felt
let
like
me go then.
I had no, and resisting. I protested. I said, no,
If I'm gone, let me go.
please don't send me back.
Yeah.
And then again, the voice, you need to go back. And I protested again, and right at that moment, I felt like almost like a crowd was gathering around
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
But I didn't have enough time
Yeah.
to figure out what that was because then I was immediately back in the tunnel. And it felt like a little bit of a nudge back into the tunnel.
It is, you get whooshed
And I
back
went
in, man.
backwards,
They
and
shove you back
just
in.
like that, I was back in my body. The pain returned.
Yep.
I wasn't staying.
It's all back, all the fear, all the worries, they all come back instantly.
And at one point he said, okay, that's enough. He stepped forward like a father and said, time to go back. And that just floored me. And I was like, what? Go back? I'm not going back there.
Right?
There's no way. He says, yeah, you gotta go back. You got things to do.
Fuck you.
And as he stepped forward, I felt myself slipping back. The place just started to break up. It started to
What are we supposed to do, you guys?
materialize. It's like I was being
I've run into these people online. There's a lot of us.
beamed out of there. And I was going to another channel. I was going to another frequency. And it was a descending feeling.
Yeah.
And I dropped away into darkness. Then I was back in my body. And I woke up. And the nurse came by. And she says, you're awake? And I'm like, yeah, I need to talk to you. What am I doing back here? You know, I was pissed. And
Yeah.
I said I was home. I'd made it out of here. I was home with my best bros.
Yeah, I was going,
And
why
I
did you bring me
I
back?
ended up back here. I had bought the farm. I was convinced of it. She said, honey, you've been in escrow, but you fell out of escrow, and now you're back with us, and you're going to have to get your head around that. And I thought that was, you know, looking back, that was
Whoa.
really good advice.
That's a strange thing to hear.
Yeah.
If it was a dream or hallucination, you'd expect people to wake up and feel relieved that they're awake, back in their body.
Nope.
But that's usually not what you hear.
No, we
It's the
hate it.
opposite of what you hear. Listen to how the book describes this.
Does a spirit enjoy being in a physical body?
No.
That's like asking if a prisoner enjoys being locked up.
It is exactly like asking if a prisoner enjoys being locked up. Exactly like asking that.
A spirit in a body always longs to be free, and the heavier or more limiting the body feels, the more it wants to escape.
Yeah.
Does the soul in an out-of-body
Yeah,
experience
your body gets
move
heavy
its
and
entire
so
realm?
annoying.
Yes, it can see them and understand the happiness of those who live there. That is why it often wishes to stay.
So, that leads us to our final question. If near-death experiences are real, why are they all so different?
They're not. What do you mean?
The experience might be real, but the way people describe it isn't.
Do
out-of-body experiencers see what's real, or are their descriptions shaped by imagination or earthly beliefs?
What they see.
What they see feels real to them, but their spirit is still influenced by their beliefs or the ideas of others. This helps them explain what they experience, but it can also lead to mistakes in describing it.
And the book even admits something uncomfortable. People can be sincere, but still get the details wrong.
How reliable are the things people report during out-of-body experiences?
What they say isn't always reliable, especially when they try to understand things beyond what humans can grasp. Or what is meant to remain a mystery.
So what they experienced and how they explain it aren't always the same thing. And then there's something that the book says rather matter-of-factly, that spirits don't all go to the same places, so therefore they don't experience all the same things.
Does the soul in an out-of-body experience really visit higher realms?
Yes. However, some realms are off-limits to spirits that aren't pure enough to enter.
So the strange part isn't that near-death experiences are different, it's actually how much they don't differ. They all follow the same basic outline. The only thing that's different is how an individual spirit experiences that outline. Since all spirits are different, and all humans are different, they're all going to be filtering that experience through different aspects of their spirit.
This guy's got it right.
Some spirits can go places other spirits can't. And then they're also going to come back and
Who's this guy?
through their human beliefs.
I'm subbing this dude.
Human language, human memory.
Can trance states and out-of-body experiences fit with the idea that only the physical world exists?
If someone studies them honestly and with an open mind, they'd realize it's impossible to remain an atheist or believe the physical world is all there is.
That's right.
Isn't it strange how often this book gets very specific details about the near-death experience right? And it makes you wonder, like, I wonder what else the book is right about. It talks about
why do bad things happen to good people? Why is life full of so many challenges? Can we communicate with spirits? Do angels and demons exist?
Nope.
What is the purpose of prayer? Do I have free will? Are heaven and hell real places? Is there life on other planets?
So if you want to learn more about the Spirits book,
not really.
I'll link to the version that I've been using. It's
Life on Earth is unique. That's all there is about that. You got questions? They don't got answers. Nobody's got answers. Tails.
too dangerous, too uncontrollable, too likely to make people question authority, so they cut them out. But here's where it gets interesting. Ethiopia was different, geographically isolated in the mountains, never colonized, never conquered. The Ethiopian church didn't answer to Rome. They didn't follow Rome's rules. They didn't edit their Bible to make European bishops comfortable. They kept everything. And for the next 1700 years, while empires rose and fell, while the Western church...
Fake people are gonna be trapped in this universe forever. Leave them here. Fuck them. You wanna be fake? You wanna be phony? You don't wanna face reality? Then have a good time.
These aren't obscure footnotes. These aren't minor details. We're talking about books that completely change our understanding of what Jesus taught, who he was, and what he said would happen to the world. One of the most important of these books is called the Mashafa Kidan, the Book of the Covenant. And what this book contains is absolutely explosive. Here's what you learned in church. Jesus died, rose on the third day, appeared to his disciples, and then ascended to heaven. End of story. Time to sing a hymn. But that's not the story. Not even close. Between the resurrection and the ascension, there was a gap. 40 days. The Bible mentions it. Acts chapter 1, verse 3. Jesus appeared to his disciples over a period of 40 days and spoke of the kingdom of God. 40 days. That's almost 6 weeks. Jesus was on earth, alive in his resurrected body, teaching his closest followers. So here's my question. What was he teaching them? The mainstream Bible gives us almost nothing. A few scattered verses. Some vague references to the kingdom of God. That's it. For 40 days of teachings from the risen Christ, we get maybe a few paragraphs. Unless you read the Ethiopian texts, the Mashafa Kidan claims to be the actual record of what Jesus taught during those 40 days. Let me tell you, the Jesus in these pages is not the gentle, soft-spoken figure you see in Sunday school paintings. This Jesus speaks with authority, raw, unfiltered authority. He's the King of heaven and earth, and he's giving his final instructions before leaving the planet. And those instructions, they're not comfortable, they're not easy, and they're definitely not what the church wanted people to hear. Jesus tells his disciples to go into the world and build God's kingdom.
I'm fairly sure.
This is crucial, not through political power,
Yeah.
not through military
Just do it.
conquest, not through building institutions and hierarchies. The Holy Spirit, he says, is the only real power we need.
Yep.
What happens inside a person's heart matters infinitely more than temples, rituals, or religious ceremonies. Think about what that means.
Vaxerino. It means fuck you, dumb church, idiot.
He's telling his followers that all the external trappings of religion, the buildings, the ceremonies, the rituals, are secondary. What matters is internal transformation.
Yep.
But then comes the
Yeah.
prophecy.
Not the outward lies that you keep telling everybody.
Jesus predicts that his words will be twisted, that people will use his name for personal gain.
No kidding.
Come a time when crowds of people will shout his name in the streets,
Fake Jesus name.
visit churches in his honor, wear crosses around their necks.
You don't even know his real name. Haha. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny.
The text here that people will construct temples of gold and stone,
Jesus says you don't even know my name.
that the real temple
And you don't.
is the human soul. Look around at modern Christianity. Mega churches with million-dollar budgets, televangelists with private jets, prosperity gospel
That's fire.
selling miracles for donations, religious leaders.
What do you mean his name's not Jesus?
Those words from 2,000 years ago, they're not prophecy anymore.
That's wild.
Description of right now. But Jesus doesn't stop there. He gets more specific.
Even non-believers know.
Describes
Ah.
He talks about lies being treated as truth.
Yeah.
And truth being called lies. And then there's this line that absolutely floors me every time I read it. Blessed are those who suffer for my name, not in word.
My dumbass fell asleep. Melissa gets the job tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
As rules. Check out us on YouTube, http://youtube.b/.
As does rules.
Instagram.com/taken.
As you would feel so vindicated by the Ethiopian Bible. Alter ego is gonna be sad.
Rule 10. Addis was
Huh.
lost 1,410,065,000.
Alter ego's already gonna be sad.
380,512,753,102 points. Good morning, LFG.
It was better if nobody ever read it. You've heard of the book of Revelation, right? The Apocalypse of John. That's the last book of the Bible, full of beasts and dragons and the end of the world. Well, there's another apocalypse. It's called the Apocalypse of Peter. And while fragments of it exist in other places, the Ethiopian church has one of the most complete versions in existence. In this text, Jesus takes Peter, his most trusted disciple, to the top of a mountain right after the resurrection, and he shows him two visions, one of paradise, one of torment. Now I'm going to warn you, what I'm about to describe is graphic. This is not your typical fire and brimstone sermon. This is detailed, specific, and deeply disturbing. According to the text, Jesus shows Peter exactly what awaits certain types of sinners, and the punishments are tailored to the crimes.
Yeah, this is where Dante's Inferno comes from.
They're standing
I
in
think.
a river of fire, up to their knees, forever. People who gave false testimony in court, they're shown chewing their own tongues in agony, unable to speak, unable
Trying to shut themselves up and they can't, yeah.
those who charged excessive interest and exploited the poor, hanging by their eyelids over flames. The imagery is so intense that it makes Dante's Inferno, written over 1,000 years later, look tame by comparison.
Yeah.
Now, why would Jesus show this to Peter? Why would he take his beloved disciple and give him nightmares?
Because Peter denied Jesus 3 times.
The text gives us the answer.
Fuckface.
This wasn't just about punishment. This was a warning. Jesus had just spent 40 days teaching about corruption, greed, and hypocrisy. He'd warned that people would
And
twist
then
his
Peter's the
message
hypocrite,
for
as found in the
personal gain.
Catholic Church.
And now he was showing Peter, showing him visually, viscerally, what's actually at stake. This wasn't abstract theology. This was real consequences for real actions. And the Western Church looked at this text and said, nope, too scary, too specific.
No, too scary.
Too likely to make people actually fear judgment. So they left it out. But Ethiopia kept it. They preserved it. And reading it today, I can understand why it made religious authorities uncomfortable. Because it suggests that how you treat people, especially how the powerful treat the powerless, has eternal consequences. That's a dangerous message when you're trying to build an empire. Here's where things get really interesting. Because these texts don't just talk about the past or about abstract spiritual concepts. They make specific claims about the future. Our future. Right now. According to the Ethiopian writings, Jesus said that in the last days, meaning the end times, the final era before his return, something unexpected would happen. His voice would rise again. But not from what people expected. Not from the Vatican. Not from famous preachers. Not from powerful religious institutions.
Oh, from where?
Jesus said his voice would come from the margins, from deserts, from mountains, from the descendants of slaves, from people and places that the powerful had dismissed and
Yep.
forgotten. My spirit
All at once, too.
will speak through those who are ignored by the powerful. This completely flips the script on traditional Christianity. The implication is clear. If you want to find
real truth, don't look at the top of the religious hierarchy.
Yeah, avoid the church.
Look at the people you pay attention to. And where has this ancient Bible been preserved all this time?
Yeah. Oh man, Ethiopia. It's like the place that was ignored. Damn right. And look at them now. They're doing so good, man. Nobody's asking why. Haha. It's so funny.
The Ethiopian texts describe Jesus' teaching about spiritual warfare, about angels and demons.
Ethiopians just walk out of Ethiopia and they're in charge of the rest of the world already? That's awesome.
He gives very specific instructions about how to fight these forces, not with weapons, not with political power, with prayer, but not the kind of prayer you learned in church.
Yeah.
One text quotes Jesus saying,
Real prayer.
become a living prayer. Another says, let your silence speak louder than sermons. This is mystical Christianity. This is experiential faith. This is about personal transformation, not
Meditation.
religion. And that's exactly why it was dangerous. Because if people can connect with God directly, if they can become living prayers on their own,
Yeah. Meditation.
need priests, bishops, or popes.
Sure don't. Sure don't need leaders.
The church loses its monopoly on spiritual access.
So does the government.
We need to talk about the really wild stuff, because some of these Ethiopian texts go beyond prophecy and warning. They dive into the nature of reality itself. According to these writings, Jesus taught that physical death is not the end of consciousness. Explained is like clothing. It wears out. It gets old. Eventually, you take it off. But the spirit, the conscious part of you, continues. When the body dies, the spirit returns to its true home. Now, this isn't unique to the Ethiopian texts, but here's where it gets strange. Jesus apparently taught that the real danger isn't physical death.
Did you see this key as?
Is spiritual death. He described it as the death that walks while the heart still beats. Think about that phrase for a moment. A person who looks alive, who's breathing, talking, working,
Now what?
going through the motions of life, but inside, completely empty, spiritually dead.
We gave out like
How many people do you know
5
who fit that
memberships earlier.
Maybe you felt it yourself. Going through life on autopilot.
Reaper and
Like something
a couple
essential
people
was
got them.
missing. According to these texts, Jesus called that spiritual death. And he
This
said,
key is so
it's
sick.
worse than physical death.
It's like a
Because at
liquid.
least when your body dies, your spirit can move on. But if your spirit is already dead while you're alive, that's true tragedy. But here's where things get really philosophical.
Or like a sword whip.
Some of the Ethiopian texts
Chain sword?
contain
I don't know what they call them.
ideas that sound remarkably similar to ancient Gnostic teachings. Gnosticism was an early Christian movement that the mainstream church
That is so neat.
declared heresy and tried to wipe out. Gnostics believed that the physical world was created by a false god, a being who thought he was the supreme deity, but was actually ignorant of the true God.
There's a hell of a keyway, hey?
Sound crazy? Well, some Ethiopian texts describe exactly this scenario. They talk about 2 creators, the true God,
So wait, you put it in there straight
pure light,
or?
pure spirit,
Okay,
the source
just dump
of
it in
everything.
anyway. Okay.
And then another being, sometimes called the demiurge, or the builder of shadows.
Yeah.
This secondary being, in his arrogance and ignorance, created the physical world. He thought he was the only God. He didn't know there was a higher power above him. So the world he created is mixed, good and evil, beauty and suffering, truth and lies, all tangled together, an imperfect copy of true reality. And according to these texts,
Yeah.
Jesus came into this world not just to save
So this world's not
from their
perfect yet, but
sins,
we're making it that
to
way.
wake them up, to help them realize they're living in a false reality.
Yep.
To show them that the true light of God exists beyond this physical world. The mission of every soul, Jesus taught,
is to find that divine spark within themselves and return it to the eternal light. I know what you're thinking. This sounds like the Matrix.
Kind of, a little bit.
The Wachowskis, who created the Matrix,
I told you guys to get the fuck out and stop coming back in here.
Gnostic philosophy. The idea that the world is a simulation, that we need to wake up from false reality. That's ancient Gnostic Christianity.
Yeah.
It's preserved in the Ethiopian Bible. The Western Church called this heresy. They burned Gnostic texts. They
Fucking
executed
fuck
Gnostic
that church,
teachers.
yo.
They did everything they could to make sure these ideas disappeared, but they couldn't reach Ethiopia. Before Jesus ascended to heaven,
So I might sound like a hypocrite. Salvation Army teaches all this stuff.
final prophecy, and this one is the most relevant to
They
us
welcomed
today.
me teaching this
He
stuff.
said, a time would come when love would completely disappear from the earth, when faith would become nothing more than performance.
They're like, he's not lying, he's telling the truth, listen to this man.
Their mouths, but not their hearts. Sound familiar? But here's the twist. In that same time period,
They ask me questions like, how do you know all this stuff? I'm like, I don't know, I just know it all.
rise again. Not in grand temples, not in famous
I don't know where
churches,
I learned everything that I know. I don't know. A lot of times I have no idea, I just know that I know it.
cannot reach.
It's weird having faith that you know something that you don't know where you know it from.
The broken will. They will know me not through words, but through fire. What fire?
How do I know I know it? Because it's not wrong.
The fire of spiritual transformation. The moment when you realize what actually matters in life. And who will experience this awakening? Not the religious elite, not the powerful, not the ones with all the answers. The broken.
That's right.
Humble.
Yep.
The ones who've been stripped down to nothing and forced to confront reality without.
You know those homeless people everybody's so mean to?
These texts teach that the kingdom of
Oh,
God
that's why some
is
people
not
are so
somewhere
scared.
far away. It's not in the future. It's not in heaven after you die.
Oh.
It's inside you, right now. The human soul is the real temple, and every person has access to the divine directly. No intermediary needed. No priest required. No church membership necessary. Just you and God. Direct connection. That's the core message of these Ethiopian texts. And you can see why the institutional church found it threatening. So why Ethiopia? Out of all the places on earth, why was this small African nation the one that preserved these dangerous revolutionary texts? The answer lies in Ethiopia's unique history. Ethiopia is one of the oldest continuous civilizations on Earth.
Yep.
And unlike almost every other African nation, it was never colonized. When European powers carved up Africa,
It's so
in the
weird that
1800s,
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia remained independent.
Why was
They
that?
defeated Italy in the Battle of Adwa in 1896. They maintained their sovereignty through World War II. And
Yeah,
most importantly
how?
for our story, they maintained their religious independence for 2,000 years. Many Ethiopians trace their heritage back to the biblical era.
Yeah.
According to their national epic, the Kebra Nagast, the Queen of Sheba was Ethiopian. When she visited King Solomon in Jerusalem, they had a son named Menelik. And when Menelik returned to Ethiopia, according to tradition, he brought the Ark of the Covenant with him. Yes, that Ark of the Covenant, the one from Raiders of the Lost Ark. The gold-covered chest containing the original 10 Commandments written by God's own finger. Millions of Ethiopians believe the Ark is still in Ethiopia today, guarded in a small chapel in the city of Aksum. Only one monk is allowed to see it, and he's appointed for life. Nobody else gets in. Not archaeologists, not historians, nobody. Whether you believe this or not, it tells you something important about Ethiopian Christianity. They see themselves as the guardians of ancient sacred knowledge. They take that responsibility seriously.
Well, that's what matters.
Christianity came to Ethiopia in the 4th century, making it one of the oldest Christian nations on earth. Historical records from the 6th century describe Ethiopia as already being completely Christian. While Christianity was still spreading through Europe, still fighting with pagan religions,
Yeah, Coptic or
still being
whatever.
persecuted by Rome, Ethiopia was already a fully Christian kingdom. And here's the crucial part. They developed their version of Christianity in isolation. They weren't influenced by the Council of Nicaea. They weren't affected by the Protestant Reformation. They weren't touched by the Catholic Orthodox split. They created their theology
That is so cool.
based on the ancient texts they'd preserved. So when Rome was editing the Bible, cutting books, deciding
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck.
and what was heresy,
Like, screw Rome, dude.
Ethiopia was in the mountains, completely disconnected, following their own path.
Dude,
They kept books that everyone else threw
like the
away.
branch
The Book of Enoch,
that was disconnected and then brought back and grafted to the tree.
Apocalypse of Peter, the Book of the Covenant, and they wrote their Bible in Ge'ez, an ancient language that almost nobody outside Ethiopia could
Ha!
read.
So nobody could fuck with
This
it.
linguistic barrier
Ah!
acted as another layer of protection. Even if someone wanted to suppress these texts, they couldn't if they couldn't read them.
That's right.
Ethiopia became a time
What are you gonna do about it?
a snapshot of early Christianity before it was standardized, sanitized, and controlled. Let's talk specifically about what's in these extra 15 books, because
Wow.
this isn't just filler. These are texts that completely change our understanding of biblical history. The most famous is the Book of Enoch, and this book is wild.
Yeah, the Book of
It tells
Enoch's
the
no
story
joke.
of a group of angels called the Watchers. These angels were assigned to observe humanity, but they didn't just observe.
It's crazy to leave this out.
With human women, and they came down to earth and had children with them. These children were called the Nephilim, and they weren't normal humans. They were giants, powerful,
Compared to the size that humans used to be,
giants who terrorized the
maybe that is us.
But it gets darker. According to the Book of Enoch, these angels
10-foot tall fucking freaks.
they taught humans forbidden knowledge, weapons, warfare, cosmetics, sorcery, astrology. They corrupted humanity.
A whole bunch of shit that we didn't know.
Led directly to the Great Flood. God sent the flood, not just because people were wicked, but because fallen angels had contaminated the human race.
Yeah, there you go.
Now here's what's
Now it makes way more sense, right?
The early church fathers
The experiment got
cited the
fucked
Book
up.
of Enoch as
Thanks,
scripture.
assholes.
Jude, in the New Testament, directly quotes from it. Early Christian writers like Tertullian and Irenaeus referenced it constantly. But over time, the church decided it was too strange, too detailed, too problematic. The story of angels having sex with humans and creating giants was deemed too bizarre.
Yeah, all they want to hear about is the circumcised penises. They want to hear a lot about those.
Except in Ethiopia. They kept it. They still read it in church services. They still teach it as scripture. And because
That's all I'm saying. I'm not calling church gay, but sure is a lot of focus on
Christians actually
foreskin for a straight organization.
demons and the supernatural world. Another crucial text is the Book of Jubilees. This book retells the stories from Genesis and Exodus, but with additional details not found in the mainstream.
Yeah,
canon.
dates and stuff.
It gives specific dates for events. It describes angels helping Moses write the Torah. It contains
I don't know how I know this.
teachings that don't appear anywhere else.
Where the fuck did I read this?
Both of these books
I never read
are
the
found
Ethiopian
among the
Bible.
Dead Sea Scrolls,
Oh,
proving they were widely read in ancient times.
okay.
Only
Dead Sea Scrolls were
Ethiopia
known.
kept them as official scripture. So here's what we're left with. These texts exist. They've existed for nearly 2,000 years. They contain teachings
Yep.
attributed to Jesus
Yep,
that
they
never
do.
made it into the Bible. You grew
Yeah,
up
if it's the
reading.
Dead Sea Scrolls, that's exactly what
Those
it does.
teachings are specific, detailed, and disturbingly relevant to our modern
It's
world.
cool too. When we were kids,
Jesus
the
predicted
Dead Sea
corruption
Scrolls were
in
kind
the
of
church.
found
We see it everywhere. He warned about people using his name for profit.
the wrong ass name.
Scientists prove him right every day. He said
But
truth would be called lies, and lies.
he said you won't even know my name.
Look
That's the
at
best
our
part.
Political and religious landscape. He described a
You won't
time
recognize me. You won't even know my name.
would become performance, when people would worship.
I bet you there's like probably one guy named Yeshua somewhere on earth right now, and nobody knows.
Massive temples would be
Probably my
built,
little brother.
while the real temple, the human soul, would be neglected. That's not prophecy anymore. That's documentation of right now. These
This kid, his name's
Ethiopian
Joshua.
texts
Which is
paint a
close.
picture of Jesus that makes religious authorities uncomfortable.
But his name's not
A
Joshua.
Jesus who values internal transformation over external religion, who speaks through the marginalized instead of the powerful, who teaches that every person has direct access to God, that Jesus is dangerous, not to ordinary people, but to institutions built on controlling access to the divine. So the big question remains, are these texts authentic? Did Jesus really say these things during those 40 days after the resurrection? We can't know for certain. Historical verification is impossible. These are ancient religious texts preserved by a tradition that claims apostolic authority.
Okay, but those guys
What we can say
disagree with Jesus.
the Ethiopian church is one of the oldest Christian traditions on earth. Their Bible contains texts that predate the standardized Western Bible.
Yeah.
Their version of Christianity developed independently of Roman influence, and the texts they preserved contain teachings that are consistent with the earliest forms of Christianity, the mystical, experiential, transformative faith that existed before it became institutionalized. Whether these are the actual words of Jesus or early Christian teachings attributed to him, they represent a version of Christianity that the Western world deliberately suppressed.
Yep.
So what are we supposed to do with this information? First, understand that the Bible is not a simple, straightforward book that fell from heaven fully formed. It's a collection of texts that were selected, edited, and compiled by human beings
For a
with
reason.
specific agendas.
Yeah.
Different
Yeah.
Christian traditions preserved different texts.
Agendas is the right
The
word.
Catholics have more books than the Protestants. The Orthodox have more than the Catholics. And the Ethiopians have more than anyone. None of these versions is more correct than the others. They're just different traditions with different histories. Second, recognize that the version of Christianity you
They're all
learned
pieces to a puzzle. It
might
needs to
be
be all there.
incomplete. There are teachings, perspectives, and practices that were left out, sometimes deliberately. The mystical elements, the emphasis on direct spiritual experience, the warnings about institutional corruption, the focus on internal transformation over external religion. These aspects of Christianity still exist. They're in the Ethiopian texts. They're in the writings of Christian mystics throughout history. They're in contemplative prayer traditions. They're in monastic practices. But they're not typically taught in mainstream churches. They're not in the Sunday school curriculum. They're not what you hear from the pulpit. Third, and most importantly, consider what these texts say
Yeah,
about
to me
the
what it
nature
was
of
a
faith
way to make
itself.
sure that the faithful
If
to
Jesus
them
really taught that the kingdom
made
of
it into
God
heaven.
is within you, if he really said that what matters is internal
Agreed.
transformation
These
rather
people
than
didn't want
external
their
religion,
devotees to be
then your
screwed.
relationship with the divine is fundamentally personal. You don't need permission. You don't need special access. You don't need to go through intermediaries. The temple is inside
They're-
you.
in my
This
word,
doesn't
world
mean
brain here,
organized religion is worthless.
they were all trying to do what L. Ron
Community
Hubbard was
matters.
trying to do.
Tradition has value.
Create a religion that would
Shared
last forever.
practices create connection.
And
But it does
perpetuate
mean
the
that
same
the
knowledge.
ultimate authority in your spiritual life is not the church, not the priest, not the Bible itself. It's your direct experience of the divine. That's
I think
a
Hubbard was
radical
more honest
idea.
about what he was doing than
It was
other people
radical
were.
2,000 years ago.
Ugh.
It's still radical
His
today.
downfall.
And it's preserved in these Ethiopian texts that the rest of Christianity tried to forget. The Ethiopian Orthodox
He's probably
Church
trying to usurp
sits in
Jesus,
the
really.
mountains, protecting manuscripts that contain some of the most challenging, provocative, and transformative teachings ever attributed to Jesus Christ. These texts describe a Jesus.
The thing is, none of us is brought here to teach.
Corruption,
some of us
who
can, like,
valued the
some of us
broken
learn
over the powerful,
how to help
who
other
taught
people
that reality
while we're
is
talking
more
constantly
complex than
or
we
whatever.
imagine, who promised his spirit would move where religion cannot reach. For 1700
it's not never.
years,
It's never your purpose
while the
to
Western
be here
Church built
to help other
empires
people.
and fought wars
Your purpose
and
here is you.
accumulated wealth and power, Ethiopia quietly preserved these dangerous, beautiful,
Wouldn't make sense to be here for other
revolutionary
people.
words. The
To be here
teachings
forever.
are there. The warnings are clear. The prophecies are specific. The only question left is whether we're brave enough to listen.
I like this
Because
little
what
bong.
these texts reveal isn't just history. It's a mirror
It's
held
good.
up to
This
modern
bong is good.
Christianity, showing us
You know what God
exactly
said
what
about the
Jesus
universe?
warned
It was good.
would happen. And it's an invitation to something deeper, something more real.
That's how I
something
know
that
it's
can't
alright.
be controlled by institutions or contained in buildings.
If God
A
inside of
direct
me is saying,
connection
"Hey, this
to the
is good. You
divine,
like this?"
a personal
then
transformation,
I go with it.
an awakening. The fire Jesus talked about. Are you ready for it? If this changed
So I'm
how
often
you see
indecisive until I
Christianity,
get to like the actual
don't keep
decision.
it to yourself. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with
Dude.
someone who needs to hear this message. The truth has
A
been hidden long
restricted
enough.
section of the Titanic.
It's time we started talking about it.
It is. People don't want to hear about it though. So I don't know. Why talk about it? I taught a whole church congregation all about this stuff 2 years ago. It was really fun. I did it on stream too, even. I filmed a lot of it. Again, all on the original Hate Goes Here channel, which is still being held captive by YouTube until they decide that it's okay to give it back. Thank God they still have everything, apparently. I mean, they probably never delete anything. All they gotta do is give me access to the file backup again, and I'll have my channel back. Hopefully they do it before I die. Whew.
I have a challenge for every single artist.
No. Whoa. It's a Lego clock? That's crazy. That was AI. Okay. Sorry, chat. What is his hat?
So I already have one, so I wouldn't be like heavily invested in getting another one. Am I the first person you've talked to?
Yeah, hey.
Make a suggestion to you. So go around to every vendor, look in their case, see if there's some that you want, and if there's some that you like have to have that you want, use this to trade. Most vendors are going to give you a better percentage in trade than they are in cash, and leverage that.
Ouch.
Yes, sir. What's up, boss? I would be. wouldn't be like heavily invested in getting another one. Am I the first person you talk to? Can I make a suggestion to you? So go around to every vendor, look in their case, see if there's some that you want. And if there's some that you like have to have that you want, use this to trade. Most vendors are going to give you a better percentage in trade than they are in cash. And leverage that to your advantage because that is an expensive call.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over
I really like that about the Pokemon community.
Hello, you absolute legends. Oh boy, Logan Paul is making headlines again due to his involvement in yet another alleged scam.
This time it's not NFTs or a cryptocurrency.
This time it's a Pokemon card and a fractional investment platform called the Liquid Marketplace.
Oh, what a stupid fucking...
I made a video called Exposing Fraud and Deception in the Retro Video Game Market. And in that video, I included a section about companies that allow you to buy fractions of valuable collectibles. From what I can see, these types of platforms have definitely become less popular now, but back during the peak of the pandemic, these were all the rage.
That's a cool looking player.
Bubbles formed around that time, and it was too expensive for most people to buy a rare sealed video game or another type of rare collectible outright.
Aww.
Companies had the bright idea to allow poor people to lose money too by selling them fractions of assets. And of course, Logan Paul is always on the lookout to make a quick buck.
Anybody want to buy a fractional penguin?
And this time it was by co-founding a fractional investment platform called Liquid Marketplace back in 2022. I'll let Logan himself explain how it works.
Uh-oh. Alright. You know what? The eggs must have hatched. There's no trace of the egg left. So, we're either going to get penguins now. It looks like I could stomp on the snow out here. Under these two pictures. Just bust that up. And smash it really good. And put the powdered snow that's inside it in the mold. I'm going to try it. There's a lot of ice and everything though.
Multiple other platforms have done this type of thing before, so nothing automatically screams scam here. Even though personally I think...
Oh wow, that's beautiful. Wow. Hey, holy crap. We got a papaya. Holy shit. You can't eat that. Where do they do that, in a fridge? Spray it with sugar water as you're doing it so it seals? Ugh. The Nina Pop? What is that? Hey, does it say 1888? What does it say on his back? I see 2 8s. Oh, 1887? I don't know what that dance was.
Display offers officially licensed designs from all of your favorite game, TV, and movie franchises. Yes, season 7 and 8 were a huge bummer, but I still love early Game of Thrones with Ned Stark being my favorite character. And Lord of the Rings is my favorite story of all time, so I love having these two on my wall. These artworks are seriously incredible, and there are more than 2 million to choose from. Display ships very quickly all over the world, and they're currently offering up to 32% off if you have 3 or more.
The cat only likes 37 taps.
I really can't recommend Display enough. In July 2022, Logan Paul allegedly purchased the most expensive Pokemon card in history, a PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator.
Yeah.
I don't say allegedly because he may not have bought it, I say allegedly because it was a private sale, and we have no idea what he actually paid, despite what he claims. The amount Logan claims to have paid should be treated with...
I love that these Aussies don't like Logan. Honestly, Ozzy probably hung out with that fucking chump at parties and shit. I don't know where they're from. Isn't he supposed to? Aren't they Australian? These guys? Where's his accent?
And we've seen this exact same thing before. When I covered the sealed video game bubble, it was the exact same play. The co-founder of the auction house Heritage Auctions, Jim
Logan
Halpern,
is such an Australian name. That's hilarious.
Silent investors in the grading company Wata Games bought a Super Mario for $100,000. And this made news as the most expensive video game ever sold. And they used this sale to pump the market and advertise their platform.
That's wild.
And as it later turned
$100,000
out,
Super Mario game.
Details of the sale. In their press release, they claimed only 3 people bought the game. In a deposition given by Wata Games founder Dennis Kahn, he admitted that not only had 4 people bought the game, but the original owner still got to keep partial ownership of it. So the sale was a complete sham. That is why whenever you hear about these sales connected with advertisements of platforms co-owned by the purchaser,
So everybody paid 25 grand for it?
assuming that the details of the sale are totally Logan Paul claims he paid $5.3 million for this Pokemon card and that 51% of his card would be available
Holy shit.
through his platform Liquid Marketplace.
Woo!
On July 10, 2022, it was officially announced that Paul's card would
I'll be retaining 49% in
51% of the
possession.
value being $2.55 million. And a month later, it was announced that the entire share on offer had been sold out. Now let's read this announcement carefully, because it's important to understand how this process works.
He sold the
Now, the holy
parts
grail of Pokemon
that he
cards
didn't
has
own.
sold out and is available for trading on the marketplace. The LMP community now controls the future of the card and will take part in all decisions made as to whether it will be taken out of the collector's vault for events or to be auctioned off. There are multiple parts.
Except now he owns 51% of it, so he does whatever he wants.
Is now in hot water. The first is the part where it says
Ooh.
the card has sold out and is available for trading on the marketplace. With these fractional investment platforms, there are 2 phases when offering an asset, with the first being the initial offering. This is where the platform sells its equity to the public in the form of tokens.
Like,
in this
so,
case, in July 2022, LMP
did you go
the offer
through
price.
full ego death to the point where you didn't exist? Or
From LMP. This is phase 1.
did you just feel like your body was dying?
The initial offering is
Woo!
sold,
Shit!
to phase 2. Phase 2 is where the asset is put on the marketplace, where token holders may
That was
buy and
close.
sell tokens between one another. So this approach is saying that all of the 51% on
You had to
initial
accept
offer
death?
had been
Cool.
purchased, and now tokens are able to be freely traded between other token holders, with LMP no longer owning
That sounds
the asset.
like a pretty valid experience.
It says the LMP community now controls the future of the card and will take part in all decisions made. Because the token holders have a majority ownership in the card, they should, in theory, have control over what happens to it, including whether or not it is sold to a third party or through an auction. And this decision process is supposed to be controlled through a vote. Unfortunately, however, all of this is a total lie. And
Because Logan Paul bought the other 2% that he needed.
all of this. Nothing about this post is true. When Logan Paul claimed you could co-own assets, he was lying. When the co-founder Ryan Bahadori went around touting in promotional pieces that buying a token gives you genuine ownership over the asset, he was lying. When LMP stated that the community now controlled the future of Logan's card, it was lying. The entire premise of the platform was never true. Now, what I'm first going to do is explain how Liquid Marketplace was a scam in general, perpetrated by multiple people, not just Logan Paul. And then we will circle back specifically to Logan afterwards to wrap up everything in a nice, neat bow. Remember a few years ago there was this massive drama around established titles? The problem was that creators were telling their viewers that people really got to purchase and own land.
Well, this is a little bit kooky, bud. Oso technically owns land in Scotland now, which means he's a lord.
Okay, so let me see this thing.
There's this really cool company called Established Titles, and you can actually buy land in Scotland. And if you look here, you can actually find his actual plot number.
How much land does he own?
He owns 1 square foot of land in Scotland.
Okay.
But this was all a lie. You weren't purchasing land at all. It was all just make-believe. Established Titles still kept ownership of the land, and when you gave money to establish titles, they didn't give up control or ownership of that plot. They just gave you a plaque and made it seem like you owned something, but you really didn't. And it was this false advertising that got everyone's knickers in a twist. And it's the exact same thing with LMP. All of the marketing, including from Logan Paul's own mouth, said that you could co-own collectibles, but that wasn't true, and you had no ownership or control. And it's this false advertising and the misleading statements that are partially responsible for the Ontario Securities Commission bringing proceedings against LMP and several of its principals in July of 2024. The complaint by the OSC lists a bunch of issues that we will get around to, but we will just stick to this ownership issue for now. The OSC complaint states that LMP, Bahadori, and Nickdell have perpetrated a fraud on its investors. Approximately $2.7 million had been obtained by LMP from the sale of LMP tokens to LMP token purchasers. LMP, Bahadori, and Nickdell made false and misleading statements to token purchasers, including that LMP tokens represent legal ownership in underlying collectibles. So this false advertising is a big deal, and such a big deal that the OSC outright calls it fraud. But here is where the alleged fraud gets really interesting. Because fraud. Number, $2.7 million. The OSC is saying that by the time they filed this action in June 2024, LMP had only taken in $2.7 million from the sale of tokens. This doesn't make sense. When Logan Paul offered 51% of his PSA 10 Illustrator on LMP, it was valued at $5 million. So the total amount of tokens available for purchase was $2.55 million, which apparently sold out. And that was just one card. LMP listed many other collectibles as well.
Yeah.
Sold out on the initial drop, and deposited the unsold LMP tokens into LMP platform accounts that were owned or controlled by the LMP principals or their affiliates.
Oh yeah.
In a nutshell, LMP lied to the public by telling them that all of the tokens had been
because they hadn't sold any.
The collectibles to the marketplace when only a fraction of the actual tokens had been purchased.
That's fucked.
The reason for lying about this is pretty obvious. The truth is that not enough people
Because Logan wanted to retain ownership.
these stupid tokens to buy out an entire collectible. Therefore, they would have never made it to the marketplace. So because of this, the entire business model is instantly killed. The way these platforms make money is by taking a fee whenever tokens are traded. So if people aren't trading, no fees are collected, and no money is made. Also, lying to the public and claiming that items were being sold out, especially very quickly, like they represented, can give people the impression that tokens were in high demand.
Yeah.
It can entice people on the fence to purchase.
That's
Ultimately,
illegal.
however, Liquid Marketplace, even with all of the lies and hype, was a complete and utter failure,
100%
especially
that's
for
illegal.
initial investors. And when I say investors, I don't mean the people buying tokens.
He means rubes.
I mean that before launching LMP, Logan and the other co-founders raised over $10 million in capital. They raised $10 million in capital, but the company only took in $2.7 million in revenue. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but those returns don't seem very good.
No.
The founders of LMP did very well for themselves, however.
Somehow.
In the OSC complaint, there were only 3 people listed, but just those 3 principals alone received millions in compensation. Originally, these 3 gentlemen lied to the OSC, claiming that they only received a salary of around $100,000 each and only for 1 year, in 2022.
Okay.
After further investigation, the OSC uncovered that these 3 individuals paid themselves hundreds of thousands of dollars each and extracted millions from LMP to companies they owned.
They didn't get paid that by the company though.
It's hard to tell if the real fraud was only supposed to be the initial capital these guys raised and then used to enrich themselves. They certainly didn't take that capital and invest it into LMP. The website was atrociously unstable. Most of the time, the website was down or simply unusable. In late 2022, the CEO said a mobile app was almost ready and would be launched very shortly.
A mobile application is absolutely paramount to the success of Liquid Marketplace. That mobile application is almost ready. I'm pleased to announce we're going through finishing touches. We're going through the final approval processes, and that will be launched very shortly for you guys to enjoy. Stay tuned.
Though, of course, the mobile app never came.
This white sage smells so good.
The LMP social media accounts were kept on life support by a couple of low-level employees, but the
White sage smells incredible, you guys.
and left their platform behind to rust from the inside out. A September 2023
program reel announcing 4 new upcoming features that also never came is the last time
I don't know if I just
LMP
can't
made any updates
anything.
on their socials. As of right now, the website has been down for years, and from the reports I've heard,
That makes me
most
wonder
users
what
simply lost everything.
how easy was it for you to get back to your body?
That the officers and owners were in all likelihood just looking to take investor money, pretend to run a business for a short time.
I gotta assume you were outside of it.
When it inevitably fell apart. Ultimately, it looks like investors in LMP lost $10 million, and LMP token holders lost a couple of million as well. And now LMP is staring down the barrel of a huge legal battle. LMP was a failure. So let's return to our
This jar is awesome.
Paul and his PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator. Because that's the incident that has recently plunged this now years-old saga back into the spotlight.
For like a week.
Oh yeah.
In December 2025, Netflix released season 3 of their show.
I wish my little Buddha would hold this incense.
Touch. This show centers around the
It'd be so
founder
much
and
cooler.
CEO of Golden Auctions, Ken Golden. And in episode 3 of season 3, Logan Paul agreed to sell his PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator.
It's such a bad idea. It's gonna poke somebody in the eye, but it looks cool.
It is the grail of the number one popular franchise in the world, Pokemon.
Oh, I bet.
Like it's the
From what did you say, 4 grams of mushrooms? Man, that was that recent. 4 grams of mushrooms used to not be so bad, but like we used to eat. Me and MC Frosty. I think you know who he is. He used to eat quarter ounces of mushrooms on stream all the time. Oh yeah, yeah.
So it didn't make sense that Logan Paul could then go and auction it off without their consent. This is the inciting
That's what my extreme acid trip was like. Ooh. Yeah, that would be pretty intense. I read a lot about the psilocybin extract. My buddy was on that stuff the other day. He kept zoning out a lot.
Illustrator was previously listed on Liquid Marketplace, which users could purchase tokens that, according to the company, represented fractional ownership interests in the card. This is such a misleading statement, because while the company did say tokens represent fractional ownership, it wasn't just the company. It was Logan himself as a co-founder.
As a co-founder of Liquid Marketplace, I believe we're
on, but using the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
To send the card to auction. Received confirmation that the buyout vote had ended. These are 2 different mechanics.
Your asset has been bought out.
Botbricks, 14,674. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Ho ho. Botbricks made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful of plunder and
Dragon Link or Big Hot Flaming Pots. You finally get the bonus, you get into the hold and spin, you're almost there. You need 15 of those orbs to get that grand.
This guy understands these machines, apparently.
Squares is blank. Why does this phenomenon occur? And does that mean that you're not getting the grand? If you're new here, my name's Brantley. I'm a former slot technician, and I've worked for years inside of the gaming industry in various different aspects, including with game design. And on this channel, we do information. We do slot play with a technical approach. I really appreciate it if you hit that like button, and most importantly, subscribe and check out our video library. But in today's video, we're going to talk about this phenomenon. We're going to play some games with hold and spins, see if we can get it to happen, and I'm going to explain a lot of aspects of why games do this, and of course answer that question, does it mean that you're not getting the grand jackpot? Okay, so we're going to
You know what's awesome? My son loves the tubes that pre-rolls come in once they're like empty. It's not cool though, because sometimes he steals them when they're full. And I gotta look for them. Or ask him where they are. Did you steal Dad's weed? No. Did you steal one of these tubes? Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, thank God. We're going to answer in today's video, but let's move on to some play, and I'll explain kind of as we go along. We'll see if we can get it to happen. We're going to play a bunch of different hold and spin games today. So let's go on, let's play some games, and we'll be right back to answer those questions.
Alright guys, so let's get started. Let's see if we can trigger one of those hold and spins and see if we can get lucky and get down to the last square. This is Golden Century Dragon Cash version, and we're going to put it on, let's put it on the 10-cent level. Now, really quickly, so the minimum bet on this is going to be $5 a spin. We have a little over 1,100 in here.
He's got about, oh, I don't know, a couple hundred pre-roll tubes spun out across the stairs right now.
So let's go ahead, $15 a spin, see if we can get lucky. That's our wild symbol right there.
It looks crazy, honestly. It looks like somebody with a serious weed addiction just couldn't control themselves on the stairs somehow.
Kind of going over why this feature does what it does, what it means, and all of that. There we go, $18 for that. But one thing I will say is with Dragon Link, the games are designed differently. So for example, Golden Century has a completely different map layout than say Happy and Prosperous.
All I want to know is, do these things really pay out more if you're putting in more money? I know they don't hit better. You get a better payout with a higher put in, or whatever, higher deposit, higher bet.
We want to try to trigger that hold and spin and get in there so we can try to see this happen. We'll bounce around our bet levels too. And then of course we're going to get into later talking about, does your bet size matter? So on dollar level, minimum bet on this machine is $50 a spin because it's the 50th.
Yeah, you get bonuses. You get like an extra 2% or something.
So that's going to go by pretty quick unless we can get that. Oh man, needed those balls there. I'll play this down just on a couple spins here. Oh, two more.
How am I supposed to clear out this
Oh, come on, flags.
bowl when there's no bowl?
Video, so I hope you do stick around.
There's no down stem for this thing?
Alright, we're going down too quickly here.
Or, well, it is a down stem, that's all it is? I don't know. It's a stationary bowl. I almost want to not have water in it.
Obviously on this game, oh man, your mini and your minor change with your bet amount, or change with your denom, and then major and grands, of course those stay the same. Hopefully we can get something here, come on. Man, we're not having any luck with this one here. We are going to play a couple different versions today. The goal is to try to get that hold and spin to pop up here for us. Might not have any luck getting this hold and spin.
Call that dirty water shit.
Still very difficult to get.
I'm not Eric.
Flag? Oh, it was right there. Man, oh man. Alright, come on, flags. Oh, two flags. Balls, balls, balls. Alright, well, we got some nines for $20.
Woo! That was almost my eye.
Alright, Golden Century. Let's kick it into gear. Let's try to get one of those hold and spins here. Come on, hold and spin. We need 6 of those orbs. Come on. There's one. There's 2. Now there's not 4 more to go with it, though. Come on, Dragon Link. Let's see it. There's some kings. That's a little help. Oh man, there's that miner. $1,250 miner. Too bad we didn't have 4 friends to go with it.
So I wonder what the church is supposed to do about this Ethiopian Bible business.
This one's being kind of crummy for us right now.
There's no lock that's unpickable. Do you see this thing though? This like snake key? It is so crazy.
So we'll finish this out here.
I'd like to see him lock pick that one.
Come on, flag. Man, oh man.
Or Bosnian Bill. Any of those lock picker dudes.
Man, not a single bonus on this one so far. What is up with that? not wanting to cooperate with us today. 3 more. Do it. Man, oh man.
My buddy's got one of these. He brought it over here. He's like, I'll tell you something. He's like, you don't even need this cylinder thing.
We only have a couple more spins left. Let's go back to that 10 cent. 15 bucks a spin. Round it out with 10 cent.
He's like, you slide it in, and then you push these little pins up.
Toolboxes, and yeah, even Harley Davidsons. So maybe you really want that bag of Doritos, or maybe your neighbor's on vacation and you want to take his bike for a ride.
Yeah.
Stick the tool in the lock, push down, rock it back and forth a few times. What this does is when the pins inside the lock bind, them little fingers move, and basically replicate the key.
Yeah.
So whether it be the bike or the Doritos, pick a felony. This lock picking tool.
Wild, right?
Cracked. What this is a tubular lock impressioning tool. It's used to bypass about 99% of most tubular locks. You can find these locks on vending machines, boxes, and yeah, even Harley Davidsons. So maybe you really want that bag of Doritos, or maybe your neighbor's on vacation and you want to take his bike for a ride.
Unsecure Steve.
Stick the tool in the lock, push down, rock it back and forth a few times. What this does is when the pins inside the lock bind, them little fingers move, and basically replicate the key. So whether it be the bike or the Doritos, pick a felony.
I think those are pretty sick. What is this? Oh, he's marking off where they are. Oh, oh, oh. You see that piece fall out? It's honestly one of the most satisfying feelings. My buddy just learned how to pick locks and he's like super excited about it. It's like, man, I've been telling you for years, bro. You gotta learn how to do it because it's crazy. This looks like the same thing that guy was just using.
Hello again, it's Lock Noob, and here we have something I've wanted to play with for ages, ever since I first saw it.
Oh, it's essentially the same, but it's not.
A Pro Decoder Topolino, I believe, and this is for the ISO R6 R6 Plus. So this is a self-impressioning tool, and just look at a media which can give in response to a binding pin. In this case, these are, I'm guessing, wire EDM. Cut like zigzag mini spring slider things. Essentially, you can just see how fine the engineering is here.
Oh, it gets like crunched.
Pieces of metal, these springs, probably about less than half a millimeter in depth, and they run on these tracks. I think you've got to be very careful with a tool like this, being such precision engineered. So the reason you have this reset tool is because when you want to pick a lock, you need to reset those little springs. And if I push that down, you'll see that those holes align with where those little, I'm going to call them springs, sliders, if you like, are. Now, with the hex tool, what you can do is you can just go along and just click, can you hear?
I've seen this before.
These little springs back down into place.
Yeah. It opens everything. I've heard about these pics. Well, that was banging. I kind of want to try one of these things. Why that? Oh, it's a tension bar. Oh, it's not faster. It's not much slower though. It's slow enough that if somebody walked up to your door and was doing it, you'd know.
Today I'm gonna prove a lot of you haters wrong. And show you how much it can handle. So you can't let shit be. We're gonna quickly bypass these. There's just no way you're.
The McNally poke. Oh, he's gonna. No. Ha 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 ha. With a beer can. Ha 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 ha.
And show you how much it can handle. So you can't let shit be. We're gonna quickly bypass these. There's just no way.
That's so funny. Oh, let's introduce it to the McNally officially. He said, "That's hilarious." This guy just pops cans of beer cans. That's all, or locks of beer cans. Good.
Yo, bros, I'm chilling outside right now. Bro, this Sunset Batter play.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Bro, you found.
Lame. Just do something cool so I don't have to pay attention to it anymore. This guy's hacking slot machines. Oh wait, I don't want them to think we're gambling, yo. That's fucked up. Why does this guy do this shit? And what the hell did that guy draw? Joker face? Oh, okay. Oh no! It's Sal. Ah! What? Wild. Wild. Shut up.
How much do you think you gambled in total?
God only knows how much.
Uh, wild. That's fucking crazy.
Back in it goes. Still not sure if I did it right. My bathtub drain was a disaster. I figured this would be a simple twist. There once was a truck with an ugly frame. Its angle sharp and it looks so lame. The people wondered who's to blame. The man who goes to Mars.
The load condition has changed.
The smartest designs aren't the most complex ones. They're the ones people can understand at a glance.
Yo, check this out.
Oh wow. Hey? What is that guy?
Check this out.
You see him? Wild, hey? Wow.
Yo, check this out.
You owe me or something? Yao me? Play an Egyptian song to see how my cat reacts to it? Why would it ever like that? Like, why does my cat hate Egypt?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
What's this guy trying to make?
Please don't scroll.
So,
I'm
it's a
just
heart?
trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
One day. How do you think? What do you feel about content creators? Do you like them? Huh? You're not even answering
Please
me.
don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content
I
creator
love
one
you,
day,
buddy.
but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
You're hilarious, bro. I don't blame them, okay?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Here you go, sir. Where do you want to go?
Please don't scroll.
Whoa,
I'm
you
just
know
trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Thank you, man. I'm gonna give you another hug. You are the best kid ever. Oh, I love you, man. Thank you.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day.
You have no idea how much it means to me that you ate it. Well, maybe you do now.
Please subscribe.
I mean, I told you a couple times, but thanks, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. What an awesome kid. It's hard to believe some people just give up and stop trying to care about their kids. It's like, I'll wait till they're an adult. I'll wait. What a fucking... Oh. What a wild choice. I don't think I could do it. Team what? What the hell is Team Crazy? Is that really some kid's voice? Tiki Taka. Why would they even make that thing? Is it from a show? Seafoam. What the hell is seafoam? Why is this guy pouring it in his engine? Does it work? I don't know. His engine doesn't look like it's running anymore. Is it supposed to break the engine? Looks like it works. Riots, riots. Alright, so what we got going on in the world today? Nothing. Nothing. Minneapolis, Minneapolis. Nobody in LA is awake and fighting yet, or what? All out war with Iran. Who's Buldo and why is he rage baiting? Oh, it's Noodles. Holy shit.
I'm not gonna get out of my corner.
Wow, these guys are so deaf and dumb. The government is out here, the government in Canada is out here holding a fucking vote for Pierre Poilievre, whatever his name is, in the middle of this election bullshit, this Alberta's leaving shit. Hey. Hey, is Eric in this video a spider monkey? That is so funny. Ordinarily, he's not as cute as a spider monkey. I'm not gonna lie. Oh no! No! Don't do it. Lonely Girl TV. Girl, don't do it. Not on the Ozempic. God.
Which was, if people have been following my journey, it was in October, I got on tirzepatide. Now, I went from 220 pounds to 207 in about 1 month. Even
Wow.
while I was eating food, I was eating. Like, guys, I was eating. Back in, when I was on tirzepatide, this recent time I lost weight, I was eating. I was eating cakes, I was eating junk food, I was going to KFC
Oh my God.
every day. I want you guys to hear me out seriously. Hopefully, I know I'm seeing a lot of trolls, but I want you guys to really hear me out. I was eating KFC in the morning. I mean, granted, I was staying within, the caloric deficit, obviously, because I was, but I was eating KFC. That was my thing. This time around, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. We're not playing around. We're not playing games. Either you lose weight, either you get on this injection and you lose weight, or you just don't just stay fat. Keep getting fatter. We're not doing that. I'm not playing games. I'm not now I will continue. I try to be honest and transparent as much as I possibly can. I will continue making content, if you know what I mean, because obviously I'm gonna be a fat girl for a long time. I will even be a fat girl even when I get to my goal weight, which is 180-ish pounds. So I'm gonna continue with the belly videos, the fat fetish content. It's just that I'm gonna get smaller because I just want to. Okay, I just want to. I want to get into the 180 range. I'm gonna continue doing content. Okay. Another thing I want to say is that I am going to stay on this medication for the rest of my life if I have to. If I have to stay on it for the rest of my life, I am going to do it.
That's right.
Okay.
That girl.
I'm going to stay on this medication for the rest of my life.
It's gotta be life or death, man.
Because one thing about this meds, no, I'm not 180.
Whoa. What are cops doing? They're rolling around like cartel, yo.
So I'm trying to get to 189 or 188. Whatever I have to get to. I want to get into the 180s range, okay? I haven't been in the 180s range in a long time. So I'm 209 and 5'4". If I can get into the 180s, that's a milestone for me.
Whoa, really?
So, yeah, that's what we're trying to get to. 208 today.
Not gonna lie, she looks crazy good for that weight and that height.
That is what I'm trying to get to today. And if you're that type of person that says that, oh my God, you're really big. I just looked at my body in the mirror. It's really nice. I'm not debating that with you guys, whether I have a nice body or
Atta girl.
I'm not. Me personally, you can call me delusional. I think I look really good. As of right now, I just looked at myself in the mirror. The only thing is my belly is a little bit big, a lot of it big. But
Haha, she uses my word.
It's gonna go down. I look really,
A lot of it.
wonderful. You can disagree with me all. I don't care. You cannot convince me that I am not one of the most beautiful things to have ever existed. Okay, I just looked at myself in the mirror. I took some videos. I'll upload them on YouTube.
That's crazy. She's like, I'm one of the most beautiful creatures ever.
You can't make me. Now, I don't know if I'll go below. I don't think I'm gonna go below 180s because I have been below 180s before and I lose my clothes. I no longer have boobs. I no longer have a And you see, and so people are saying Natalie Portman and Jessica Alba. Let me just.
It's crazy that you gotta go that far. He's another lockpicker guy. He's really good. I think he's better than lockpicking lawyer. He does like challenges where people send him like obfuscated locks and shit, so he can't tell what he's picking and shit, and he still has to pick them. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's really funny they would bring up Natalie Portman. Be like, bitch, compare yourself to Natalie Portman. Like, oh, that's insane that you'd pick Natalie Portman.
Extremely beautiful. You can say that, but also be like, oh no, I don't want to look like her. There's no way. And I'm not gonna say why. And I know who's in here. I know the type of people that are on YouTube right now. I'm not talking to TikTok. I know who you guys are, by the way. I'm gonna cut it off. Actually, I'm not gonna. I'm trying not to be mean. I know who you guys are. I know what you are. I'm not gonna say.
IP2?
But you know who you are.
Good girl.
You know it.
You know we know.
I started getting Natalie Portman. You know who you are. I won't say it. It starts with a W.
Mm.
Nah, I'm not.
A W.
Cut off TikTok in a second, because I don't want to. I don't want to look like the white woman. I don't want to look like the white woman. You guys can just get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to look like the white woman. Yes, according to the white man, yes, I'm big. I don't, but I'm not in your little circle. I'm not in your little circle. I'm not in your little. I don't care if I'm not black. I'm not in black people's circle either. I don't care. I'm not in black. I'm definitely not in white people's circle. Okay.
What does that even mean?
I'm definitely not in white people's circle.
Seafoam is great, is it?
So if
you must be behind a minute, or I must be.
I have nothing against white people. I have nothing against white people. I don't even care about anything that's going on politically. But I understand that a lot of you guys come in here and say, you're big, you're this, oh, Jessica Alba, sweetheart, no. This is not a page for you. You don't have to come in here. This is not a place for you, white people. I'm not even attracted to white guys. So what? So what?
Except cops.
So what? White guys are not attracted to me, and I'm not attracted to white guys.
Is that right?
Why are you so upset? I'm not. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I mostly like Latin guys and black guys. I would even go for Asian guys. Honestly, they wouldn't go for me, but I'm into Asian guys too. I'm into those Vietnamese guys, Chinese guys that look fine as fuck. I would go for those guys. The ones that are. I'm not really into white people. I don't have a problem with you. I'm just not. It's not because white people are very, very beautiful. Like Natalie Portman, Brad Pitt. They're some of the most beautiful people in the world. It's not that. It's just that I can't.
I said that's okay. I don't like trans girls anyways. Guys, she's pregnant. Take it easy. Aw, she has to quit now. Fuck this dumb bitch. She's such an asshole. Every time she comes live, she's insulting people. She doesn't even know we're IP2 anymore. She's just like, there's somebody believe me. Okay, let's see. How we doing, Dance Monk? 140. I don't know if that's better or not. Lonely Moron TV is gone. What's up, little guy? Az says good morning. Hey? You say hi? Hi. That's better. Thank you. Oh. Hey.
Have I done that? So, hope that makes sense. Here we go.
What the fuck? Okay. That's definitely not the same tech tone that comes in here. Shut up. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's believable.
How do you seal pressurized water pipes without modern welding?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Lead pipes carrying 100 plus psi of pressure.
Yep.
One leak and the system failed. Modern plumbers used threaded connections, none of which Romans had. Their solution was ingenious. They hammered one pipe end wider, slid the next pipe inside with a 6-inch overlap, then poured molten lead into the gap. The overlap created a compression joint. Pressure actually strengthened the seal. Water pushing outward compressed the pipes tighter together. Romans laid thousands of miles of these pipes under cities. No leaks.
So the pressure.
Lead and physics that made pressurized.
The pressure sealed the.
Before modern fittings existed.
That's cool.
How do you seal pressurized water pipes without modern welding? Romans needed to transport water through
with lead
pipes carrying 100.
Oh, lead pipes. So
pressure. One leak and the system failed. Modern plumbers used threaded connections, none of which Romans had. Their solution was ingenious. They hammered one pipe end wider, slid the next pipe inside with a 6-inch overlap, then poured molten lead into the gap. The overlap created a.
Oh my god.
Pressure actually strengthened the seal. Water pushing outward compressed the pipes.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Romans laid thousands of miles of.
Do you really? Oh my god.
No leaks, just lead.
Just as drain pipes, right? There's no, you don't have lead for like water, like for drinking water. Oh man. That's fucking scary. If you, okay. Oh, that's terrifying. Are they nickel plated or something on the inside? How do they? That's crazy. Oh.
The overlap created a compression joint. Pressure actually strengthened the seal. Water pushing outward compressed the pipes tighter together. Romans laid thousands of miles of these pipes.
Straight poison, Az.
No.
That's right, buddy. That's right, old man. Oh, I love that old guy.
70s, 80s, 90s. Okay, so it's 70, 78 through 91. Could be anything or nothing.
Oh. Oh. Well, that's kind of cool. There's a ring. Get it.
Very nice there.
Some dude's ring. It's like a Super Bowl ring.
Oh my goodness, dude.
That's a fat ass ring. Oh, it's a class ring, close enough to a Super Bowl ring. Must be one of them shits. Now he's gonna have a sliced banana. Woo.
You know, she has some problems for sure, but I think it's important to just. She's also ugly. You know, she has some problems for sure.
Why can't things just be... Look, another time. Oh, everybody's so funny. Well, how did I end up not on your video here? This is so stupid. This idiot's not even live anymore. $156 viewers though. He thinks she was. Holy shit. Why isn't she? Fake boobs. Haha. Haha. Idiot. Here's your strategy. I don't care about your music, dummy. I can't watch slot machines.
If I told you.
Yes! This is what we need. Okay, wait, wrong channel. Ah, come on. I need to copy the link.
What if I told you that the Egyptians were trying to give you...
Okay. You was... wait, let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what you said. Isn't it? Or is it like an intentional coding? Right? Shit.
What if I told you?
Crossing the street, you're more than welcome to cross to behind the barricade. Okay, so I can cross, go over there, stand, cross, come over here. Correct. Okay.
Is it a border or what is this?
Never heard that before, but hey, whatever. Willfully not upholding the same Minnesota law.
Bosier? Haha.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Now fucking protect residents, not Nazis. Crossing. I'm gonna expect you to respond the second they pull up without a plate or physically notice it's illegal. Respond to that, you fucking asshole.
This guy's pouring alcohol on Lego. What a weirdo. There we go. Now we got some serious shit going down. Flush it all as you can be a hater or a heater. Ty, do you want to be a hater or a heater?
Hater?
Right on. Hater it is. I'm with you.
From that. If my beef was easily shared, more people would be around, but it's not. Fuck me. I'm not, my subway is not up there for everybody to look at. I'm not desirable. I know, Jen, it's crazy, but this is the most satisfying Sunday ever. Sunday, first of the month. I found that out. Evie, is that a lot of people have, like, I don't know, like the other females that are part of the community, like you can just easily, like, and that's not like, that wasn't a career. That wasn't a career like being a stripper or anything, or a fucking actually getting paid for it. That's just
Excuse me.
Slinging it around a fucking poor Discord, man. You're not even gonna get paid. You're just gonna show it to everybody without getting paid. At least I had more goddamn common sense than that. I may not have got rich off of it, but at least I wasn't just throwing it around for free. Jesus. To a bunch of completely low value men. God damn, we gotta do better. We gotta do better. It is lots of that out here because I've seen a lot of them. And I don't want to and I didn't ask for them. But there's guys that got them saved like Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
I end up seeing them. I don't talk to that person anymore. By the way, that was like years ago. But I'm just saying, there are men out there that have them saved like fucking Pokemon cards. They are. Exactly. Maybe it doesn't though. Because it seems like there's still a never-ending supply of simps for these women that...
Yeah, that's really wild.
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they're still valuable regardless because they still got a never-ending line of simps even though everybody's already seen it.
That is a wild point.
There's nothing left to the imagination, but it doesn't matter. There's a million other vaginas out there.
For real.
It's that specific one. What is the, like, hyper-focus on one specific vagina? I don't understand that. Because I can go ahead and get attached to a dick, and that is fine, but, like, I would never, like, get that hung up over it. Like, you get so hung up over it that you're just unwilling to walk away from it? How?
Oh. I don't know how.
God damn, dude. It's not the fucking holy grail, bro. It's a pussy. It's not the holy grail, it's a pussy. There's billions. Not even just millions, but billions. God damn. It's just a pussy. It's just a dick. You get like hyper focused though when you're compartmentalized, you know what I mean?
Yes.
There's only this certain compartment of vaginas that you're looking at that you feel like you only have to pick from that little tiny selection.
Yeah.
It's not inherently true at all.
Yeah, that.
Human
You're probably right.
just abundantly available in the world.
It's like a.
I don't know. Is it better to just throw it out there? Is it better to just fucking throw it out there so the mystery's over? Pull the curtains apart? Is it better to just pull the curtains apart?
Ew.
Jesus Christ.
No, it's not.
Obviously not damaging to your brand at all because everybody who's been overshared is still doing fine. Still has people
I can't
lined up,
see
doesn't matter.
that curtain stuff.
Because if it mattered, then the OnlyFans girls wouldn't be making millions and millions of dollars. If somebody just got sick of seeing a pussy one time, then they wouldn't be making millions. So maybe you can show it as much as you want every single day, maybe, and people will never get tired of it.
Yo, ass.
The never-ending story. It's a vagina, except it's a vagina. God damn it. Hello, good morning, as was taken. I'm sorry that you came to this stream at such an unfortunate time.
No, this is.
But I guess, like,
Az knew what was up.
5% of the time I'm talking about something fucking sexual and stupid anyway. I don't know what that is. It's just low like humor. Low IQ humor is my favorite. Low IQ people are my favorite. Low IQ humor is my favorite.
Like dad jokes?
Oh, there's some stinky conversations going on, and then fucking the sworn sim's gonna come in here and be like, this is why nobody values women. Because they talk about sperm for an hour straight. You've been here for fucking 6 years. What do you mean nobody values women? You literally value this stream more than you value even improving your own life. You've been overvaluing me for the last 6 years. You want to see the newest one? You want to see the newest sperm I completed?
Yes.
It's actually not a complete
Yes.
We're going to be drawing his ass buddy Fauci real close to him. Look at
Oh my god.
fucking back sticking straight out of his blade.
That is amazing.
Look, he's necking. With his own tail. Dangle, dangle, dangle,
Dude.
Sooner than later, we hope. Sooner than later, we hope. Fucking idiot. I'm gonna draw Fauci on their co-necking with their fucking nasty fucking sperm ball. Murderers.
That's so wild.
You know, it's just fucking stinky streamers we gotta direct our anger at when there's fucking actual straight trash like that that exists and inhabits the planet. Okay. Good priorities. That's some good priorities. Those are my fucking stinky targets right there. Those sperms. I do want to make a gallery. I should make a gallery of sperms. I wish I was a fucking in LA, dude. If I was in LA, they would take a gallery of sperms instantly.
Oh yeah.
You know they would. That's weird. And stinky. I feel like LA is
Not in Portland?
I've seen such shit art in galleries before, dude. I mean, there is definitely good art in galleries, but I've seen real shit art in galleries before. I've always thought about that. I'm like, dude, art here is, some of it is not even that good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Portland, maybe. Maybe Portland. It's so scary. I don't really want to be going to Portland.
Yeah, good point.
I don't really want to be going to
You got a phone? Email?
Maybe Eugene. Eugene's safe.
You don't even need to go there.
Eugene's pretty fucking libtardy. Fucking sexually open. Hippie-ish. They might dig some sperms in Eugene. Eugene would be safer. Eugene's the college town. I bet the college kids would fucking like some sperms.
Oh, would yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yes, I do. I don't think I can put it anywhere on here. I don't really want to put it anywhere. I think aren't you on Instagram though? I could Instagram
Yeah.
you. Because
Insta.
I can't put anything on here without fucking one of the stinky sperms looking at it. One of the stinky sperms has to be like last time we were live for fucking hours and hours and hours. There was nobody. It was at the end, and it was me and Laura. We were talking about shit, and then fucking stinky sperms like, you guys dox yourselves and then cry about it later. I'm like, you are a fucking weird criminal.
No doubt.
Psychopath. Because people that are normal don't care if people dox themselves or talk about their lives or where they live. Because they're not fucking psychopaths. You're saying everything about yourself. We're talking about our lives and things we've done and our families and happiness and love, and you're like, you're doxing.
Oh no.
Nobody cares but you fucking weird bitch. We should be allowed to talk about whatever we want without weird stalking sperms fucking lingering around the toilet bowl. We shouldn't have to put up with that. You should be in a padded room with fucking locked supervision. It's fucking gross, bro. There's just like, I get accused of mental illness when I can actually admit mine. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not the one sitting around like a fucking stinky villain from a cartoon waiting for somebody to drop a nugget of information because I'm so fucking desperate and sad.
Aw.
Bitch.
That is sad.
Damn, how fucking disgusting do you have to be that fucking pathetic? level of fucking, like, pure miserable desperation coupled with the undying will to live. It's mind-boggling. It's like you're that much of a fucking depraved, scumbag, mentally ill piece of shit, but you're still too much of a fucking coward to just dangle. The human drive to survive, our survival instinct is disappointing sometimes.
It is.
And people like that shouldn't be able to fight against their instincts, be able to fight against their instincts and literally just dangle.
That's so funny.
The horrors persist.
They do.
They say the horrors persist, that's what they're talking about. I don't have to persist because I actually have things to live for. That is persistent. That is a horror that is persistent. For no reason. Other than to be fucking an atrocity.
I'm dying.
The hell planet. Those are the
Real.
things that are scripted into this hell planet.
Real.
They fucking life stinky for everybody else. It's crazy. They won't ever neck. We're the ones that are always fucking thinking about it because we're not actually close to this scum.
Yep. Sounds like somebody's.
I get real tired of stinky sperms, though I do. That's for goddamn sure. But there's also good thing in the world, good things in the world to balance it out with. I was thinking this morning. Like,
Oh, look how dirty the snow is.
Other people who don't wake up in the morning. And
You okay?
It's not really doom scrolling, but scrolling and finding things to happy cry about.
Oh man. My mom.
Scrolling, hope scrolling. That's what I do. When I wake up, I try to hope scroll a little bit, find stuff that makes me happy to cry about, to make me not want to dangle. I think if people tried to do that, they'd be a lot less fucking stinky during the day. Because there are really good actual things that do happen sometimes. And, oh, here's a good bit of news that coral reefs that got fucking overheated and bleached out in 2023 around Florida
Yep.
just had a fucking spawn, successful spawn for the first time since they bleached.
Nice.
So they're still sperming.
Woo!
So coral reefs are coming back. Some whales in certain places are making comebacks without being hunted so much. They have fucking fungus that can start eating plastic, so eventually the plastic thing should probably be fixed and solved.
That kid was smart, man.
There is good things. There is good things that happen. Exactly. Phoebe, I know, and that's what I say every time, is that I feel like a lot of us that have been raised in chaotic environments are comforted in chaotic environments, but we don't have to be. Because at some point, we change into the comfort that we needed in chaotic environments. You know what I mean? Like, you go from embracing the chaos to wanting to be like the person that did what you needed when the environment was chaotic. That's what I try to do for my kid. My youngest one, because I fucking was too young when I had my older ones and did not have the level of patience I have now. But my youngest one, like, I always like to think about what I needed in that situation when I was little that I didn't get, and mostly it was hugs. So that's important. Or just kind words. Literally, hugs and kind words go so far. Sometimes when people just say kind words to me, it completely makes me not want to neck. I don't know if people understand that, but like a lot of people are walking around with like just barely anything left in their fucking tank because the world fucking drains it.
What was that?
And then somebody just being slightly nice can make your whole entire day completely different. So, yeah, dude, they find all sorts of crazy shit. Like, oh yeah, the giant reservoir of water that they found underneath Cali and Oregon, like in the northern Cali and stuff, to where there's just like fucking massive, crazy abundance of water. And the fact that I know that this permaculture method, this guy that I like, that teaches college courses here, he has a way to basically reforest that restores the water table. So even in places like India and the desert, like Iran, Iraq, India, Syria, any of those, Africa, you can replant things, and if you replant enough things and make rainwater catch, you can literally restore the water table. So that's nice, positive news too, is that that's possible.
water table, but you can make an overabundance of water if you just repair the landscape and catch all the rainwater that drains away. Permaculture's rad. I love permaculture. I could talk about it for the rest of my life. But most of the fucking dumbasses that are in the industry, the permaculture industry, are fucking uppity, entitled, fucking rich, fucking snooty cunts. They're snooty cunts. And I've tried to like kind of go like move out into like networking with some permaculture people because that's like my other thing that I do.
Oh yeah.
And I just find them to be insufferable. I've only ever found a couple of people that I thought were actually chill and cool that were doing that.
Huh.
Most of them are like trust fund kid, fucking yuppies, and I don't like it.
I know a guy.
Yeah, it is really easy to fucking create a whole like little homestead when your fucking parents gave you millions of dollars to fucking blow. It is easy to fucking, you know, live in your van, make a converted fucking home, tiny home van when you have fucking millions of dollars from your fucking inheritance and your rich ass family. That's what most of it is. So it pisses me off, and I don't like those motherfuckers for that. Just saying. I don't fit in with all that. I'm not a fucking trust fund kid. I don't have a silver spoon sticking out of my asshole.
He's poor though.
That kind of pisses me off. Wouldn't it be nice though? Wouldn't it be nice if I could just, you know, go get some, I'm gonna go get some lumber this weekend and build myself some nice raised beds in the back. I'm gonna go get some plastic so I can cover my greenhouse. I'm gonna go get some wood so I can make shelves for them. I'm gonna go get a splitter for the hoses and get some soaker hoses so I can actually have some irrigation here, you know. All of that shit, all of it fucking costs money, bro. Like, you can't, I can't pull this shit out of my ass. Like, everybody else can, and then they get fucking millions of views on their permaculture channel because they can instantly set it up, and it's instantly fucking, yeah, it's because they were rich to begin with. They were rich to begin with.
Exactly.
That's why it looks like that. That's why they have fucking nice built chicken coop and fucking fencing around their whole property and fucking all of this shit. That's why they have fucking kombucha making equipment and fucking juicers and dehydrators and fucking all of this shit. All of this shit is expensive. Like, trust fund kids get it all my canning supplies. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, all of this shit it's crazy. Normal people don't have access to this shit.
Yep.
Normal people don't have access to this shit. So, like, I get it. I get why most people aren't really into it because the fucking, it looks like the setup cost is real high. And it is. If you want people to, like, think that you're actually doing something right off the bat, you have to be a trust fund kid, basically. I can't buy. Yeah, exactly, pallets. I've literally hauled fucking, I cannot even imagine how many loads of rocks here from everywhere. I've hauled sand, I've hauled clay, I've hauled my neighbor's leaves, I fucking took what little money we had left over from buying our house and bought fruit trees to put in here, and that was it. That was it. That was it. I don't know. So, you know, like, last year I got fruit and vegetable seeds donated to me. I got veggie seeds donated, so, and the soil and shit, that was all fucking, like, that was all donated shit, so. I have a greenhouse this year, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to set it up.
Aww.
Like I want to grow weed, and I would have to get really big fabric bags. I need fucking to be side hustling. Me and him need a side hustle. Like, that's it. Me and him got a side hustle somehow, and we've been talking about it. Just get some sort of other hustle going on so that I can fucking, really, like, put money into my project, you know, because I can't right now. Right now, we're just, like, floating, but, like, I would like to be able to invest in things, too, for my stream, too.
Let's tell Acid.
I'd like to be able to invest in a little fucking thing that I can set my camera up on so it can look at my drawing and see my face. I'd rather people be able to look at what I'm drawing in my face when I'm actually drawing. You know? I'd like to invest a little bit, get better art supplies. Not really like a lot better, but just like nice colored pencils, nice fucking watercolors. I want to fuck with watercolors so bad. Maybe I'll fuck with watercolor a little bit, just sacrifice one of my papers and see how much water it can hold. Because I really, really want to fuck with watercolors. I was watching this thing and I was so hyped about it. I love the way that watercolor looks. I really like not fuck with it too much, and I went to it. I just like every goddamn art form. I would love to fuck with stained glass, but like I know I would fuck myself up.
Oh, you never done stained glass?
I stabbed my hand. So, I haven't really fucked with the tattooing yet since the last time I did either.
Oh, tattooing's fun.
I could get good at that too. I think I just have to practice. It just is infuriating. The bumpiness of it is infuriating right at the beginning when you're learning how to do it, like because at my stage of drawing, my like ability is. Did I show you the tattooing things that I did? I want to show you the things.
A little bit.
I'm fucking shit, but I still want to show you.
You are all. You're. I love it. Oh yay! As it's so nice having friends that like consider you actually part of their life and not ones that just say it.
Oh yeah, I gotta feed you. You weren't the one getting into shit last night. Like, I did not get this. This is what they got for Christmas.
Okay. Okay.
See, I tried this. I tried the fucking lotus and the moon, but it's so bumpy, bro.
Oh, you got pretty solid lines though.
Like, in the middle, on that middle petal.
Yeah.
Like, a couple of the lines aren't too bad. But it's really hard to get used to. That was the first one that I did.
The way it wiggles.
Yeah, that was literally the first attempt that I ever did. And then I did this one, which I went lighter because this is my tattoo though that I have. So I wanted to like
Oh yeah.
update my tattoo because I
Oh yeah.
and it's supposed to look janky and messy because of the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas bats. But I went too light, see? I didn't fucking put, I was like getting sketched out about blowing it out, so I was going really light.
Oh, you're doing good.
But yeah. Dude,
Was that number?
on the edge, like the edge of the skin, but that's not gonna happen on a real human because there's no edge of the skin.
Yeah, fat. That's right.
It's not an edge where you're gonna like, it just moves. The edge moves.
But
So yeah, I think it looks okay. But yeah, I've been practicing. I want to fix my tattoo though because I have these bats all the way up my side.
Oh.
And they're very, very faded, and I would love to like do it.
once.
But yeah, like the shading it in, filling it in, and it's really hard on here. It stains so much worse than it does
Yeah.
on human skin. On human skin, you can just easily wipe it away. On this, I need to get fucking Vaseline.
Yeah, Vaseline helps.
That's why they said Vaseline, because I was using mineral oil and it was not preventing the fucking ink bleed. And when I wipe it, it's just a fucking disaster and a mess, and I can't see what my shit looks like because it's just a fucking mess, a wiped mess. So it pissed me off. But I mean, I'd rather have too light of a touch than a fucking heavy hand where it's blowing it out.
That's right.
I think mostly, like on this.
You want to do it like a paintbrush.
Ink spilled, that's not a blowout. But see, only a little bit of like too deep on my first one.
Not like a pencil.
It's fake skin. It's for tattooing, fuckface. It's fake skin. I'm practicing tattooing. Fuck up. Try my best. Do it like a paintbrush.
Yeah, you
It's
just.
so hard for me because all I use is a pen.
Oh.
He asked me what my art supplies
You don't want to push.
I literally use fucking a normal ass pen. Walmart. Normal fucking pen. I just prefer these ones because they have that little grippy thing. They're not expensive or anything. They're cheap as fuck. I use normal ass fucking pens for my art. These are my pencils that I have right now.
Just let it go in.
Pressure, yeah, I know, but it has to go. It can't be super light either. If you do it super light, then it doesn't. It's gonna just fade off.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a little bit of pressure, but like because comparatively to what I do on a paper, I am not using pressure at all, especially when I'm shading. Like it's all of my pen is such a light touch that it's nothing like the tattoo because I have to. It feels like pressure.
Oh.
Because
yeah.
I'm really putting so little on the pen to paper. That's the only thing I'm even delicate with. If I do that with the tattoo, like I said, this one I did more light, like I felt like I was doing it really light, like I was trying to be gentle with it, and then the ink didn't really catch.
Okay.
The ink did not catch at all. This one will not though, because this fucking shit is a little it's this little fucking handheld bitch. I know that if I was actually doing it like later on, I would probably not use this.
Let's see.
It's only this big.
Oh no, yeah, that's good.
It's not really like.
Oh yeah.
It's not heavy at all.
That's good. That's good.
It's just like a fucking wireless little light.
The lighter the better, honestly.
But it does make my wrist sore after a while, honestly. I kind of want to fuck with it. I might fuck with it a little bit. That's like a lot of mess though, because the fucking. The ink, it's everywhere, dude. I don't know where my gloves are.
The lighter.
I have black gloves for that purpose. The fucking is so goddamn messy. It does look like a vape right now.
You will.
This literally is a vape. Look at me. This literally is a vape, by the way. This is the vape version of the fucking tattoo gun. It's crazy that this will fucking permanently.
Oh yeah.
Tattoo on somebody.
The first ones.
I don't know. It's cool. It's nice. It's nice to use. Yeah, I know, dude. Because my hand was already, like I told you, I'm so used to this. I'm so used to this that this is fucking feather light. And my touch on the paper is feather light because none of my stuff.
Look, the dollar store ones.
Like even the darkest parts of anything. Look here. This is proof. This is proof. Lori's.
I saw that.
There's literally
You are
not even
so
any,
talented.
not one.
Holy crap!
From her drawing. That's how light my touch is. You know what I mean? Even the darkest parts of where I'm shading on my art, I don't put any pressure on it.
Wow.
A lot of overs. Light going over. My touch is feather light. I'm telling you. The way that you have to do shading like that,
You will give the best fucking tattoos on earth, buddy.
So I sent art to one of my friends, like one of the streamers I knew on here, and he's like, "Bro, I thought that you fucking."
That is amazing.
He's like, "I did not even believe this was real." He's like, when I flipped it over and there's no pen pressure, that's like not, there's no indent on the back of the paper.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck do you do that?
That's crazy.
I'm like, bro, it's called.
I can't do it.
It's called. You gotta be very, very gentle. I always have been. My touch is just very sensitive. Like when I'm trimming weed, I get stabbed. I'm not even exaggerating. When I trim weed, I get stabbed by the fucking crystals. My hands are so sensitive.
Little.
It's just that thing, dude. And they're very, like, prone to allergies, too. My friend was laughing at me when I was trimming, and I'm like, this is...
That's hilarious.
No, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is. Bro, you got fucking old leather hands. You've been doing this. Exactly. You've been doing this for a long time. It does stab my hands. Even when it's, like, this kind of weed that I got right now. It's very crystally and very dense. And when I break little dense chunkies off of it,
I can't even feel weed when I touch it.
the stems are really dense. It's just got that fucking dense quality to it, and it feels scratchy and crystally stabby to me if I grab onto it really hard. hands are weak, dude. I have eczema on them too, but it's doing really good right now. It's like the best.
Oh yeah. Oh good.
Barely even there. You can see where it's red though. That's where it's usually just fucking terrible. But right now it's very under control. But like a couple months ago, dude, oh my god, it was fucked up. I've been putting the oil that I made on it. My witchcraft oil. You can't feel weed when you touch it. Yeah, dude, I ordered this shit that was like goat milk, calendula, just like some herbal thing, but definitely unscented.
Okay, yep.
And it's, you know, it coincides a lot with me running out of kimchi. I feel like probiotics has a big role to play with everybody's health and like the inside starts affecting.
I bet that's right.
I need to make fucking kimchi because it's really the only probiotic that I take regularly because if you buy them at the fucking store, they're expensive as fuck. And you can just easily make them at home by fucking fermenting shit in your cupboard. So fuck them. I love kimchi. Kimchi is fucking God's gift.
It's like sour
witchcraft.
Crow.
Fermenting your own
Right?
drinks and making your own medicines and medicinal oils and plant medicines is witchcraft. Full moon.
You ever try that pine shit?
Almost dropped my weed, but I got it. Just like sauerkraut, yeah. It's just got some, I mean, the way that they make it in South Korea is gross to me because they put seafood in it, and I do not put seafood in it.
Ooh.
Vegan version. Instead of using, like, fish fucking
Blah.
sauce or what
Black.
like shrimp and shit in it. Fish. I put soy sauce, liquid aminos,
Ooh.
pineapple juice, green onions.
Liquid aminos.
I don't do all that. I don't do all that seafood shit. I just do like cabbage, onions, garlic, daikon radish I put in mine, and I also put jicama in mine because they're crunchy. So mine ends up really crunchy.
Oops.
I don't like it soggy. Yeah, the liquid aminos taste like soy sauce, but then it's ferment in there for that whole time. You know what I mean? So like a little soy sauce, I would do like 25 to 75. I do like 25 soy sauce, 75 liquid aminos. I fucking love daikon. It's insane. They're kind of spicy, and I just tested a bunch of shit.
You think they're spicy too?
For months. You know, I mean, you don't usually have it for months, but things that will stay crunchy, I like it to be crunchy. I don't like it to just be soggy. The cabbage is kind of soggy. So you got the cabbage, but then if you got daikon and jicama in there, because jicama is like this weird fucking thing. It's like apple potato. Jicama is like apple potato. It's like not sweet. It's bland, but it is like crunchy like an apple. And it is so fucking good in it.
It's like a firm,
Yeah, dude.
a firm
Whenever I
pear.
buy the daikon radish at fucking the grocery store too, it's just not common here, so I'm like, daikon radish. They're not in heavy demand either. The last time I've gone, they've been fucking like rubbery.
Oh, ew.
Flaccid, if you will. Like
Floppy?
rubbery. I'm like, I'm buying your rubbery ass daikon.
That's wacky.
Fucking crunchy, that's the point. Buying your fucking half chub, fucking Viagra needing fucking rubbery ass fucking daikon. I got daikon at home. I'm just kidding. That's shitty. That was stupid.
Ugh.
That was retarded. I keep trying to blow my weed out, and it blows directly back into my window. I might as well just blow it back in the window. It would be fun to like work on the tattoo thing again a little bit. I like that.
I'm sucking.
Maybe it needs to charge. What charger doesn't have? See?
Yeah.
Oh, bitch. Aren't we in fucking...
Yeah, I think everything's USB-C these days.
Dude, that's so convenient. That's fucking convenient as fuck. It's already almost charged anyway. I'm gonna do that. It's not loud either. That's why it's cool to do that tattooing shit when I'm streaming.
Nice.
It's really not even loud. And it's nice to know. I like learning new shit, man. And, you know, the fucking annoying thing about that was that this speaker is the speaker that I got right here, but literally the last speaker that I got that was exactly this exact same speaker was one of the fucking tinier ones. And it just made it so fucking annoying. Just stench is emanating from the street from me. I'm stinky. How fucking dare you of all people to say I stink?
I know, right?
What?
Haha.
That's rich.
Huh.
I know, I was just gonna burn sage too. Dude, it's a full moon, burn your sage. Put your crystals outside. By the way. Where is the... I don't think I grabbed all the crystals. I put some of them out there though. You gotta charge your crystals today. Oh, fuck. Time to go. Let's go put the... I'm gonna run these out real quick. I'm gonna grab some paper towels, grab the mineral oil.
Woo! Let's go.
I don't think I have fucking gloves though, dude. If I don't have gloves, my hands are gonna get trashed.
That's right on.
Fucking black ink hands.
Right on, bro. I totally burn all the money. And it's still not mine.
Oh my god, you're so dumb. You had to spill it, right? Fuck off, you're not doing it. Where's my fucking mineral oil? Isn't it already in here? Huh. Oh, it might be in the back. I think I was doing it in the back room. This candle stinks. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna grab the mineral oil.
Alright.
Oh no, you're not jumping on my mineral oil.
It's a nice room. New York was blowing up. I don't know what happened.
also added to our studios were laid off. Steven also sent out.
I don't know what that is. What does that say? Police considered what?
Steve. Nope. Oh my god, you're so annoying. You literally can't listen.
Pool.io.
Those are stench.
Ha!
You got into shit all night long, you little fat tummy, and I know you did.
You little fat tummy.
You fucking scammers. W. There's punch holes in my door.
There's not.
I think it's on the other side.
Is there?
Can't see it.
Oh my god.
It's on the other side. This room belonged to a teenager before. Thank you for the confidence, though. There's kind of a little, like, almost half hole in the bottom from a kick, too. Don't give me too much credit.
Hilarious.
I also live in a very dysfunctional situation. You're giving me far too much confidence. At least it's not my punch holes.
Exactly.
There's the improvement. It's not mine. It's the next generation. They're just learning their way. When they own their own house, they will be punching holes into it. Because they'll realize that it costs money. I stopped punching holes in walls after we stopped renting. But there you go. Imagine that.
Oh. For real, buddy.
That's gonna be our hole forever until you fucking figure it out a little bit. Don't just get a move on.
I hate it when people punch holes in walls.
Make somebody else deal with it.
That's so funny.
Doors aren't that much though. And also there's this.
What?
Makeshift fucking
Whoa.
Dexter blood splatter.
Whoa.
On the wall in here. Oh, and then there's a giant hole.
Is everybody okay?
That was not my art, by the way. I did not do the Dexter blood splatter painting. That's not blood, it's just paint.
Okay. That's okay, good. I thought so.
Yeah, everybody's fine. We're all fucking family of artists / autists. So
Nice.
you know how it goes. When you got a family of artists / autists, just change one letter.
Yeah, dude. Oh, man. My walls.
Alright, let's bat. Let's do something to bat.
Yes.
Maybe my fucking thing that I did yesterday that I didn't get to fucking keep because the rain literally fucked it. I'm gonna do that. I'll do a Lunamoth.
Cool.
The rain fucked my Lunamoth chalk art. I'm so glad I took a picture of that chalk art I did yesterday because it's gone.
Oh.
That it was like
Oh, wow.
those Buddhist mandalas that they make that they know that they're just gonna blow away right at the end of it.
Yep.
I was like, dude, as I told my kid yesterday, I'm like, these are very temporary because I bet it's gonna start raining, and it was. It was like very nice yesterday, and we did these beautiful chalk arts, and now they're gone.
Oh, wow.
The transitional nature of everything. That's what's nice though.
And yeah.
This one.
Such a shame to see them go.
Don't be glary. Where's it glary? Little Lunamoth.
Aww.
Moon.
Aww.
Morning glory vine.
Wow, that your chalk is really vibrant.
Yes. don't remember seeing the geese fly over for a while. It's warm though. Yeah, I know. Well, okay. I've learned a lot of techniques though. I've learned a lot of techniques because I watch other people do them. That's what I always do. That's why I was saying I want to fuck with watercolors.
Smart.
Because
Yeah.
to get the chalk really nice, you have to smudge it.
Okay.
That's how I fucked up my hand yesterday.
I won't be doing that.
I'm like, wow, I healed my eczema really well, and then I scratched my hands all over the sidewalks, fucking spreading chalk around and ripped them all open again. Fucking dumbass bitch. Fucking stupid ass bitch. Wait, how many? Was that more or less? Ooh. Yeah. Snow. Yeah, dude. I never get. We haven't gotten any snow this year, and now yesterday it was like it felt like just straight up spring, like it was warm. I was warm in the sun yesterday. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Literally the last day of January, and it was almost 60, and it felt straight up like fucking spring. It's like, what the fuck? I'm hearing the spring peepers already. Honestly, I heard the spring peepers. I was like, why are they this early? It's just so warm already. And it doesn't even matter now, even if it goes into a temporary freeze.
Yeah.
I feel like the window of frogs and tadpoles, like, I feel like they'd still be fine. Because nothing could, like, it would never get to the point where it would solidly deep freeze everything, just fuck them over, you know? Yeah. It has been so fucking warm here. It's crazy. It's crazy. That little, we just had a little tiny cold snap with some frost, and that's why I was taking like little icy pictures, but it's been fucking warm the rest of the time here, and it's been nice. It's been so fucking
You are so cool.
hovering around like late or higher 40s, low 50s, but just raining. That's my favorite.
Aw.
When it's rainy and warm in the winter, I love it so much.
Yeah, I've been praying for rain.
I woke up and it was raining this morning. It was so peaceful. I love it. My cat's hunting. Go to piece of shit. I love it when it's fucking warm and stinky and rainy. It's nice. Alright, I want to draw. I need a reference though. But this shouldn't take too long because I did this yesterday.
Jeez, I can't type.
I want to do the Luna Moth again. I think that's good for a full moon. Not that. Ooh, I like that one. Damn.
Literally one of my...
They do rust like that. And dude, I can just, if it's not, oh, it's okay. You don't have to fucking type perfect if I get what you're saying. As long as it's not fucking completely fucking
Right? Chinese?
unrecognizable gibberish. Oh, I need cap my ink. Fuck my life, I read it. But at least I grabbed stuff to like actually fucking alcohol it down though. I was thinking ahead on that bitch. Obviously, if I was fucking doing a tattoo on him,
Are you-
I would be doing it in fucking stinky condition. Doesn't matter, because it's a piece of fake skin from fucking Buffalo Bill. It's a piece of fake Buffalo Bill skin. We want to be real honest about it. I bet the kids didn't do this. I bet the kids didn't alcohol it.
I have so many.
I need a cap though, I did not grab a new cap. And that's sketchy to put on my bed. That's super sketchy. I need like a better fucking table than this too. It's just another skin cap. Bigger piece of cardboard. I could use as a fucking table. I need something fucking kind of flat. Dude, there's so many people walking by. damn, I want more fake skins, but I don't really like them. And then I was reading that doing it on real skin's real different anyway, so it's just
Yeah, it is. It's different,
I can kind of get that.
but a little similar.
It's definitely not realistic.
You
At least it's something. I don't want to just be going right on a real fucking skin.
old loose skin can wobble like that.
A little similar. Damn. I'm gonna buy nice inks too, but I gotta get good at it.
Yeah,
I
nice.
was thinking about that because Mud was like, dude, don't use that fucking shit ink that came with it to touch your shit up. I'm like, I'm not. Well, you have to hold it though. You're like holding it. This, like, I was making it a habit to hold it, but like on the corner.
Yeah,
I would have to
the edges are crazy.
it down. Like the way that I would have to fucking hold it, like it's like my fingers would almost be in the danger area. The end of it is fucked. So I'm gonna try to do this one less towards the edges. When I do this one right in this time, I'll do it as close to the middle as I can do it.
Good. Nice.
That was crazy.
Good thinking.
But also, you know what my other problem is I was trying to do like really long lines, like just try to keep
Yeah,
it straight
yeah,
for a long
yeah.
time. I can't do that yet. It was way easier when I was just doing keep doing the line like short little instead of fucking because when I womped it I would always bump it. I'm used to drawing, so I feel like I should be good at it, and I wasn't good
I
at
was
it at all.
told to use a stroke
Yep, I'm bad.
about
My first try, that's literally me and everything.
3.
Yep, I wasn't good at it the first time, so I'm bad. Trash. Literally trash at it, suck at life. Me about everything, ever. That I try to do that's new. Every time, literally. That's why I hate getting a new job. I feel like that every time I start a new fucking job. I'm like, well, I'm just bad at it. Never gonna be good at it. I'm so hard on myself, dude. That's the kind of shit people gotta stop doing.
That's good though.
I recognize that shit, and other people do that kind of shit all the time. They don't even like reflect on it.
You don't give up.
Like think about the way we're like abusing ourselves mentally daily.
I mean, you say
We don't have to do that. It's okay. We're alright. I don't have to be good at it the first try.
I do that too.
Right. These expectations. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You get so mad. You're like,
Yeah. Me too. Mhm.
no, I should be able to fucking do it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I always do with my art too. This. I got so mad at this art that I'm working on. It's for Serena. For my deceased friend.
Mhm.
And dude, I was like getting so mad. The last time I was working on it, I'm like, this is looking like shit. This is looking like shit. And I come back to it. I looked at it today. I'm like,
So bright.
I don't even know why I was mad.
Ooh.
It's looking
Oh, that's cool as
great.
shit.
I see where I'm going with it. I don't know why I was mad. It's fine. But the other day when I was working on it, I'm like, it's fucking trash. It looks like shit. I hate it. It's fine. I think you just get that way sometimes.
Yeah, I sure do.
You gotta walk away for a minute. Cool down.
Yeah, walk away
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. It's like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card. That
or
was my
just
favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card.
destroy it.
I think it's cool. It just like when I was working on it, I was like, this is looking like shit. I was getting mad. It just felt like I was like starting to fucking sabotage myself, dude. Getting mad. No.
I draw all over my shit.
Looks like shit. It's garbage. I feel like that so much. I hate that. I hate that behavior. That self-sabotaging fucking bullshit behavior. there. I need a better service.
Is it?
Like a little mini table. That'd be cool if I had like one of those fucking remember the you shake moisture in my room, you nasty bitch from outside?
Oh man.
Gross. You know, like those like fucking TV dinner trays.
Yep.
A little table for my bed.
Yep. Oh hell yeah.
A little TV dinner tray, bed tray, desk. I think that'd be nice. That'd be the perfect size. Hello, Booth. What you doing today? I'm getting ready to practice on tattooing.
So
This
silly.
is my last attempt, and I didn't go deep enough. Silence of the Lambs! Thank you for stopping by. I'm just doing boring, normal things.
Make sure you hit the like button.
So, when I get back to drinking, we'll talk about it. Good to see you. Good to see you, Chad. I said that if somebody doesn't do that when you're eating charcuterie, they're not your friend. If somebody doesn't do the Silence of the Lambs thing with the meat on their face when you're eating food, I don't want to know people like that. I would never be friends with somebody who didn't do that. Just saying. I think you're joyless and humorless if you didn't do that. Just saying. Don't care what that makes me sound like. Fucking ink never goes away. I'm so wasted with that shit when I'm using it too. Does this one have a thing on it? It doesn't. See, that's how you know it's fucking.
Oh, no
Oh,
ball?
it does. I was like, it doesn't have a thingy in it. It doesn't have a fucking little jingler.
Is it?
How cheap.
What is that? What brand is that?
I don't hear it in that one. They
Oh
don't
my
have a
God.
jingler in their own ink. I don't hear one. But I hear one in this one.
It was good for practice.
This one has a jingler. It's got a little fucking thingy in there. I don't know what it is, but it is something.
It's a.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing until like yesterday that they have little jinglers inside the inks. I've never done it. I should use this one. I should use this one because I used the kind that came with it last time. I should try a different kind. I should use a different kind.
Supposed to keep all the
China. We're getting our tattoo ink from China. Is that a good idea?
I wouldn't put it in me.
I think we should be getting our tattoo ink from America.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why the fuck would we be trusting to fucking inject Chinese fucking ink into our skin, dude?
For real.
The fuck? Yeah, fuck that. There has to be American companies that aren't sketchy.
No regulations. Starbright is a good one.
Literally injected into my skin. That's crazy.
Viking, I think.
I would be willing to make people pay a little bit more for shit.
Oh yeah. Oh heck yeah.
Chinese garbage ink. I don't think that's too much to
Yeah. You have to use.
crazy. If I'm gonna order some to touch my shit up with, I am not getting Chinese fucking ink.
No, you want stuff.
I mean, we can't avoid like a lot of things, but we can definitely avoid that. Just shit that you put in your body. That's why, like, when I buy natural medicine, I want to know that
And
it's like, not fucking fucky. I want to know that it's like a wholesome, like, person just making it without fucking creepy motives. Shouldn't that happen? Why is that like the unusual thing now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm not putting poison in myself because nobody gives a fuck and they just sell us poison constantly. That's the fucking hellscape we live in, by the way. That's the hellscape we live in.
It sure is.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, the Buffalo Bill skin doesn't care, so Chinese garbage.
Real.
Fake skin, but I'm not fucking putting no fucking Chinese garbage in any Buffalo skin. Fuck that.
I made that mistake once.
That's crazy. And that makes me think. I bet if you're going in there. I bet they use better, but I don't bet they don't care if it's from China.
Yeah, they sure don't.
I don't know about all that. That's pretty weird.
They will. Oh.
Alright, let me grab a box at the table. That should be alright. Give me a box on top of a box. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna... Why there's a shirt in there? Good job. Open. Little bitch. My cat's gonna fucking escape.
Stay there, kitty.
Oh, I didn't get a fucking cap. I still want to grab a cap.
Ha! Ha!
Stinky little kitten.
And betting scandal sent shockwaves.
It's taking up my whole spot.
The FBI arrested 34 people in connection to two.
I'm not ready. No shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. It seems sketchy as fuck if they're just not caring about what the fuck is being.
Yeah, dude.
But at least this one has a mixie ball. That seems like it's a little bit better than fucking whatever junker came.
Yeah, it does.
I don't even draw this yet. I'm not doing it.
Oh, what a handsome kitty.
I was also not doing a stencil. I don't know how to do that yet, so I was just fucking freehanding my
Oh,
shit
wow.
via, I'm just freehanding it on with a pencil. Once again, I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that on a person.
I did.
Here, so I literally don't want to make a stencil just for something that's like, what's this? I do need to learn how to make stencils, but...
A big help.
Can we not? And you're not laying on that box. That's my work box. You fucking clowns.
Some kind of guide.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a help. I can see how it would make it way easier, but, I mean, I'm going to draw it once anyway to make
I would...
stencil, so I mean, then you don't have to do it again, but I'm not going to do it a million times. I don't know.
If you draw it...
I'll figure that part out after. It's a fucking ink mess on this number.
So, do you know how to make...
So smudgy. I did not do that one, but I did. But I like the fucking, shading you tried to do on that one. That's pretty cool. Alright. Alright, bud. Shut it. Shut your little mustache. How about you shut your little fucking mustache and let me smoke weed and do fucking practice tattoos.
Oh, you might not press hard enough.
I'm not gonna be able to record your cat litter anymore, bitch. I don't have a side hustle
Oh, okay.
But I can erase the pencil on there with, I can erase the pencil.
Okay. Yeah.
The stencil or the outline with the fucking mineral oil.
If you
I try not to fuck up.
draw
I try
a
to do the good line.
stencil
Right on the first time.
in pencil,
It's easier that way.
and then use.
This is called cutting corners. It's called ghetto tattooing with cringe. Cutting corners with cringe. Holy shit, April, how you doing? I haven't seen you in forever. How you doing? Good to see you.
April's a genius too.
I'm trying to learn how to tattoo. So we're gonna call this cutting corners with cringe. Tattoo safety, by the way. Doesn't matter when it's on a Buffalo Bill fake skin. Disgusting. I'll learn, dude. I'll force myself to learn, but I don't know. You know what's crazy is that I get paid like this certain amount for a tattoo idea, and then the tattoo artist gets paid like 5 times the amount.
Oh yeah.
That's where the part of this chain that's pissing me off.
Ah.
If I'm gonna only get paid a third of the amount or less for designing the tattoo, then I want the money for tattooing it.
Real.
I came up with the art. Why don't I get the extra money for doing the fucking shit?
Heck yeah.
I've been designing tattoos for like fucking, dude, it's been like 15 years.
Wow.
It's been like 15 years that I've been designing people's tattoos. So, I mean,
Crazy.
and I never like would have ordered the shit. I never have the capability to order the shit, so I'm glad that they did. Because then it benefits everybody, because me and him can both learn how to do it. Because he's artistic too. So.
I would have taught.
Yeah, dude, I've designed tattoos where the quote that they gave the person was like, he was not looking forward to it. The quote that he got for doing the tattoo was very, very high.
Oh, dude.
Bro, I have like, here, let me grab, let's show my fucking
Or like literally just not do it.
I think that one's actually in my folder. Hold on, let me grab my folder. I think it's in my fucking folder.
Let's get the fuck out of Canada, yo. Fuck Canada.
That's so stupid. I don't fucking know where the fucking notebook is that I put all the good ones in. That's crazy. And I don't think I have it in this stuff.
Huh?
I need to put these away though. They're just like fucking lingering out. Oh, these are all muds.
Excuse me.
Damn. He drew this and I colored it. This is a collab. Stray drew.
Cool.
I told him to do that. I'm like, draw something and let me color it for you. He's a good artist too. He just doesn't do it. He drew this. Nope. Get out of there. No.
Let's see.
He drew this too.
I can't see it. Neat.
Bitch. Yeah. Dude, I literally, that art that I'm telling you that I did for the concept was, it took me so fucking long. I have been selling art at a horrific loss for a very long time. I'm just saying.
Oh, dude.
As far as like, how much time it takes versus how much money I make.
Oh, no kidding. Oh.
I have made horrific losses.
Yeah, you can't.
My grandpa, but I didn't. Salmon, slippery salmon. There's a lot of cool ones in here. I didn't even erase all the fucking scum off of that one. This one, I love this one. One of my Pokemon ones. Oh, there's Ash Ketchum, but South Park.
Aww. Aww.
That was not even the one. Yeah, I know. What's up, Kevin? This one, I love this one. The fucking Pokemon.
Whoa.
Beware holding the love it.
The way you use color is cringe.
Here's art. My favorite ever is Mew. That's why.
Car art.
It's Mew instead of Pokemon. And it lights up. It's actually an LED light.
What? Oh, neat.
Mew's my favorite. Yeah, dude. I think I'm not a fucking. I love when people say I'm shit at art. I'm like, fuck off. This, I love this one. Look at this.
You know damn well you're amazing. I love that one too.
Mimikyu. That shading's fucking hard, dude. That shading up there is hard. Thank you. Yeah, I love taking photographs too. I love taking nature pictures.
Yeah.
Everything is art. You just gotta like look at it like that. This one.
Haha. Ha 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 ha.
The brave little toast.
Brave little moron.
Look at the duck. The hoarder. So fucking stupid. Oh yeah, there's an octopus in there that I didn't show. It's really good too. I fucking love drawing octopus. I've drawn
They're so cool.
this one took a fucking really long time.
Wow.
That one took forever, dude. This one took probably like at least 20 hours. I think it took around 20 hours to draw that.
Yeah, well.
Pokemon are brain rot, true. But they're my generation's brain rot, so. They're my brain rot. They're my preferred type of brain rot. Oh, here's, this is a nice one back in the day. Here's Joe Biden sniffing Wendy Testerberger's hair.
Oh my God.
Sandwich, and then Trump as a giant douche grabbing Carmen's mom's pussy. Grabbing her by the pussy. There's my political poster. Here's your choices, everybody. Child hair sniffing turd sandwich or pussy.
You could send that.
The truth hurts. The
Yeah.
truth really
Yeah, it's
hurts.
Family Guy shithead.
This one is the owl from fucking Secret of Nim. Focus. This is one of my favorite arts I've ever done too. That's a good full moon art for today.
Wow.
The owl when he's swiveling his head around and ripping fucking spider webs off the wall. You want to sniff my hair? Steve. No, it's not. My hair smells good. I put yummy stuff in my hair. My hair smells amazing. I'm not a fucking stinky alcoholic crash out like I used to be that never
Which
washed
one?
my hair. Then I was probably stink back then. But now I'm not disgusting. Oh, there we go. That's old. Trying to learn tarot? You can learn to read tarot. Tarot just... I believe in it. Some people won't believe in it. It either is accurate for you or it isn't. So people can take it or leave it. That's what I tell them. But when I read them, it's usually accurate for me. So... I don't know, dude. Here's a shrimp riding a seahorse. Here's a shrimp riding a seahorse. He's like a little yeehaw. Here's a little yeehaw. Oh, where was the mukbang? I have a mukbang in here too. Is that a pill bottle?
Aw, April.
I know what I was doing though. It's like Alice in Wonderland thing.
Aw.
I drew this. This is a mukbang.
Oh my God.
But it's like mugs from Pokemon. Cheers. I love you, April. It's good to see you.
Hey, Warren, buddy.
Hope you're doing good. Miss seeing you in the chat.
I miss seeing her, period. Wherever.
Put the covers on that bitch. Put the covers on that bitch. Yeah, that thing's cool. It was on the outside of this one. I have this notebook full of these fucking arts that I did that I don't know where it is. Like that one. I didn't even finish that one. This one's not even done. Here's some fucking schizophrenic art.
Ooh.
Look at this shit. That's
Wow. Oh my God.
That's cool. I should finish this one. Cheers. Oh yeah, this one's trippy. Alien. This thing, this trippy one that I drew, it was like a pattern on a piece of Japanese clothing that I saw, but I added a bunch of schizzy shit.
Cool.
I added a bunch of schizophrenia thing to it. Yeah, I don't know.
I love how you separate the,
Yeah, the alien, yeah. Oh, speaking of, here, like, I'm just talking about that. Do this one.
your field of focus.
I like meaningful art. I like
Depth, whatever.
art. That's the best kind. I love doing scarabs too. This one turned out pretty cool.
Incredible.
I don't know
Dude,
why. I'm just
that is a
obsessed.
serious mastery of light.
I'm obsessed with shading. It's my favorite thing to do. It's just peaceful, that's why.
You are fucking incredible.
It's peaceful to shade. It's like a peaceful... And I feel like I could get that way about tattooing if I just practice. Then it turns into like a peaceful ritual, you know what I mean?
Do you,
It's like, it becomes like that. But right now it's just stressful because I feel like I'm not good at it, so it kind of pisses me off. When I drew this,
You definitely...
this is one of my old ones. Ooh, come on. That's one that I did not that long ago.
Holy shit!
I did that with somebody. That was especially for somebody. I do not draw that much anime, but I want to.
Oh, you could...
I'm
You
going
would...
to practice
You'd be
because
really
I
good
have
at
a
it.
specific thing that I really want to make that's going to sell from the only anime that I really, really like, and I wanted to make it for somebody. I don't know. I like that one too, this thing. I feel like this would be a cool tattoo. A sturgeon. Oop. Do you like the Trailer Park Boys one?
Yes?
Oh, I did already do. There's my fucking cassowary. Bro, I did do a cassowary. My cassowary was fucking vegans. Okay, alright, let's draw. Flexing old art. We can just draw new art. See? Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at all of this fucking art that I just have sitting
I know.
in just books. Just, it's not even doing anything. Just have all of this fucking art just sitting in books. That's a lot of books. Crazy. All this fucking art. Hoarding art. Hoarding art, by the way.
I appointed...
Dumb. Hoarding art. But like a lot of those, like, those older ones aren't the same level of like, some of them are. Some of them are the same level of like effort that I put into them now, but not a lot of them. Yeah, my lights, my Christmas lights. Christmas lights are cool all year round. Don't let anybody tell you different. Christmas lights are acceptable any time of the year. But not outside. I like them more inside. Nobody else needs to see your trashiness. That is a really good idea. What I need to do is literally go through and take all of these and organize them in fucking like binders.
Yeah.
Just keep them nice instead of having them flapping around in shitty loose art books that get fucked up and lost.
Yeah, tears are a bitch.
It is a lot for me to handle too, and it's funny because I don't really have that much stuff to leave to my kids, but I have a lot of art to leave to my kids. At least there will be art after I'm fucking dead, so. Just saying.
Heck yeah.
Like, I really need to get him into a fucking...
And I mean...
Because that's what the artist that tattoo artist that I met when I was a teenager that was a little bit older than us, and he had all of his stuff in a notebook, and they were all just like laminated and organized, and I was like, that's very satisfying to my type A brain. This is a bunch of type B bullshit, fucking messy shit back there.
Mhm.
But I love having super organized stuff. I'm just not... I'm ADD, and I don't... If I had a lot of money, I'd be way more organized, because I'd get, like, storage tubs and, like, fucking, filing cabinets and shit for everything.
Yeah.
But, just... I'm not that right now. I'm not that right now.
I hear ya.
Right now, I'm a piles of fucking messy, sloppy art shit everywhere. So nothing's charging.
I hope so.
What are we doing here?
Or I really wasted my time.
Why do so many people like the fucking Stephen Hawking spoon, dude? That's stupid as hell. It's such a cursed piece of art, that's why. I felt cursed when I was drawing maybe that's why I just cursed every.
Did you go to art school?
I did not do art school. I did
Oh.
art school while I was in main school because I
Okay.
didn't want to pay attention to normal school.
Okay. That's good enough. That's close.
All I've been doing is drawing and just practicing for fucking years and years and years for no particular reason other than it calms me down when. It's my cope. Drawing is my cope because it's the only thing that makes me actively shut the fuck up. I have to shut my mouth kind of to draw because then I'm not bumping myself. So it's like one of those things where you shut up and you look for those things that make you shut up because there's not much that. Bow. How did he get out? How did he get out? You must have yeeted out my window when it was open. How the hell did you escape, little shit?
Little eaters?
My cat yeeted out my window?
Little
Without my knowledge?
sneaks?
Damn, okay. Well, I'm gonna practice tattooing.
Little snaking around?
Fuck. Get the hell out of here. Tries to crash through it. You're out of your mind. You don't know the dangers. Somebody's gonna steal ya.
Me.
Somebody's gonna steal ya, or a fucking coyote, or a cougar, or a car. Stay inside where it's safe. You little fucker. You're a little fucker and hot dog. Yeah, you're a little fucker and hot dog. Everybody knows it. And you yowl. Your meow is too loud. You're not going around and flapping around in the rain, you little stinker. You little smelly. You're not going out.
It's like Amazon for hard drugs.
The first time I was like, okay, it's not true. It's a scam.
Cocaine, heroin, MDMA.
You go on the website and it's very easy.
Ow.
Pay for with credit cards and e-transfers.
If you
They're
may.
positioning themselves as
If you
unethical.
actually may. What's that?
Yeah.
10? Okay. What happened? How did the camera get fucked up? The cat do that? Little bitch.
Haha.
Fucking little creature. What a little creature. Fucking hair everywhere. I would never get a tattoo in this goddamn house. I'm gonna have to rent a space, and then when I get to the space, I'm gonna have to change my clothes into sterile, fucking decontaminated, no hair clothes. Fucking dickhead, fucking hair tards. Disgusting. Dickhead hair tards, by the way. Be better if there were bald, stinky sperms, wouldn't it? Then they wouldn't do that. Bald, stinky sperms.
Oh my god.
Nothing when. Alright, we're gonna sketch. Don't be boring all I want, I don't care. I got nothing better to do. You wanna watch me create drama instead of fucking hurt? Go suck a dick. Go suck a dick.
Man.
There's not like a lot of lines to do, so just a lot of lines. Oh, that one has feeties right up by the. I think I'm not gonna do it like that.
Oh, so
That'll be too cluttery if I do it just like that. I also forget that people don't like this kind of music, and then I also don't care. Because they don't realize that, like, a lot of music is, like, MK Ultra fucking negative frequency bullshit. And then they hear shit like this, and they don't like tribal singing or, like, fucking classical, tribal, fucking traditional anything. But this is, like, ultimately way better to listen to for your fucking mental health. Some MK Ultra fucking bullshit. I don't like that. Why? It's not stressing me out. Does that feel a little different? Does that feel a little different than the normal stressful bullshit you're used to? I'm sorry. Fucking shit everywhere. That's like a little footy. Dad. Dad. Hummingbird getting mad. I can hear hummingbirds from so far away when they're getting itchy. Oh, it kind of does if you do it black enough. It kind of does work with the eraser, dude. It kind of do. I should just do it really, really light.
wait. Yeah. Hold up. Is that right? Is that right? It has to be right. Wait, now I have to check if that's right.
Oh my god, what are they knocking off the counters now? Bro, they're so fucking annoying, I swear. They're so gay.
Get rid of this.
They're just like throwing little fucking baby tantrums while they're trying to do shit.
I'm not sure that was right.
It's like same as having fucking children.
Man, it's been so long since I did it.
Fucking shit up while I'm trying to work on some shit.
They also have less patience to try something new. They'll download, play 20 to 30 minutes, and if the characters don't grab them,
If the pacing feels off, if there's any bug or friction, they're back to their main game in seconds.
Exactly. That's the problem, is a lot of people think that getting involved with a game, like they almost view it as like, you have to earn being able to play this game. But I actually think that's a super toxic mindset. I think the truth is that a lot of these games are, if you have friction at the beginning of your game and your game isn't fun to play right from the beginning, you have a bad game. That's it. You straight up just have a bad game.
They evaluate extremely quickly now, and I think it's safe to say they're way more sensitive to overhype. One whiff of TGA finale bait or mismatched expectations, and the trust evaporates fast. Highguard sadly got the worst of both worlds. They had the shadow drop risk without the army helping them polish. Plus, Jeff's spotlight that made every flop scream louder.
I really think that if it wasn't spotlighted at the Game Awards, I think this game could have just come out and it would have had like 1,500 concurrent players and it would have died. I honestly, I don't think that Jeff was, I think that basically Jeff amplified an outcome that was already going to occur. Like, it's not like this game would have been successful or anything else.
The biggest takeaway here is simple but powerful. You need to create a healthy feedback loop for your game, and you need it from everywhere. You need it internally from your team, externally from playtests or early access, and most importantly, from the actual players which will buy your game. Teams and even media can get into their own bubble. They get focused on the vision or the cool ideas and internal wins. But players aren't in that bubble. They're the ones who decide if it resonates. They'll tell you straight up what works and what doesn't. Often in the first few minutes.
Right.
But then this is the problem, is that the game like journalists and the other people in the industry try to send out these platitudes on social media about how gamers don't matter. I'm sorry, but if you're making video games, gamers fucking matter. And if you want to make a game that's not appealing and it doesn't really fit what people expect, you're going to have a bad time. It's just that simple.
If someone doesn't click, whether it's the characters or the pacing or anything else, you have to believe them. You have to be willing to adapt. And that's hard, especially when you've poured years into it.
They don't want to do it.
Making a great game that we love to play internally, believing in that, then releasing it and being malleable to have that open conversation with the audience and being able to adjust.
With Concord, toxic culture made real feedback nearly impossible. For Highguard,
toxic culture is real feedback. The game exists as a piece of culture. If the game does not resonate with the overarching culture, then the game will fail. It's not like the culture has to fit around the game has to fit around the culture.
We don't know the full story yet. But clearly there were red flags in the trailer and early gameplay that were addressed enough before ship. The good news? As a self-funded indie with private investment, they may have more runway and flexibility. They may have the time to listen, iterate, and pivot based on what players are actually saying. I'm rooting for them. I like talented teams, and they can absolutely come back stronger with updates.
I really find that to be unlikely. How many games come out, everybody hates it, and then, like, even leading up to the release, everybody hates it, and then it gets a lot better? It's very, very uncommon. Extremely uncommon.
Content, or even a fresh direction if they stay open to the
People were
feedback
hyped for
loop.
No Man's Sky when it came down.
The lesson is
Everybody thought No
universal.
Man's Sky was going to be good.
Listen early and often to the people who actually play. That's how you break out of the bubble and build.
Nobody playing Highguard was like, oh man, I thought this game was going to be so good. Nobody thought that. Everybody thought it was going to be garbage. That's the problem.
Something that lasts. Highguard is a live example of how fast things can shift in this space, but also a reminder that the story isn't over yet.
That's right.
That's my take. What do you think?
This is a good video. I thought I would watch it since, like, she's part of the, she does, like, actual game industry stuff.
And I think ultimately, the feedback, the noise, the volume is really showing that there's an interest and that somewhere inside them people do care and they're hopefully begging for more. And that's what the launch of the game is. It's the more. It's your chance to hands on sticks and play in front of you.
Yeah, good luck, man. Yeah, great luck. And have the producer thing saying they went into it thinking that they'll hate it? Yeah, well, here's the video right there. Make sure to give it a like. I thought that was really good.
Sorry, it's boring. I'm just doing art. I could probably tilt the thingy down to show the art when I'm doing it. That'll probably be more entertaining than looking at that. My dumbass face! Bro, this is not a real skit. Stressful, and I'm trying to put the fucking oil around it. Stressful. Alright. That should be good. No, I'm gonna need more. Always do. I'm smoking more weed. Yeah, the weed's never smoked done. There's never enough weed smoked. That's the problem. It could just like keep going forever. But I couldn't do this drinking, so that's, you gotta not be drunk to do tattoos. At least I would not want somebody drunk doing my tattoo. I would prefer to have somebody sober doing it, so at least this is a good sober activity. Hydration break. We've smoked lots of weed, but we haven't taken very many hydration breaks. We're mostly water. We gotta make sure we drink mostly water. Even though I've been drinking mostly coffee today. Then become a curse or become a prisoner to piss breaks. Be sure to stay hydrated and become a real prisoner to piss breaks. Because there's no winning on this fucking prison planet. Oop. I smoke weed to balance my hydration. Okay. That's about enough. That's about enough of that. whole lot of fucking setup and like stuff. Dude, it takes so much stuff. It takes so much fucking stuff, dude. Oh, this was my little bit. I want this kind. This kind's better, I bet. This kind's gotta be better. Dude, don't be hard to open. Imagine making an ink bottle hard to open. Is that part of the scam? Is that part of the fucking scam? You can get fucking splashed first thing? Jizzed on? Come on. Brother. Okay. You gotta get jizzed on first thing. It ripped my goddamn nail polish off too, bitch. Clown. Bitch, clown. That's fucking annoying, bro. That's what you get, bitch. That's what you get, bitch. Thanks for everybody who hangs out on our board. Cheers. Cheers, homies. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for hanging in there. While some dumb bitch learns a new skill. Let's find the right needle. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. Okay, well, I get it. Right? Oh, that's, yeah, that's right. Beep beep boop bop boop beep. Beep beep boop bop boop beep. Fucking straight up fucking Squidward music. Straight up Squid music. Let's try it again, sluts. Yeah, okay. It doesn't look like the same one I was using last time. I feel like it is. I noticed that it was purple. Bottom. Bro, this is gonna... Hold it, I can't hold it. This is like different. I feel like this is a different one. Did I use a different one last time? Hold on. I feel like this is a different one. Just I didn't use that one for shading. That's for shading. is just the... Okay, well, I guess this is the right one. I used this one last time. I used this one. Okay. Alright. Go ahead and try it. I feel like this one's gonna be too big. I feel like this line's gonna be too big. So it's like, it's not fucking too. I don't really like this one. This one's so thick. It's loud because of the box. Maybe I should just do it on a pillow. That'll be a loud bitch. Yeah, this one's way too big for this fucking... That's annoying. I should not have used this big of a fucking speaker. It's okay. And the ink's gonna just roll down. That's gay. This is for like a huge one. This is for a huge tattoo. You're not making it look like shit, kind of though. Oh shit, I dubbed way too deep now. I'll just take it. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, rip to whoever that was. That one dug in a bit. Yikesies. It's fucking brutality. This one seems like straight up brutality. Oh, I don't know about this, all this. That's crazy. That's a crazy amount of brutality. Just ramming it so deep. You're just literally ramming it so deep. It's not really though. I just fucking... I don't want... No. Not that though. No triumphant goddamn fucking sneaky classical music for fucking giving me AIDS while I'm trying to do art though. I hate the noise on the box. I'm gonna have to change that. It's too loud. Maybe like up higher, but it's too fucking loud and it's gonna piss me off. Literally. It's way quieter than that. I don't care if it's lower. This one's so fucking big, though. I would not use this one to do this specifically. Damn it. It's like you want me to fail. to treat it more like painting. Let's try that. More than drawing. Just treat it more like painting, like this. Because that, like, the way that it's coming out, it does feel like painting. For sure. Especially with the big, badass beetle. Big, thick bitch. Come on. I feel like I need way more ink than I'm thinking. Thinking. What are you doing? It's like painting. Don't do that. That one was actually not bad. That one, I could see, like, that one was okay. That's spot. Can't turn my human, but I turn where I was standing probably. If you'll ever help me thinking. I swear on everything in the light. That clown? That fucking clown bitch. Shut the fuck up. Thing with ink, dude. Either I'm not putting enough in, like I'm not. I guess it can absorb a lot, but I'm just not putting a lot in the pigmentation. Why? This line is fat, but I took the fat liner instead. That's why it's purple, I guess. Oops. Let's do it. Maybe I just need deeper ink. I think I do. So shallow. Ass cheek. All right. I feel like I don't have enough. Inky, dinky, dinky. All right. Putting my. Now I can drink more ink. Fucking stinking. Come on, bitch. Come on, stinking. Don't be a bitch, bitch. Bitch. I don't think that's gonna show up. I'm smudging. Fuck off. Yeah. AIDS. Stinky AIDS. Stinky penis AIDS. Nobody's really streaming, so suck a dick. I don't care. I stream boring shit. I'm learning skill.
I'm learning a skill, okay? Is that it? Oh shit. AIDS, blanket. Alright. Boop. I don't think I want to try color. I'm gonna have to waste a whole other ass fucking thingy for it. Like, how to just fucking dab it at first instead of like wiping it. No, it does not. It does not. Oh, I forgot the other leggy. Damn. I gotta do the other leg. Let me do the other leggy. It's still not. The needle's too thick. That's what we learned here today. The needle's way too thick. So there's the first problem. I didn't wipe at all the whole time, so it's just a bunch of dried on stinky ink. I need to be wiping the whole time. That's the second thing. So I can just deal with the mess the entire time I'm doing it. Smelly. What else have we learned? It's not terrible, but it's not good. I've seen people do tattoos like that before. People just like practice on other people before they go no. Because I've seen shitty. Maybe not this shitty, but where we shitty? So much stinky inky, it never goes away. Chinese ink all over the bed. Stinky Chinese inky all over the bed, by the way. Alright. I'm gonna put the other hand on it. Put the other little hand on it. God, this ink is intolerable.
smudgy little bitch. Smudgy little bitch mess. It's like the worst makeup ever. I wonder if coconut oil would be better at this. I wonder if coconut oil works better than vanilla oil. Alright, let's fucking finish the other little leggy. I didn't even finish the motherfucking. Straight up freehanded it. It's nicer. It's pretty cute. Didn't turn out fucking extremely bad. It's strange. Let's do a little bit of touchy uppy. That's better. I'm getting it. I'm learning.
Okay. Sorry for everybody who's bored. I don't care. I'm not. I'm not bored. If you're bored, go do something. Oh shit. Oh shit. That shit's hard, dude, to know. See, I did it that time without letting it run away. I did it that time without letting it run away. That one didn't run away too bad at all. Oops, that one dug in. Fuck, I feel that. saturated. This motherfucker is saturated. Those antennas are gonna fucking come off though. It looks so good light like that though. I just need a thinner fucking needle. It sucks. I use that thick ass needle. Really thin. That bitch is big. Bold. That looks way better though, dude. In every way. Like the smoothness of it. I'm figuring it out, brothers, sisters, humans. Okay, I gotta get all my fucking garbage picked up then. What a garbage shit. Don't you dare dump fucking mineral oil in the goddamn image. Everybody likes creating drama. Nobody likes creating art. Right. Okay, let's do the little eyeballs one more time. That should be good. It's kind of pissing me off that they're people up. Don't be stink, bro. Don't be stink on my Buffalo Bills skin, dude. Yep. Sanitary amount of rouge. Not a fake buffalo. Way to swiftly wipe up the ink. That one worked out alright. That one did good. I think I did way better on that one. It's too thick for the size, but I figured out like the pressure and shit. We'll come back. Yeah, that might have been a little too rough, but that's because the needle was too big. If the needle wouldn't have been that big and the line would have been thinner, that would have been really litty. Look at that one. That one turned out nice, dude. I'm kind of proud of that one. I'm gonna show the kids. I'm not opening. I don't open. Just wanted to show you guys what it is.
CBS Tonight and streaming on Paramount Plus.
So I'm gonna hold on to this one because nobody's here to see the product. The end result that actually turned out good this time. And nobody's around to see it. It'd be cool if it could. I'm not going to. I don't want to waste any more tits. I don't want to waste any more needles. That was cool. That turned out better. I was less mad about that one. Oh, you normal drawing that maybe? That was cool though. That one was. I was getting into the vibe there for a minute. I was getting into the method. That was cool. That was hype. I did it. Did it better than last time. Only a little bit of blowout on the back. Only a little bit of owie mommy no. Pretty good. That one doesn't disappoint me as much as the last one. Just thick. It's very thick. Hype. That was hype. Let's go. Lay supplies away. Get ready to smoke some more weed.
Tibby? Yank. Yeah, that one was way too thick, but if I do it with a thinner one, dude, I could do that one good. That one was way better. That one that I used, I think that one was like a higher than 3, but that one was bigger. Hi, Stinker. Hi, Stinky Cat. Oh, eat a fucking AIDS-ridden dick. Eat an AIDS-ridden dick all the way down to the hill and choke on a little fucking clown fuck. Dude, there's the most boring shit on right now. That's why I'm live. If everybody else and everything else is gonna be boring, then I'll be boring too. At least I'm not fucking pilfering through other people's content to fucking cry about it. At least I'm just creating art. I want to do fucking watercolor. Maybe I'll fuck around with watercolor, like I said. Could do Luna Moth Day. We could make the tattoo and then make it a fucking watercolor. Always getting busted smoking. Dip, duck. I could be healthy. I could be out on a walk, but I'm smoking weed out my window instead. I'm collude. Alright, let's go. More art. More art. More art. That doesn't even plug in. Boot. More smudging. These are already getting bent. I need to put these in the fucking safe place. Could fucking... So dark. There. That's not my stupid face. I can't really see it though. I think oops. No, I put it right down by it. I guess that's like the closest I can get it, but then I can't fucking draw. That's the closest I can get it, but then I can't really draw. Kind of works. Then I also can't see the chat, but nobody's chatting, so it doesn't matter. Burn some sage, burn some weed, burn some sage, burn some weed. We only like people being quiet if they're getting ready to fucking talk shit about other fucking retards. Damn, I wanna fucking. I guess nobody's. Oh, what the hell's that? Why does it do that?
Wild. It should clearly be over 93 by now. Right? It's that fucking noise again. Piss me off, this thing. Yeah. Trying to bust up their composure, eh?
So, I'm fucked. Alright. Sorry. He said the bus is going deeper into the park, and there's no way to go back to Ushuaia. What? That's what he just said. Hello. Do you, you speak English, right? Hey, do you work here?
I work with that agency.
Okay. How do I get back to Ushuaia?
There is a bus, I think, in 1 hour past for here.
Hey, so why did the train drop me off and...
But the train is there.
We can take the train back?
Yes, back to the station, not to the city.
Yeah, they told us to get off the train.
But if you want to agency here.
Oh, okay, let's see. I mean, alright, I'll try. They told us to get off the train. I don't know. Alright, fuck, let's see if you can carry that and avoid the trees so we don't have. There's just too many trees, man. The fucking Starlink can't work with it. How does it not go through a tree? I don't know. Just do your best to try to avoid.
Whoa. What is that, RG?
Yeah, no, let me straighten it out for you. There you go. Alright, so let's just... yeah, no, it's fine. It's going on. It needs to be straight up. It's fine. And then let's just go this way. Here, alright, just wait there. Just don't move. Just wait there. Hello. Hola. Is the train still here? Okay. I'm gonna go back on the train, alright, sir?
Huh?
Just wait.
Huh?
Oh, yeah? Okay. ABC, come. ABC, come on. The fuck, it's gonna have. But I can't just leave ABC behind.
He's like trying to keep him a certain distance away. Oh my god.
Yo, it's Ricochet, Bullet, and Beezy. I'm kicking over here with my man TSA, my man Evan. You know what I mean? Of course, shout out to my man Ice Poseidon. We started off calling the song.
Oh, me and Gary.
Then, by the time I got inside, we had a sniper come outside and tell us, you know what? Make that shit a scuff. It's a scuff. Doing God's work, ABC. Doing God's work, ABC. Yeah. We're doing God's work. Avoid the roof. Sorry, no way. Sorry. I didn't know we were supposed to. They were waiting for us this whole time. I had no idea. They thought they said get off the train.
Yeah, brother. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, dude. Oh, prisoner's class.
Oh, by ourselves. Well, hey, you the man, bro. Now this is. Yo, it's Ricochet Bullet and Beezy. I'm kicking over here with my man TSA, my man Evan. You know what I mean? Of
Fuck
course, shout out to my
TSA,
man
that idiot.
Poseidon. We started off calling the song CX Walk, but then by the time I got inside, we had a sniper come outside and tell us, you know what? Make that shit a scuff walk. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't trying to edit shit. I'ma go live. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't trying to edit shit. I'ma go live. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't trying to edit shit. I'ma go live. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't trying to edit shit. I'ma go live. I recognize I was stumble on the rise. I ain't tell you that I wasn't gonna lie. When you see me do a scuff walk, get a skin taken out the guesswork. Hadn't seen slaps, hands flying with some leg work. IRL streaming, call it network. I get a shit my whole life. You can tell me what the best work. And when it's all said and done, you can make a meme. But pay attention to the words, cause I do believe. The first time we all met, it was a jubilee. Ice had straight format like he usually. RV's bus ticket up, port in the seat. Only use me, play TSN, this is a walk.
I'm an idiot. Fuck EBG stuff.
Strapped in a trap, TTS talk, new leech, get the sniper off. $3 now, I'm rapping to a microphone. Reach me, horseshoe with ET. I ain't tryna call bowling with a sweet tea. I screamed all the way to Philly, and then gonna get me feeling so silly. Editors, I don't even need them. Tune in live to Keto. Got me tripping on the dating game, but now I'm here to make my name. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't tryna edit shit. I'ma go live. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't tryna edit shit. I'ma go live. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't tryna edit shit. I'ma go live. It's a scuff walk. I'ma go live. I ain't tryna edit shit. I'ma go live. Feeling silly like I'm ding ding. Martians calling me, I'm hearing that ring ring. All wondering where I'm sleeping. Trying to guess the mama of little ding ding. And I'm feeling kinda sleepy. 4 PM, fuck a schedule, I'm still eating. Show me your dick on a bus. Dancing with strippers on a bus. I make 50K, I'm not just sleeping. Grab my goblin dick, I keep beating. And they all think this is easy. Keep that AC set at 60 freezy. Have you got some Captain Crunch? Eat it out of your ass for lunch. Songs on my feet, black like Hannah. Twitch
Those results are crazy. Yes, we're all dead.
And this is kind of the key that I want to show you. Now let's go to Helio, not Helio Viewer, we want Helio Time. We'll look at Helio Viewer. I mean, while we're here, this is the size of this sunspot compared to Earth.
I'm not telling
This is the size of the sunspot compared to Earth right now. It's like 8 to 10 Earths across. It's more than 8 Earths wide, probably more like 9 now because it keeps growing. But let's go back here to Helio Time. This is what I want to show you. So look here. This is the 1.9 X-class flare that we had back on the 18th, right before the 19th. It hit us about, just about 30 hours later. And we see that it spiked up to that 1.9 level, right about there, 1.95. Look at where it launched from. This is kind of a key thing. This is not always the case, but 4 out of 5 times it kind of is. The higher the base flux is, the higher the solar flare can go. So when I'm looking at activity and I see that crackling activity, I kind of want to see where that baseline flux is, and then I get an idea of where it can kind of launch from after that. So this baseline flux here, before that long duration 1.9 X flare, which launched that really big coronal mass ejection, which gave us a near Carrington level impact. We'll look at the sunspot for that as well, okay? That was from low C-class territory. That was the baseline, all right? We see a long duration flare here. That was a long duration 3.2 something flare.
its baseline was is actually high B class. So the point here is that we went from high B class all the way up to middle M class. That's basically 2 orders of magnitude, 100x increase. We look here, we specifically went from 1.67 in C class all the way up to 1.9. That's a 100x increase. So this is kind of the point. These are just 2 examples, but you could go through this record of X-ray flux, and you'll see a whole bunch of examples of what I'm talking about, okay? We're just using these most recent ones to drive to the point. If this is our foundation, we could, see something 10 to 100 times greater, very easily 10 times greater, because 10 times greater right now, if we punch in on this, 10 times greater as of right now would just be an X-class flare, like a 1.0 X-class flare. 100 times greater would all of a sudden put that at X10 or greater. So that is, and if we use this as a base, right, we did have this without a coronal mass ejection, and honestly, we also had, what was this, 5 something M-class flare, and then another near 5 M-class flare right there. So if we use M5 as our base, right, if we use that level, 5.0 M-class, as our base, a 100x increase would be a 50 X-class flare. So that is just, we're going to go through some kind of rough back of the napkin calculations in math in general, but just looking at all these different factors, I want to give you a sense of what's happening. Now let's look at the size of this compared to 3664, the Carrington sunspot at least. So here's the Carrington sunspot from 1859, and we have the size of 3664 back from May of 2024. You see that it was equivalent in size. Now, 3664 had some good density right here in an unstable magnetic field, but a lot of its size, you see right there, actually didn't have much in the intermediate region. And so you really want compact clustering and density with sunspots for them to be really explosive. That's kind of one of the key factors. So we see with 3664, it had that for this zone, and it had some sunspots on the edge there, which in general, made it more complex and more explosive and unstable, but it was missing a lot of density, complexity, magnetic flux in that large intermediate region right there. Whereas you see with this Carrington sunspot, now this is just a sketch that the guy did, right? They didn't have all these advanced tools. So he did a manual sketch of this sunspot. Okay. You see where you put in the cores, and then you see where you put in these more shaded regions, okay? Yeah. You see that it was a bit more compact and dense. Let's look at our sunspot right now. So we are going to examine our sunspot that's happening right now. I just got to update the imagery to the absolute latest for you all. Shouldn't take long to load in. And then we'll look at this compared to 3664. But right now, this sunspot we have on the sun is equivalent in size to the 2 of these. But it's really compact and dense, more so than 3664. And we had multiple X-class flares, long duration, launched from that sunspot group back in May. But we didn't see that sort of ramp up in basin activity back in May with that. Now, while that loads, I'm going to load back up heliotime, and we're going to go back to May to see kind of what it was looking like, all right? So here we have heliotime again, and that's our base. Kind of remember what that looks like, all right? That's what it looks like right now. Let's go back in time to 2024 and give it a look. I remember very clearly, I was reporting on all this stuff back then. It was a big event.
Go follow at Stephen Burns, https://www.youtube.com/Stephen
So here is just in general what was happening for May of 2024 with 3664. Look at that ramp up. And then we just started going absolutely nuts. We were in this high M-class zone there. And then we started popping up with some really big X-class flares, though it did settle out at this high C-class territory there after it had that big ramp up to the M-class zone. So a lot of these strongest solar flares, like for example, this one in particular, let's get that count. I think it was an X9, if I remember right. That's the strongest flare we've had. Or 8 point, well, we can even zoom in more specifically to really get it. 8.64, it jumped up from a 5.1 C-class flare, okay? So that was more than a 100x increase. So that's, again, that scaling ratio that I'm talking about. Whatever that base that you're forming is, you can launch up 10 to 100 times more than that and perhaps greater. But in general, it seems that a lot of these big flares are about 100 to 200 times greater than what their base flux was. So this is what happened back in May of 2024. We did not have a Carrington event then, but we didn't have the planetary geometry that we've had right now. It's almost the same as it was back in 1864. So we'll check that out. But let's go back now to our intensitygram here for the sun and see what's been happening. Here is, and let's reset that view. Here is our sunspot right now. This thing is a monster. Really, this is straight up a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. This is not normal. The amount of mixing here in this intermediate region, this core keeps getting bigger. There's so much mixing happening here. Now, if I zoom out a little bit, let's reset the view, and we're at the end. I'm going to set this up for you guys so we can track this across time, okay? So I think now if I go forward, yeah, here we go. So I'm just going to put this on play, all right? We're going to watch 4366 develop over time. It's already becoming a pretty significant sunspot group. I'd say right around this zone is where the sunspot we just had that gave us a near Carrington level impact was. We'll look at that one too. That was just back on, again, January 18th. So we'll just go back a little bit after this and check out that sunspot to see what that gave us. Look at that growth though. Look at that development. This is not normal. And there's so many different signs too that are pointing to this, but look at how this changes. Like just the movement of these sunspot cores is so crazy. Like that right there, I mean, it's just so like insane. I really don't know what to say other than I feel like I'm seeing something we're not supposed to see unfold in real time. Like this is some forbidden thing that normally we wouldn't see until the solar flare hit us. You know, the solar flare, then the coronal mass ejection hit us. Yet with our technology, we're seeing it in real time. But this is where we are right now. So if I zoom out and we'll kind of go like this, let's see how this will work. I'm going to put back on this Carrington thing. I'm going to overlay it here.
Well, a brief background. In the military, I was the operations and training officer, as you know, and some of your listeners know, for the Psi-Spy, the U.S.'s psychic spy team, 30 years ago now. And we started experimenting with remote viewing in terms of time and space. We found out that mind is outside of time. You can see over the horizon as well as in the past and the present. And we were especially interested in warfare. What's the intent of the enemy? For instance, right now, I'm doing deep mind probes of Kim Jong-un in Korea to see what his intent are. So these are the kinds of things we were doing to prevent technological and surprises on future battlefields. But we began to see something that was not battle-related. Well, at first we thought it was a nuclear war, but it was not. It was the sun spewing out massive coronal mass ejections, plasma, and affecting the Earth drastically. And by the way, we have not stopped studying this phenomenon or ensemble of information. We've now anecdotally, but importantly, realized that a lot of the damage that I'll talk about tonight that leads to infrastructure collapse on our planet is because the Earth's core is rapidly changing, and we've kept looking up at the sun at these damaging coronal mass ejections, but it turns out that they're damaging to a great part because the Earth's core, the magnetic field of the Earth is weakening and deteriorating. But anyway, and the scientists all of a sudden started jumping on the bandwagon and saying, we're scared. And all of a sudden they had something to be scared about. I predicted a shot across the bow in 2000.
Shot across the bow.
And that shot across the bow happened 2 weeks after I said it would. And it turned out to be a flare that was so massive. And when I'm talking Terran and that.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
One of the things that a solar flare of this magnitude causes will, if that happens, then just one thing, and we'll talk about this tonight, if you're in a metropolitan area and refrigeration doesn't work, you're talking starvation within a week or so. A lot of people, because in these modern days times, that food has to be preserved and refrigerated. If there's no electricity in cities and the power won't come back up for 6 months to a year or more.
Wow.
When this happens in certain places, starvation, not to mention the other mass types of things. So we feel that this is really...
How does the power even go up for 6 months to a year?
This thing is occurring, and I'll give you more details about that. So that's what we were looking at. And then, of course, how do we survive it, which is what we'll be talking about.
Sounds to me like somebody's government dropping the ball.
We were looking at civilians in the future who were in bunkers. And in most of the places, these were the survivors. The people above ground in some places were rotting corpses. They weren't people anymore. And we began to look at zones that were in the long term, because we don't know how long the scenario will last and the long-term effects. But where were the optimal places to live? That's what we've been studying for the past many decades, particularly. Where are the optimal places to survive long-term on the planet? And we, as you know, we put together a map, which I'll talk about momentarily. And I changed some of my voice because we've been hammered by people who want this map, and I'm only giving it out behind closed doors. We've changed the way we're going to do things regarding that. The optimum survival zones on Earth are shockingly few in the long term. They're especially in the southern hemisphere, for instance, in Australia. There's only one zone in the entire continent up in the northeast that it represents based upon our worker survival zone, our optimal survival zone. I'm not qualified all that this evening. So when I do this as an expert downloader, this is what I'm doing. Your unconscious is constantly trying to protect you. It's your best friend. And the key priority, your higher mind, is to keep you alive. So you can go on and achieve destiny, whatever the heck, but just keep you alive. But there's that little voice that it's very difficult, as it upwells in the conscious awareness, it's very difficult to get an urgent message into conscious awareness. That's difficult to do. And if you're a remote viewer, it is not, because you can certainly do a listen on unconscious, and that's what we do. We use it as a tool. I'm going into your unconscious. I'm not violating the sanctity of your mind in any other way, like I do dictators or terrorists. Then I download everything in their deep mind and higher mind in terms of their intent. I'm only looking at how your unconscious perceives an optimum survival zone for you, based upon many, many factors, particularly your personality, your family, lots of other factors, administrative and logistical. I'll answer those questions later. But I go into your unconscious and I look to see where you, where it would say, go be here for optimum survival and quality of life when the power goes out wherever you are at.
Yeah. My survival zone is here. My survival zone is exactly where I live, you guys.
For the first time, I'm going on a tour this year, and it's first and last time. I'm not going to do this again. And I'm going to do a crash course in remote viewing for people who want to find their sanctuaries, and then that's it. Because the sanctuary locations are few and far between.
Someone's gonna come up here and get some free healthcare.
I think that we're so close to. I personally, my personal belief, based on my own work, 2016, there's no sense for Dr. Doom to be
This is 10 years ago, eh?
so I'm not going to do it.
Really?
It's a crash course. I used to give these familiarization courses to VIPs and corporate executives one day courses, but this time we're going to do it and then talk about how to use remote viewing to find your own personal sanctuary, which is different than just the general zones on remote viewing.
So he says we're fine? That's good. Okay, well thanks, James.
Honest here, as a result of these dozen plus M-class flares in that 1.0 X-class flare, and every single solar flare, the light radiation hits Earth, that charges up the global electric circuit, the whole Earth energy system in general becomes more active as a result. And so when you have this sort of long duration, like high frequency flare activity from the sun, like this, it makes the geomagnetic storms that you're going to get if a coronal mass ejection does impact that much stronger, because the Earth energy system is loaded up with energy from all that high energy, high frequency light radiation. If we go here, we can see our radiation belts. I hope this loads. There we go. We'll see where our radiation belts are right now. As far as I know, they are effectively fully charged and have been fully charged for multiple days now. So this is January 26th, and this is about
we're gonna get smoke, eh?
for a video, but we're just going to play through it so we can see what's been happening over the past week. It's really not changing. It looks like we had a G1 geomagnetic storm there, pushed it a little bit down, but then we'll get a recharging afterwards.
Come back, Cringosaurus. Fucker.
And we see we're right back to extreme flux in our radiation belts. And here's the 30th of January. We're right back to it. We're holding it. That's our radiation belts, fully supercharged. And here's today, just a few hours away from the present moment. And there we are. So yeah, our radiation belts are also fully charged.
That'll fall under the subpoena.
And that's exactly on top of everything else. So the entire system is ready to go.
Fall under the DOJ subpoena. So
we're ready for a real shakalaka. But beyond anything, I think
and the Department of Justice has been working with us to turn over those documents. It takes a long time to gather and transfer 34,000 pages, and we're hopeful there's more, and we'll look at that and then post it online as quick as we can.
Okay. Mr. Norman, would you yield for a minute?
Pardon me?
Would you yield for a minute?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll yield.
Sure. I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to put in the Newsweek article from August 1st of this year, so just last month, in which it talks about the fact that Trump's name was in the Just Free Epstein files, and that 1,000 FBI agents were redacting those files to remove his name and others. So it's an August 1st, 2025 Newsweek report. It was also in Bloomberg and several other things, but I know we were on break, so you might have missed it. I yield.
Without objection. So what she just said, y'all will be able to get into that, won't you? Mm-hmm. So you'll be able to answer every question. Now, Mr. Governor, in fairness to you, you want to answer why, when you were chairman of this committee, you didn't bring up anything about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I mean, one is I didn't campaign that I was going to release the Epstein files.
No.
Donald Trump made it into a big issue, and then we all expected it was going to be released, and then he decided at the last minute to change his mind, called people, said it was a big hoax, said Republicans were stupid. He's like, what's wrong with it? And so those are his words. And by the way, Ghislaine Maxwell just got transferred like a month ago. So I wasn't chairman then of the committee.
No. Of 2019 to 2023, you were chairman.
Yeah, why didn't you do anything while you were in charge?
Yeah, I mean,
Ass hat.
if people had brought to my attention
Wasn't so good.
something that I would have demanded that they be released.
The victims, no.
Well, I mean, if the victims can't get,
That didn't hold water.
yeah, but the victims want the files released, and Republicans have been frustrating that effort for months and months and months. And you even adjourned early to avoid having to vote on it.
That is not true.
I want the truth.
What did Trump call a hoax?
Time back.
Exactly.
I'm reclaiming my time. The fact is,
I'm reclaiming my time.
all the interest that you do now is just because of Donald Trump. You had 4 years to do it as chairman of this committee. You've been in Congress 28 years. You and I both know the victims. This has been out that young girls have been victimized for the last 15 years, and you did nothing, which it shows you the hatred they have, and everything's political up here, particularly when it comes to Donald Trump. But the American people don't agree with you. Thank you, both of you, for testifying. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Lesher Fernandez, you're recognized.
Hello, Chairwoman. We are back, aren't we? And we're back on Epstein, which is where we were before, indeed, Johnson shut down Congress early so we would not have to vote on a motion to put on the floor of the House the Massey resolution to force the release of the Epstein files to the public, to pass a bill that would make it law that all of the files would have to be released. And there is no reason why we cannot still have that be a rule. And we can do both. But Republicans, and Trump especially, seem terrified of those files and seem willing to do all kinds of things to avoid a vote on that bill.
Wow, is he deaf? That's incredible.
Now, I want to go into some other things, but I'm going to yield some time to my ranking member.
No, I would just want to respond to Mr. Norman. I knew there was some there when this administration was trying to hide everything. And that's, quite frankly, what has a lot of us concerned about what we're not doing here today, and that is not voting on the Massey counter bill. And my understanding is that there's some reporting out now, we're hearing, that the White House is calling Republican members, asking them not to sign onto the discharge petition. And I don't even know what the hell happened to your resolution that you brought up before we kind of abruptly left early for our August recess. But yeah, this doesn't smell right. I think we need to get to the bottom of this, and that means that all the files have to be released. I yield back, I think, the gentleman.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And, I am chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and we are always concerned about the fact that in this country, women and children and girls are attacked, they are abused, they are raped, they are trafficked. And
For men.
done so by men like Epstein.
And boys.
And by women like Maxwell. And I think that it is an outrage, as you pointed out, Ranking Member Garcia.
Okay, VP.
That
You know the vice president of nothing, bitch.
been treated favorably by the Trump administration after saying some things they liked. And what we haven't heard from you, Chair Comer, is a commitment not to say, well, it's going to be in the subpoenas, but to have
Look, wrong
a
window.
hearing on why.
Who's this
Will
bitch?
you commit to having a hearing to determine why she was moved to a more favorable conditions after that interview?
We'll have a hearing to determine the crimes that were committed. The hearing is going to be geared towards
Crimes.
seeking justice for the victims, not scoring political points.
Venus,
like
Mars,
you
and
are.
Saturn. We have this Mars-Venus synodic cycle just having occurred. It occurs once every 6.6 years, or 2,338 days, okay? That's the, you get this alignment of Earth on one side and Venus and Mars on the other every 6.6 years. So it's fairly regular, but it's still notable. And how precise that alignment is variable. So you see here, there's a little bit of an angle to it. What we just had was perfect. It was actually a triple conjunction of Venus, Mars, and the Sun, within just like, boom, right there. Right there. And we showed that on the channel as it was happening back on January 8th. And all this activity started up after that. we were forecasting that a year in advance. We were looking at this geometry of January 2026 a year ago saying, hey, we got some really big solar activity coming in because of this alignment, because of this historic parallel, right? There's a lot more we don't know, but we're not totally clueless. So either way, this was the alignment for the Carrington event here, and Saturn, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Earth, and the Carrington event occurred on the 3rd of September. So we can go forward just a little bit right there, and that is when it went down. So it went down pretty quickly. But the latest research into the planets shows that they have an effect on deeper parts of the sun, which drive solar cycles and sunspot formation. So when you get an alignment of the planets, it does matter. Their gravitational vectors may be minute, but for the sun, they are still significant. Therefore, when you get these sort of planetary alignments, we can look to them to forecast solar activity. This is still very, very new. We're not that good at it, but again, we're not totally clueless. There are some people like myself that have been tracking this in a very just like daily, looking at this very kind of artistic way almost, you could say, right, experientially, and then there's a lot of solar researchers which are looking at the planetary alignments and calculating the forces and, you know, modeling how it affects the sun and the dynamo and solar flux and all that. Put it all together, there's something there. So we had the Carrington event during this alignment. Well, we just had a very similar alignment. Again, let's go back to the present moment. Oh, that won't do it. This app starts to bug out when I stay in it too long during a live stream, so we're gonna have to leave it soon. But see, maybe it's time to exit out of the app because it just totally throws my computer wonky. So let me close that out. I've basically shown you what I want to show you. For that. One moment, it's still processing. I don't know why it does this, it's unfortunate, but
no, I have to make one. But it'll be sometime at the start of this month here.
Actually, it's taken like my whole screen offline.
Oh yeah, that was my, no, I'm out.
Okay, so one moment. This should be fine, but I'm going to have to reset that display. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay, I think it's working now. Yeah. Okay, so at this point, I think I'm going to share the dream that I had back on the 20th of January during the last solar storm impact. When we were in the middle of that G4 geomagnetic storm, I had a very notable dream. I've been kind of waiting I did a podcast with a gentleman, Stuart Pierce. We talked about my dream on his podcast. I thought he was going to release it immediately. He did not. He's releasing it, I think, like the 16th of February. I don't think we have enough time. I don't think we have that much time. So I want to share with you now. So I will do that. But I know that this is blinking a lot, so I'm going to switch this out, okay, with something that's not as intense. So give me a moment. That's also pretty intense. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll just do that. Should have, yeah, this guy. Okay, so let me share the dream that I had with you because I think this gives us some clues, all right? Now this sunspot right now is on the sun. It will be off the sun in about 11 days or so. It takes about 14 days to go halfway across the sun. It's about 3 days in, 3.5 days in. So it's gone in, let's say, 10 days, all right? Now this dream that I had came to me at 4:30 a.m. on the 20th of January. We were in the middle of a long-duration G4 storm as a result of that near Carrington level impact because its magnetic field strength is so crazy strong, and it did come in at about 1,150 kilometers per second. So it was incredibly fast. So I had this dream as that was happening. I set my alarm to wake up at 4:30 to see if I saw any aurora, and I didn't, and that kind of helped trigger the dream. And I wrote it down the moment after it happened. So what happened was me actually setting an alarm turned into the dream because, you know, I woke up, I'm kind of in this half-day state. I checked to see the aurora, I went back to sleep, and then my dream picked up where I left off. And so I'm looking out, and I see the crescent new moon in the sky to the left, and that's what the moon was doing at the time, because now it's the 1st of February, it's the full moon. Back then it was the new moon. So I saw the crescent moon in the sky to the left, so that was current moment. Then talking to my family just about the storm, the aurora and everything, when suddenly I see the sun get eclipsed, and it's an annular eclipse, because it's very clearly a ring of fire. It's like unmistakably an annular eclipse. So let me show that to you really quick.
Yeah.
Here we have an annular eclipse, all right? Guess what? We have an annular eclipse coming up February 17th, 2026. This is right before this Saturn-Neptune conjunction on February 20th, which again, for Western Tropical is right at the 0-degree creation mark of fire. But this is an annular solar eclipse that we have coming up. It's a new moon in front of the sun, but because the moon is at apogee, it's furthest away, it doesn't completely block the sun, so we get this annular solar eclipse. Okay? Well, that's what I saw in my dream. I saw an annular eclipse. Then I saw multiple points of light, 3 in fact, and they all have this soft yellow-orange glow to them. Well, we just had Venus, Mars, and Mercury on the far side of the sun perform their Cassini. So that's 3 planets. I saw these 3 points of light. The eclipse phase is brief, and now these 3 lights are very bright, and the ground begins to shake. The sun is the largest, but the others are significant as well. It's a big earthquake, and everything is shaking like crazy, almost like the crust is shifting. We're on the East Coast, and I'm finding it odd that's happening out here at the time I was in Pennsylvania. Now in the distance, the bright points of light, which I know to be the sun and the planets, are exploding with energy like fireworks on display, except times 100 or times 1,000. I'm filming this on my iPhone X. I'm leaning out the sunroom door. I have my old phone for some reason, and I was like, I gotta get this on video.
So,
like, you know, everyone's gonna
I got
freak
my
out when they
meds
see this.
lined
Of
up.
course, everyone's seen this. You know,
I'm not gonna die as a
so
result
I'm
of not
filming this
having my
on iPhone,
medication.
leaning out like the
Not
door of
to
this room that we have.
Fuck. Fuck, not that anybody gives a shit. Frankly.
Like it's radiation, but I'm not worried. Like I can feel the energy, but it's not like, oh my god, I'm getting like 100 chest X-rays simultaneously. So it's like a different character and quality of energy. And I wasn't like afraid or fearful.
What's going on? Hey,
Like
don't worry about
there,
it, chat.
Like it could be there. Like I could have been like, oh my god, this is like really because the ground's shaking violently.
Go find something to eat.
Planets and the sun are going completely nuts. But it didn't actually translate into fear. Instead, it was just complete awe and like, whoa, what is happening? So I know this is too important not to video and to share with the world. So I'm filming it, and then I begin to see how this bursting light of energy is beginning to look like large, multicolored gems orange, red, and yellow exploding out of a volcano in the distance.
Going live in about half an hour.
The Earth
Probably it'll be members only.
it's like Earth displacement, or in general, it just looks like we're moving past this volcano. The volcano never fully exploded and has this ethereal, metaphysical nature to it the whole time. Then just as quickly as it started, the earthquake stops and the feeling of radiation hitting me is over. The neighbors all around the backyard is flooding and kind of unrecognizable now. I asked them if they saw all this.
Which channel I'm a member of.
I offered to show my dad.
Kicked and banned me out of your fucking channel. Go fuck yourself.
And they had this sense of, yeah, we saw it too, it's incredible. And there's this understanding that these gems are spread out across the countryside now and that they are valuable in more ways than one. It took me some time to realize, this is my notes afterwards, it took me some time to realize that this dream was actually not a dream because it was so real, and because I was kind of lethargic and we had the solar storm and everything, I was like still waking up. I wrote down at 5:04 a.m. I had my alarm set for 4:30 a.m. for the aurora, so it happened during that time frame. So the key thing is that in my dream, and this is just my dream, you know, maybe it's prophetic, maybe it's not, I don't know, but it was one of the craziest dreams I've ever had in my life. And I have some crazy dreams, and they're very vivid, sometimes lucid. I've had precognition dreams. I have had dreams of the future. Not many, a couple, but they have happened.
Oh, hey,
in very clear, precise ways.
Edis was taken
So that ability does exist, whether you believe it or not, it does exist. And that's, you know, there's some side abilities which go way beyond that. That's a pretty basic one. But the key was the points of light, which were the planets and the sun, and the annular
what the shit is with Charles Babbage?
That annular eclipse is what we have coming up. And I wasn't thinking about the eclipse or anything. I didn't even know that was an annular eclipse coming up. I mean, maybe I heard someone mention it. I knew we had an eclipse coming up, but you know, the other things like the planets and the Cazimis were on my mind, but the annular eclipse.
What the fuck is an annular eclipse?
That wasn't at all on my mind, and I looked it up today to see what the eclipse was, whether it was total or annular or partial, and it showed annular. So I'm pretty sure I didn't have that information in my head at the time, because I have pretty much photographic memory. But it was very
pretty much a photographic memory. What the fuck does that mean?
17th of February.
I have a photographic memory, but it's totally unreliable.
My interpretation of the volcano
What a fucking good you are, bro.
was that was actually perhaps 3IX, because we were having this movement by it, and it had this like metaphysical nature to it. So I get the sense that this energy from this interstellar object has been triggering some big changes to not only the Earth, but with the sun and the entire solar system. And that was the gems, these multicolored gems that were exploding out of the sun. These are like nuggets of wisdom and knowledge and inspiration and paradigm shifts and epiphanies and more, basically being delivered to us. And they were there for us, on the ground, ready to be picked up after this event occurred. The earth shaking may not actually be an earthquake. It could be the material realm undergoing a transformation, because the earth is representative of 3D material reality. So that could be massive upheavals with society, governments, geopolitics, borders, and more. Things of that nature.
Never ever heard that word before. Ring-shaped. Weird.
It could also be giant earthquakes.
Yeah, I never heard that word before.
This whole dream could just be
or if I did, I thought it was supposed to be annual and just ignored it. That's wild.
But one of the key things here with the planetary resonances is that we have Neptune in the same position as the Carrington event. We had a planetary alignment almost exactly the same as the Carrington event, this time with Jupiter though instead of Saturn. We have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurring at 0 degrees of Aries. The very beginning, we have this massive sunspot. The sun is representative, fire, you know, the
complex craters with uplifted central structures surrounded by an annular trough and fractured rim.
Saturn makes it manifest. And there's something else that's been kind of rolling around in my mind, which is the cycle of creation.
An annular hunk of gold is a wedding ring.
Like creation begins,
I guess. That's a what a fucking weird word.
So
glad I never run into that one before. People just say circular in my world. I guess annular kind of makes sense.
Is to die and be reborn another time anew. So, in other words, if there's something that it's the end, it's meant to be the end for that. The fire will burn it, and the flame is not meant to continue going on. There are a lot of things right now on this planet, our society, structures, everything, that are well past their lifetime. That's become abundantly clear if you pay attention to any of the news in the past week. It's abundantly. I have a terrible stomachache right now too, for some reason. Oh, I don't get stomach aches that often. This one's really not good. But it's abundantly clear that. So I'm going to end the live stream a little short because of this, because I need to go outside and do some grounding or something. Even though it's freezing cold out, I need to. The stomach ache's not good.
This poor weatherman's gonna die. He's like, I'm doomed. What am I gonna do? Didn't she just say that she doesn't go live on Sundays yesterday? That's so funny. Okay, your trees are getting replaced.
Google says November 277 is the next annular eclipse.
Whoa, that's crazy. I thought I was saying it like it was happening all the time. How do we not know about that? Oh, whatever.
2077. Exclamation mark promo at SydneyCat9532. Go follow at SydneyCat9532 https://www.youtube.com/at SydneyCat9532.
I see you. Put it down. Come on. Come on. Don't pretend you don't see it.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
The reports that U.S. officials have held talks with groups in favor of an independent province. Report.
Thank you again for Maiden's World of Wax. Thank you for the tuna money, Maiden.
We're getting more information about the role Canada played in the arrest of Ryan.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the podcast. And today's guest, we have King Bat. Welcome in. How's it going? Nice to meet you.
I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are following, and you might remember this video right here on your screen. 2 years after a mysterious Chinese spy balloon.
Oh boy, here we go.
I do want to head to some of the other big stories. I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are following, and you might remember this video right here on your screen. 2 years after a
Crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Ho-ho. Botrix made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 14,674.
After flying over Alaska, across the U.S., and then over to the East Coast. A report published by Newsweek now states the balloon contained technology from at least 5 American companies. The report states inside the balloon were a satellite communication module, sensors, and other sophisticated surveillance equipment, some of which was held in a foam cooler. The FBI has not responded to any questions about the report. Now, back when the balloon was first spotted, the Chinese government claimed it was a weather balloon that blew off course, but U.S. intelligence agencies found it was actually being used for spying. U.S. intelligence officials have said that the information captured by the balloon was not successfully relayed to China. I do want to discuss really all of this here and the latest developments, so let's bring in a guest again to discuss all of it. We do have Patrick Cronin, the Asia-Pacific Security Chair over at the Hudson Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help discuss this all really just a little bit further as we work to piece it all together.
You're welcome.
Of course. And first off, I do want to ask you, overall, what do you make of the contents here that were reported to be inside that balloon 2 years later?
Vagabond I blame for not getting the correct permits that we needed, so f*** him. And then Nerdballer for being a getting locked up in the cell, whatever, shut off internet. Both of them for not doing the correct procedures. I never even wanted Vagabond to show up in the first place.
When did that happen? You just decided?
I said I wanted to go to Antarctica. I couldn't find any open cruise line tickets. And then he randomly messaged me one day and said, oh, here's an open cruise line ticket. Let's go together. And I said, F it. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, F it. I'm down. So yeah, I'm blaming both of those guys because they didn't follow the correct procedure. I mean, they literally told Vagabond to turn off his stream, and he still didn't do it. And then they had to cut off his internet as well. Like, both of those guys. Vagabond I blame for not getting the correct permits that needed, so f him. And then Nerdballer for being a part on the boat, getting locked up in the cell, whatever, shut off internet. Both of them for not doing the correct procedures. I never even wanted Vagabond to show up in the first place.
When did that happen? You just decided?
I said I wanted to go to Antarctica. I couldn't find any open cruise line tickets. And then he randomly messaged me one day and said, oh, here's an open cruise line ticket. Let's go together. And I said, F it. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, F it. I'm down. So yeah, I'm blaming both of those guys because they didn't follow the correct procedure. I mean, they literally told Vagabond.
That's so funny. I'd have to be stupid to click on that one thing. Here we go.
I do it on my computer. Only hope is in prayer. Can you write one more thing, please, so I can pin you? She's off and running. She is off and running. Thanks, everyone. We're back. There she is. I'm going to pin her in just a minute. Let's find the syndicate. I think she went to go get water. Much love to you. Check out Only Hope is in Prayers channel, guys. Aw, thank you for the tuna money. Another floating heart. Thank you. Check out this channel. Only Hope is in Love, please. Are we back to this? We're back to this, everyone. You know the door's closed up there. You're not going up there. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Cindy Cat, let's go for a chair spinning. You want it? Only Hope is in prayer is here. She donated some tuna money. Let's show her what you got on your spinning chair. Don't look at me like that. What you thinking? Looks like you have thoughts, Cindy Cat. We're here for the thoughts. Share with us what you're thinking. No? I know what you're thinking. It's not a good idea. You can't go up there. We'll just admire you on the stairs then. You look awfully pretty today. Yes. Looking very pretty.
Go.
There she is, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Could you please hit the thumbs up? I'd really appreciate it. Do you want a cat treat? I have one for you. Do you want a cat treat?
Aw.
Come here. Right here. Come and get it. She's like, I don't think so. You need to bring it to me. There we go. Good job, Cindy Cat. I have another one if you like it. Would you like it? I know, something fell on the porch. And then we're all done today. You did a good job filming today. Heck yeah. If you want more Google Living Women, you can have more, okay? Is that a deal? She's like, don't try to make deals with me. I do what I want, remember? You just hold the camera. Here, I have two more for you. I'm gonna make them nice and crunchy. Crunchy ASMR. Good job, Cindy Cat. See? You're not even thinking about going upstairs now. Want to go back to the living room? What you thinking about, Cindy Cat? You gonna do a wall stretchy? Go ahead. I won't tell anyone. Go on, do a stretchy on the wall. You found your sunspot, didn't you? You found a sunspot.
There's a huge sunspot coming to kill us all.
Do you hear the mailman coming? I
Oh,
think
that's
you almost heard the mailman. That's what you were looking at. No mailman, Cindy Cat. Good job. All right. Good job. Did you find a toy you want? Go ahead, pick a toy out. Oh, to the litter box we go. All right, let's turn over this way. She's in the litter box, everyone. We just have to give her a second. This may take a while. She takes her time in the litter box, everyone. Let's look outside for a second. What a nice, beautiful day out, huh? It's cold, but the snow's out. Hurry up, Cindy Cat. Your friends are waiting on you. She's taking care of important business right now, everyone. In her litter box. She's so cute. Check it out, everyone. She's got to get the litter just right. Just right. Get it real smooth, Cindy Cat. Do a good job. Good job. Good job. Yes. Come on, jump up here. Jump up. Jump up. Right up here. You can do it. She's thinking about it. Want to get on the chair? Cindy Cat, where you at? There you are. I see you. There you are. Enjoying watching your jellyfish? Yes? You enjoying it? Did you say hi to all your friends? Yes? Just a chill Sunday. Thank you everyone for watching. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Please subscribe. Cindy Cat. Scratch it good. Come on here. Wanna go in your spinning chair? Where you going? Hanging by my pool? Okay. You can hang out by my pool. You found a sunspot again? Awesome. Do you want a little cat tree? Look, Cindy Cat. Want a little cat tree? Happy Sunday, everyone. You know what's weird? My chat is not working on my phone. Hold on, going to my computer, everyone. There's no chat movement on my telephone. Oh my goodness, thank you guys. Lavender, thank you. Hi everyone. Sorry guys, I'm not getting chat messages. The chat is not. Get your scratch on, Cindy Cat. I'll set it up here and I can read it on the computer screen. Okay, closer, Cindy Cat. Check out how loud your face is, everyone. Can you guys hear and see me? Okay. Let me set you up over here. My phone is acting up today. What the heck? Here we go. I'll leave this here. Turn around, Cindy Cat, so everyone can see you. There's no chat on my phone. I'll go back to my computer, but let me get her set up here. Hi, Cindy Cat. Say thank you, Lavender, for donating to the Tuna Fund. Thank you, Lavender. Hi, pretty girl. Good job, Cindy Cat. Cindy Cat. There you go, Cindy Cat, your little hippo. It's weird, guys. My chat just stopped moving on my phone. It completely stopped. So to see what you're saying, I'll go back to my computer in just a second. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for hitting the thumbs up. Thanks for being here, everyone. Happy Sunday. And thank you again, Lavender, for the tuna money. We really appreciate you. Do you want to play with your wiener, right there. Little sparkly ball just in case. Cindy Cat's in chill out mode now, everyone. Just have a few more minutes. Thanks for everyone joining the Cindy Cat live stream today. Please know, Cindy Cat loves each and every one of you. All right, going back to my computer to type. Thank you again, everyone. Much love to you all. Please enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll see you around the YouTube. Thank you again, Maiden Princess. Thank you for your tuner donations, Phoenix, Ashley's channel. Thank you, everyone. Much love to you all. Bye for now.
Whoa. Sick. How you doing? Good. Yeah, do you need something? No. Okay. It sounded like maybe you wanted something. No? No? Alright. Love you, buddy. Brutal. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Yeah, once this phone's charged, I'm gonna do some IRL real quick. Gotta run to the mall and get arrested, yo. Who's this? Pup groomer?
Try it yourself. If you use this,
It's gonna be like, oh, man, Obama song.
To a 75-page exhaustive analysis of the contents of that espionage balloon 2 years ago. And so, as you've mentioned, we found out that this U.S. technology, cheap technology in many cases, the Iridium sort of signals burst module that is like a sat phone, a cheap sat phone, sitting in a phone cooler, which is very cheap technology indeed. Think of keeping your iPhone dry. But this is technology when used for malign purposes and put together in an integrated system, and then maybe used as one facet.
It was a cell phone in a cooler?
A sort of global surveillance system. The Chinese were able to pick up a range of intelligence. So they were able to obviously have images.
No way.
Think close-up imagery better than satellite imagery. They're able to steal and intercept signals. They're able to detect their own electronic emissions, including over military bases and installations. And the fact that they claim it was a weather balloon, that sounds like just a typical cover story that an intelligence agency like the Ministry of State Security or the People's Liberation Army would use just to deny that they are spying on the United States. The fact that it blew over the United States, the continental United States, whether that was an accident or not, in terms of the weather driving it off course, well, the reports were that it was headed for Hawaii, and we've seen these balloons, similar balloons over Guam. We've seen them over allies and friends countries, South Korea, over Japan, over Taiwan. So this is a systematic program that the PLA has been trying to exploit, develop, and especially over the past decade. And yet here we are 2 years later after this very dramatic shoot down of the balloon, and we still are eager to find out much more than we know now.
Do we know overall if these balloons do pose any sort of threat to the United States? Do we really have that answer just yet?
Well, we have contradictory statements coming out of the government, right? So the last administration claimed that whatever data collection this balloon was able to undertake was not transmitted back to China. That was what was called a high certainty intelligence finding under the Biden administration. But I'm not sure that should be the last word about whether they were successful with this. And it's certainly not the last word about this balloon surveillance program. The fact that we have heard so little about the details of this, including even now with this excellent Newsweek report, but still one that's sketchy, and it's based on a verbal discussion of a report, but not the actual 75-page detailed report, we're still left wondering how much of an espionage threat this really was. This was, just because it's using cheap technology, though, doesn't mean it wasn't a sophisticated espionage attempt, in the sense that we live in a world of ubiquitous, cheap digital technology. And if you can use that and string that together for malign purposes and get access, as the Chinese have been doing through this near space access 20 kilometers above countries of the United States, you're in a sweet spot to kind of get wide view technology coverage and to go over places where the United States government didn't think you'd be going, and not to mention other governments who don't have the same early warning systems, the same ability to sort of counter surveillance. So this was a wide, a wide-eyed moment for the United States intelligence community and military community to realize this is a bigger, even if it's a cheap challenge. We don't want to use F-22s to be shooting down every little cheap spy balloon, but the spy balloons, just because they're cheap, relatively cheap, doesn't make them less of a threat.
And when you look on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that video, and it's hard to believe it was back in February of 2023. We're talking 2 years ago. Do other countries use these kind of spy balloons? Do we have that answer?
Well, we know balloons have been used for a couple hundred years for military battlefields and for spying. We certainly know that the United States, Russia, Iran, North Korea have all used balloons for a variety of reasons to collect data or for if communications were to fail.
Okay, so wait, this will work, right?
There are a lot of different possible uses, but there's no doubt that it's not just China using them, and yet if any individual just does a Google Scholar kind of search of academic articles written by Chinese scholars in the last 2 or 3 years on stratospheric aerospace,
That could be hilarious.
For instance, you'd be amazed at how many Chinese scientists seem to be working on these issues. And we know that this is a Chinese program that really, in the first part of this century, started to develop. They started to write a lot of papers in the mid-2000s. And by 2015, they were clearly starting to experiment with putting these systems up in the air. And they've been refining that program ever since.
Again, you touched on this here, but what can the U.S. kind of learn from all of this? I'm sure they are still studying the contents of the balloon even 2 years later, and probably will be for a while. They're also, I'm sure, keeping an eye out for any other balloons that might fly over the U.S. So what can actually be learned from this?
Well, the first thing to recognize is that this technology is tighten export controls and to make sure that the export licenses for any technology are restricted to people who are not end users that are going to try to kill us or to try to defeat us in a conflict. That is, you don't want to send them to the Chinese military. We're not really going to know that information. There are too many cutout organizations, too many indirect routes, too many third parties that can intercede. Think of the terror problem we're facing right now in terms of how do you control these things. So let's recognize that while we want to tighten export controls, it's never going to be adequate for this kind of basic technology, which is ubiquitous, is widely available, and is not just developed here by the United States, and it's in the hands of private sectors around the world. So we have to defend ourselves better, right? We have to make sure that we understand that our communication
outrage, as you pointed out, Ranking Member Garcia, that she has now been treated favorably by the Trump administration after saying some things they liked. And what we haven't heard from you, Chair Comer, is a commitment not to say, well, it's going to be in the subpoenas, but to have a hearing on why. Will you commit to having a hearing to determine why she was moved to a more favorable conditions after that interview?
Why? A hearing to determine the crimes that were committed. The hearing's going to be geared towards seeking justice for the victims, not
You took back your time, put it.
We'll have a hearing, and if someone wants to ask that question, they can ask it. You can ask any question. We'll have a hearing.
But it wasn't a hearing on what the question was. And
you want to have a whole hearing, a whole entire hearing, not about the victims, not about a government cover-up, not about human trafficking, but about Maxwell B, who you all were like begging to be deposed, and I did the subpoena. Now you want to, now you're mad because she exonerated Trump. We brought in Bill Barr, who is I don't think it's any secret that he and Trump aren't best of friends, and he.
I'm gonna reclaim my time. The question wasn't about shouldn't we do all these things, but this is something very specific that indeed, as I understand, the victims raised today, they're outraged that this has happened, and it is indeed a re-traumatization that somebody who has done such horrible things is then treated favorably under these conditions. And I think that's where it's at. And I really want to say Garcia, because you focused in your opening remarks about the horrors of what you heard today and of why it is so important for the survivors that they get justice. And it needs to come in many forms. And I think the fact that Trump doesn't want us to vote on this bill tells you a lot, right? And why are Democrats worried? We are worried because Trump keeps distracting and lying about things, right? Anytime he doesn't like something, he distracts and he lies. Because inflation is down, but America's working families who are paying more for energy and groceries know the truth, or small businesses are closing because of those tariffs. Trump didn't like the fact that Americans are losing jobs, so he fired the person who gathers the data. And with the Epstein files, he's terrified of what's in those files, and he knows his name will keep coming up again and again. And it is tied to the fact that Trump himself, Representative Garcia, you know that he's been accused of sexual misconduct at least 28 times. He's found liable by a jury of his peers for sexual abuse and defamation. So we're not going to be surprised when we found out that his name has been in his files, and we want to see what they are. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I think we want to know what Attorney General Bondi told the president as it relates to his name being in the files, and it has been widely reported. And I think the American public deserve they have a right to know.
And I think that Americans are worried about trusting Republicans on this because now Chairman Comer is saying we're doing all these things. Had they done anything at all before Democrats forced the vote on the subpoena? Had oversight done anything?
Well, I think that's a good reminder. I mean, the vote was a forced vote by a subcommittee of Democrats on oversight, where we got not all, but some Republicans to join all Democrats to subpoena the Epstein files. And had Democrats not taken that action, we'd have no subpoena, and we'd still be much further back in this investigation.
Right. And there were 2 Democrats who voted against that subpoena. Is that correct?
All Democrats.
So 2 Republicans. All Democrats. Democrats forced the vote. Oversight had not done anything with regards to this until Democrats forced the vote, and then you had 2 Republicans vote against it nevertheless. Is that correct?
Including the subcommittee chairman.
Including the subcommittee chairman. So leaders in the committee voted against the subpoenas. Now, and so this is why Americans might be worried about whether they're going to be forthcoming. Now, Chairman Comer, this resolution would give you, and only you, the power to decide what information in these documents is redacted or withheld. Is that correct?
Well, we're trying to do this in a bipartisan manner. Our staffs are communicating. I think, I hope Mr. Garcia would agree. I think our staffs, he's new to the job, and I think our staffs are working together really well, and hopefully we'll continue to work well. Like I said, I want this to be bipartisan. I don't want members of the committee, and members of the committee haven't been making the accusations that members of the Rules Committee have been making, that, this isn't bipartisan. We want this to be a bipartisan investigation. We want to get the truth. And hopefully we'll do that. And you're trying to, I feel like, create a false narrative here to say that the Trump administration isn't working. They have been turning over the documents. And I mean, I feel like we're on a pretty good roll here.
So, Chairman Comer, I appreciate that fact that you said you want to work on a bipartisan basis on this, but the resolution does not require you to consult with the ranking member.
The only thing that's going to be redacted are names of victims.
Does the resolution give the ranking member any role in approving redactions? And if you want to be bipartisan, would you be willing to accept an amendment to?
I'm making a pledge to work with Mr. Garcia. Hopefully, he'll keep Mr. McGovern and Mr. Raskin out of the room, and we can get some good things done in a bipartisan manner.
Well, a pledge is a wonderful thing, but an amendment that actually puts it into writing would be great. Would you be willing to accept that amendment?
I think the resolution's good, and hopefully we'll vote it out in a bipartisan manner. And if we need to use that as a basis in court to get more documents, we'll do that.
Okay, so you're not willing to actually put it in writing that you will, that the ranking member will be consulted before you approve.
I guarantee that I'll consult with him a heck of a lot more than Elijah Cummings and Carolyn Maloney consulted with me when they were chairman of the committee.
I'm not asking about past. I'm asking about what's this is. And this is the problem. And the reason why we're concerned about this is, Chairman Comer, I've heard accounts of you describing yourself as a Trump man.
As a what?
Trump man. I'm a Trump man. You said I'm a Trump man.
I mean,
yes.
I support the president.
You support the president, and this is why it would be important to have in writing the bipartisan nature, because we want there to be bipartisanship, so that it is not a.
I want it too, but you all are making a good case up here. But I'm hopeful that Mr. Garcia is going to see past the behavior of the Democrats and the Rules Committee.
Madam Chair, Chairman Comer, I was speaking, and I think that it is important that we have people looking at these docs that are not a Trump man, so that we can make sure that everything gets responded to, because right now we haven't seen it. And that's why we want to make it the law of the land. We want to make sure that all Republicans vote on the Massey Kana resolution, so that they can say, we want to make sure it becomes available to everybody without it going through any process of redaction. I think that's the key. It's good to have your investigation, but it's good to have other things too.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, do you want to vote tonight? Would you like to vote tonight? They're going to call the vote at 20 minutes after, and so I don't know if you want to finish before I'm going to make a recess.
I'd still be down before 20. I think less than 40 minutes.
I'm going to call for a recess in about 3 minutes, so that we can go vote.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything else that the ranking member wanted to add to this discussion.
I think the only thing that I think is important is all Republicans who support transparency and accountability should support the Thomas Massey resolution. I think it's clear. It puts everyone on record. One would actually be a law versus a resolution. And again, we're happy to support any resolution or any effort to support transparency. And I think the same should be said for the other side of the
being in that discussion today as well.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Garcia, you're recognized.
I just begin in a very bipartisan manner earlier today. I think Republicans and Democrats got a chance to hear just horrific stories, and to hear these incredible, brave women.
Thank you. Earlier today, we heard, of course, these horrific stories from these women who are incredibly brave, and the courage that they showed to be here to share stories of sexual abuse. Some of them when they were girls, young girls, I think has shaken a lot of us on this committee and reaffirmed our commitment to the truth and transparency. Now, the Oversight Committee, particularly Democrats, are going to continue to investigate the Epstein files and bring justice to the victims of these heinous crimes. After meeting with the survivors, of course, of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, we're once again reminded of the monstrous actions that they took against over 1,000 women and girls. It's important that we center their stories and work for accountability. And I want to just remind this committee and the public that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are monsters, criminals, liars, and in no way should they be lionized or supported. And it is an outrage that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a facility where she is now more comfortable. And I think it's also appropriate to say that that was also horrifying to the women in the testimony that we heard today. And re-traumatizing the victims because of this move is shameful and should never have happened in this country. When you harm innocent women and girls, you should be held accountable, and I'm hopeful that in a bipartisan way this committee will do that. Now, I appreciate that, of course, close to 34,000 pages of documents have been released by the Department of Justice. That is complying with the subpoena, of course, that was put forward. But over 97% of those documents have already been released to the public. And I'm glad that we're releasing all those files to the American public. Most of it's already in the public record. What we need right now is full compliance with the subpoena, and the Attorney General, who once said that the files were on her desk, should release all the files immediately. There cannot be additional failures or additional cover-ups by this government that has already failed these victims now for decades. That cannot continue. We've got to follow the facts, we've got to get all the files out to the public, and we've got to ensure that there's justice for all of the victims and the girls. I also just want to add that Oversight Democrats have supported every single time there's been an opportunity to support transparency. We, of course, forced a vote to release and get the subpoena out. We will continue to take those actions. But any action that promotes transparency, we're going to support. If there's going to be a resolution, of course, it's going to come in front of the Congress to support additional transparency and openness in the Epstein files. We are going to support that. And any other committee that brings forward any other resolutions, we will support. But that does not somehow supplant the work on the discharge petition that Congressman Khanna and Congressman Nasser are moving forward. We will continue to support that discharge petition, and we will support any other resolutions that come forward that also holds Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and anyone else accountable. And I'll conclude just by saying that it is our hope that this investigation takes on and leads us to the truth, and we do not care how powerful you are, what political party you're in, how much wealth you have, or how connected you are. If you cause harm to these women and these girls, then we're coming after you, and justice should be served. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairman Comer, would you like to respond to anything Ranking Member Garcia had to say?
I appreciate his statement that this has been bipartisan thus far. I think this is an opportunity for this committee to demonstrate that we can work together in a bipartisan way. This is a bipartisan issue. Every Republican I know in Congress wants the Epstein files to be released. Every Republican in Congress I know wants the people that were trafficking women to be held accountable. Every single Republican I know wants the government officials who were involved in any potential cover-up or blackmail operation, if there was one, to be outed and held accountable. So we're going to try to do everything we can to get this, and I think we've demonstrated that. I'm a Republican. We subpoenaed Bill Barr. We subpoenaed Alex Acosta. We subpoenaed Pam Bondi for the Epstein documents. I don't remember when I was in the minority, a Democrat chairman subpoenaed any Democrat officials in the administration.
So we've demonstrated we don't care about political party. We don't care about what your last name is. We don't care how powerful you are. We want to know the truth, and we're doing everything we can. And I hope that the Democrats will work with us in this endeavor, and not politicize it.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I was in that hearing for the meeting with the victims today, and I appreciated very much, Mr. Garcia, what you said about this being a bipartisan effort and there being so many Democrat members there. But I also agree that there hasn't been this level of interest in this issue before.
Right.
I've been here a long time.
It dates back, what we learned from today, it dates back to 96. It dates back six prior administrations. So there have been many other administrations that could have released it for whatever reason, hasn't. But thus far, this administration is producing documents like we've asked, and I appreciate that.
Right. So you've stated a little bit already, the information you've already received from the Trump administration after the subpoena for the records was executed, and how quickly the committee started receiving the information.
Yeah, as soon as the subpoena went out, we heard from the Department of Justice. Their attorneys started communicating with our attorneys, and they started gathering the documents, and I think we got the documents in record time. I can't remember a time when we subpoenaed the Merrick Garland Department of Justice and never got anything from them. So I applaud Pam Bondi and the Trump administration for working with the committee and for being transparent.
And as you just mentioned, there have been times when you have requested information. I can remember I've been here 3 months, and I was on the Oversight Committee, on the subcommittee, and we had a bureaucrat come in, and the chairman of the committee said, I've asked you for 3 years to give us information. And the person just sat there and wouldn't say a word and wouldn't respond in any way. Wouldn't you rather have a subpoena in hand above everything else, even a law passed by Congress?
Absolutely.
Which can be challenged in court immediately to get this information?
Absolutely. We're doing what that discharge petition wants done. And we're 3 steps ahead of that discharge petition. We've already deposed former Attorney General Bill Barr. We've already subpoenaed the estate, the Epstein estate, for all the documents.
And
we've already subpoenaed.
September 8th, the material would come from them?
I'm sorry?
You said the Epstein estate is going to start producing
September 8th. September 8th, they're going to produce the documents from the estate. I believe September the 16th or 19th one, Alex Acosta's coming in for a deposition, and I know that during our discussion, Ms. Crockett and Raj Krishnamurti, I believe, asked questions about what we should ask Acosta. So everybody, both sides are going to get equal time to interview Acosta on all of that. And again, the administration has complied with our request, and you know, I think we're getting those documents, and as we speak, they should be being uploaded to a website right now.
And it's my understanding that the Massey document, the Massey legislation, only asks only for information from the administration. Is that correct?
That's right.
It doesn't go beyond the administration.
Right, and we're going to go beyond it. We're already getting the documents from the administration, and we've moved way past, because that discharge petition was filed 6 weeks ago. We've already deposed, you know, again, the former Attorney General. We've got dates set for others to come in. We're downloading 34,000 pages of documents. We met with the victims today and got more names that they said in front of the minority, and we're going to press forward with that. So we're way ahead of this discharge petition. I don't think it's necessary at all.
And you are going to be in a very unique position of being the arbiter of any needed redactions, keeping that decision in the hands of members of Congress, correct?
Correct. And there were, one of the victims today made it very clear she didn't want her name, you know, made public. Others said they were willing to let their names be public and were willing to testify in a public hearing. And so, you know, that's, you have to know, we have to have grant privacy rights to the victims. Some of the victims want their names out there and some want their names to be redacted.
And it's my understanding that was not sufficiently taken care of.
That's correct.
In the Massey legislation.
That's correct. And I also want to mention that Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson, sat through the whole meeting today with the victims, the entire 2.5 hour discussion we had, bipartisan discussion.
And what I heard from the victims was that they feel for the first time that they're being heard. They feel that they're being heard, but they made it very clear they don't have a lot of trust in anyone affiliated with the government because they believe that their government has let them down. And the timeline of that would date over both Republican and Democrat administrations in the past. Correct. So let me see if I can put all this together. You believe a formalized investigation by the House is the best path forward to obtain the records and disclose them to the people.
Yes.
You've made a commitment, and our resolution makes a commitment to disclose everything that can possibly be disclosed short of violating the privacy rights of others.
Yes, ma'am, 100%.
And by having the full House vote and speak in support of this investigation, it will be helpful to you in executing the mission that you're about. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If we have to go to court for something, if it's a good bipartisan vote in the House of Representatives, that only helps.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much. First, I think I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the Massey Kana resolution because you keep on saying that it doesn't protect the victims, but it's in yellow here. There's some pretty explicit language about protecting the identity of the victim, so I don't want there to be any confusion.
Without objection.
And Mr. Comer says it's unnecessary, but this bill we're doing right now is unnecessary because you're already doing something. So I can't help but feel that this is like cover. And I got to be honest with you, we've been trying to bring, legislation to the floor. We're trying to, amend bills to try to get this administration to do what Trump said he was going to do during the campaign, and that is release all the files. We had to recess early because people didn't want to take a vote on it. And I think, I appreciate the niceties of both of you appearing before this committee right now, but I got to tell you, I think what's going on here today is the Republicans are terrified. I think we all know why. And that is because the president doesn't want to release all the files. I mean, after promising that he would release them during the campaign, then he issued, that was in 2024, and then 2025 he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats and some stupid Republicans. That's his quote, verbatim. So when you say all Republicans want this stuff released, I don't think that guy does. That's right. And what you're telling us is you're going to release some of the files tonight. If I heard Mr. Garcia correctly, 97% of which is already out in public. So we get 3% that's new. I don't know what it's going to say. But I just don't understand what the big deal is. Why can't the administration just release the files? You can do the investigation, but just release all the files. Trump and the people he put in charge of the FBI and the DOJ promised that they would. And it's just kind of strange that they haven't done so yet. I mean, don't you think? I mean, we just want to know, what are they trying to hide? Well, why is this such a difficult thing for them to do? Before we left for recess, you guys all told us that you wanted to release the files and that a non-binding resolution authored by Mr. Norman was an important step forward to getting the Epstein files released. Why hasn't that been called up yet? Mr. Scott had the authority to do so for weeks. He could do so this week. Hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Maybe Mr. Norman can explain to us why his Epstein resolution never made it to the floor. Maybe Mr. Scott can tell us what, would like to share with us why he decided not to call up the rule for its consideration when it is well within his power to do so. But honestly, the answers they give really don't matter because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time. And I think we're doing the same again today. But today's resolution is even worse. At least Mr. Norman's do-nothing resolution had a deadline of 30 days. If I'm reading your resolution correctly, there's no deadline. It's just an open-ended distraction with the same goal. Protect the powerful, hide the files, and buy some time for people to forget. So, you know, all that has to happen for the files to be released is one thing. The Trump administration needs to release them. That is all. And if that's too complicated for some Republicans to get their arms around, that's okay, because they're in luck. Someone has already done the work for them, because there is a bipartisan bill offered by Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna that would force the administration to release the Epstein files while protecting the victims. And Mr. Comer, just for the record, I think you're not in support of the Massey Khanna bill, but let me ask you formally, do you support the Massey Khanna bill to release the Epstein files?
We're doing that as we speak. And you said some of the documents were going to be released. All 34,000 documents will be online, hopefully in the next 5 minutes if they're not now.
Yeah, but 97% of which we've already seen. Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to add, first, I appreciate the comments, but we should be clear. If it's true, as the chairman said, that every Republican supports disclosure on the Epstein files, then every Republican should sign the discharge petition from Congressman Khanna and Congressman Massey. There's no question. And the key difference in that petition as well is that petition ensures, one, that members of Congress are all on the record on releasing the files, and two, that petition, as you have in front of you, also ensures that the files actually go to the American public, that they're actually released to the public. I appreciate that the subpoena that we forced a vote on is going to our committee, and it's important work. Most of the documents that were sent to our committee, those initial documents were given to right-wing influencers back in February. The files and the full report, according to the Attorney General, were sitting on her desk, ready to be released. We know that the Attorney General herself has shared with the President directly that he is also in the files. The reason, and we don't understand why this cover-up by the President continues to not release the full files. And so the discharge petition is an important additional step forward for the Congress, the full Congress, to be on record to release the full files. And so that piece is important, and it's clear that while maybe there are some Republicans in Congress, and hopefully all, that want to see disclosure, that is not the case with the Republicans in the White House and the Department of Justice.
So 7 months to get released, 97% of which already been released. But again, Mr. Comer, do you support the Massey Khanna resolution, yes or no?
We're already doing it. And the discharge petition does not have the force of law. We've already subpoenaed.
You can look,
Mr. Mayor, it's very disappointing that you're trying to politicize this. We're trying to get answers. We're trying to do everything that's in this discharge petition, but you're trying to politicize it.
No, it's a yes or no question. It's not a trick question.
We've already done what the discharge petition's asking.
Do you think the resolution saying to keep doing what you were doing is better than a bill that could become law?
The bill has no force of law. It has no force of law.
Yeah.
You're just trying to do a political stunt.
Well, I was asking a question, he interrupted me. It's a simple yes or no question. Simple yes or no question.
We're already doing it.
All right. Well, that's not a yes or no, but do you think the resolution saying to keep doing what you were doing is better than a bill that can become law, which would require the release of all the files?
It doesn't have the force of the law. It's just a political stunt. It's just a political stunt.
This is a resolution. The Massey Khanna bill would become law. If all you Republicans want everything released, then you could vote for it, and then if he decides to veto it, you could override the veto.
the subpoena goes further than the discharge petition. Discharge petition is just a political stunt. Just a political stunt.
Right, so
and look, we have done everything bipartisan in this investigation. This is an opportunity. I think most of the Democrats on the Oversight Committee want to be bipartisan in this, Mr. McGovern.
So you're not going to answer my question, but look, we're meeting here under an emergency procedure to consider this resolution, which, if I'm reading it right, simply tells your committee to continue doing what you're doing. Do you need this resolution to continue doing what you're doing, Mr. Garcia? I mean,
we do not. The resolution as presented is not necessary. Again, we want disclosure. We want the files released. But what should happen? We should vote on the discharge petition and move it forward and continue our work. Can I say one more thing, Mr. Ranking Member? I also want to be clear that the DOJ has not been forthcoming or presented everything that we've asked for in the subpoena. And I think it's important that even in our recent interaction with the DOJ, they're essentially now not giving us any new additional information as to when we're receiving the rest of the files. And so having Congress act and taking a vote on the full release of the files is an important additional step, which is why the discharge petition is important. And the resolution should not somehow take precedent or discourage members from somehow signing the discharge petition.
so help me understand what we're considering right now. Does this resolution grant you any new authority?
No.
I think the resolution will send a signal if we end up in court. If, as the victim stated today, that some of the most powerful and some of the richest names in the world were involved in a cover-up, we're going to end up in court. And I think the resolution will demonstrate that Congress is working in a bipartisan manner, not trying to be partisan, to get the truth to the American people and hold people accountable.
Yeah, why don't we do both? I mean, Mr. Massey, last time I checked, is a Republican. Other Republicans will sign that. I mean, why can't we do both?
I think we can. I think.
Excuse me, Mr. McGovern, would the gentleman yield him up?
Yes.
We can. We certainly can do both. We'll pass this resolution here, and then if sufficient people sign the discharge petition, then it will come out. And it's my understanding there is a significant difference in the resolution that we have here and the Massey resolution, and that is this resolution demands disclosure, whereas the Massey resolution does not. So I think we can do both, and let that happen. We want to show that we want this done in a very important way.
Well, if we can do both, then why is the Rules Committee standing in the way of allowing? I'm going to have a vote on the Massey counter resolution. Well, why would Republicans of the Rules Committee block us from just bringing it to the floor? We could vote on both.
Because they've already started the discharge petition.
Well, that doesn't.
They've already started it.
Yeah, well, that's a nice. Well, that's whatever. That's I don't even want to say what I'm thinking about that answer. But let me just ask. This is a yes or no question. Does the administration have the power to release the Epstein files with appropriate redactions to protect the victims and the survivors? Do they have the authority to do that?
I think so, with the subpoena.
Yes.
Right, they do. But they're not. And Mr. Comey, this resolution that is before us right now says that you're investigating mismanagement that led to Mr. Epstein's death. Mm-hmm. Who was the President of the United States when Mr. Epstein died in custody?
I would assume it would have been Trump.
Yeah. And I have another, just one last question. You referred to Ghislaine Maxwell as a terrible individual, and I guess the question is, maybe you can enlighten us. What have you done to investigate why Ms. Maxwell was moved to a minimum security facility? I mean, she's a convicted child predator, sent to prison. She testifies before some people in the administration. She didn't testify. She answers questions that are put forward by somebody in this administration. She basically says the president didn't do anything wrong, and then all of a sudden is moved to a minimum security facility. Are you going to do? Have you done a hearing on that, or are you doing a hearing on that?
we've subpoenaed Ms. Maxwell. She sent a letter via her attorneys and said that she requested that we wait for the deposition until after the Supreme Court rules on her appeal. We're hoping that's this month. So as soon as the Supreme Court rules on her appeal, we'll go in and do a formal deposition. So Mr. Garcia will be there. I'll be there if he wants to be there.
I'm not into
and those questions can be asked. Those are legitimate questions.
Well, but I don't think Ms. Maxwell can answer those questions. I mean, I listened to some of her interview, and it sounded like there was no cross-examination. I'm just curious why, after she said what she said, when she moved. So it's not about Ms. Maxwell. It's about somebody made the decision to move her, which I don't think was expected. Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be really clear. First of all, Democrats on the committee, we did not support moving Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony after the Supreme Court heard her appeal. In fact, that was the decision that the majority made that we did not support. We think that Ms. Maxwell, before she was interviewed by Donald Trump's former personal lawyer, should have been in front of a bipartisan committee in a deposition. And so, to be clear, I think it's safe to say that it's an outrage and shameful that Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a facility where she is now more comfortable and has more access to folks both on the outside and her ability to move freely, when she has victimized over hundreds and hundreds of women. And I'll add one more thing to that. We've written to the DOJ, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, demanding answers, yet no response from the Attorney General. We have no idea why she was moved and who actually, at whose direction was she moved to that facility.
But she was moved, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, by this current administration, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
I would think that, you know, I mean, this is so outrageous that a big part of the investigation of your oversight committee should be on that as well. And I mean, I hope that you pursue that. But again, I think it is imperative that we pass the Massey kind of bill, because I think it does have the force of law, because I don't trust this administration to basically. I mean, something's going on here. I don't know what, but there's a reason why everybody went from we're going to release the files one day to the next day saying we're not. So in the spirit of full transparency, in the spirit of demanding that they do what they said they were going to do, I think I think we need to do more than what we're doing. Mr. Comer?
Yeah, I was just told by counsel the documents pertaining to the move would fall under the Department of Justice subpoena. So I think that's a fair question that I'm confident if we don't ask it, Mr. Garcia will whenever we're.
I'll tell you, this whole episode has been outrageous, and it's disgusting, and it's been strange, especially the way this Congress has dealt with it up to this point. And so some of us believe we ought to also pass the Massey kind of bill, and I hope that we will do that. And I hope my friends on the Rules Committee will allow us to offer it, because I'll bring it up as an amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am confused because the Oversight Committee is trying to do the investigation, trying to get the information, trying to get it released. They have been working on it most of August.
Yes.
A significant part of August. So I am confused as to why the Democrats are opposing this, because you are doing it in the way that it should be done, not some resolution added, like the Democrats attempted to in Rules Committee in the middle of, in the evening. But instead, this is a thoughtful way that you are handling this, bipartisanly. And so I am just really confused about that. And I just want to say that I thank you for doing what you're doing, because we obviously need to figure this out in a respectful manner, so we are protecting those victims who don't want to be publicized. We're doing it in an organized manner so that things happen in a transparent manner, and we are going to. And my understanding is you are going to disclose and publish everything.
Everything.
Everything that, and so I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, but I just wanted to point out how confused I am about this, because this is just grandstanding and political theater.
Absolutely.
From the other side, because you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
We want to know. I want to know. If you look at the roster of the committee, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Anna Paulina Luna, Nancy Mace, they want to know. I mean, they ask tough questions. And look, when Acosta is interviewed, there'll be some tough questions for him. He has a lot of questions that need to be answered with respect to some things. So we've not put a line down. We're only going after the Democrats. That happened in the past when the Democrats were in charge. They only went after Republicans. We want to get the truth, and it goes back. It spans 6 administrations. So look, for whatever reason, according to the victims today, and Dr. Fox was in there, Mr. Garcia was in there, they've been giving interviews to FBI and other government officials, people in various departments of justice for decades, and name names, and nothing's been done. You know, the Biden administration had an opportunity to release the Epstein files, and they didn't do it. You know, you go back. I mean, this is something that we're committed to doing, and we want to do. I want to be able to say the Oversight Committee, this was a big investigation. The American people are watching. I want everything out and open. So, you know, we're trying to do it, and we're trying to be bipartisan, and hopefully my friends across the aisle, I think the majority of the Oversight Democrats are sincere and want to do this in a bipartisan way. Hopefully the Democrat leadership will let this be bipartisan and not play political games.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
I'm confused too about something that Mr. McGovern said, that 97% of what's been released was already public information. I'm not sure why that's negative, because they keep saying that, okay, 3% is new, but now it's all available to the public. Is that correct? Because maybe it was released to some people, but now it's released to everybody, right? So everyone can see it.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the 3% is that hadn't been released before, whether it has any significance, but I'm confused, as the gentlewoman from Minnesota is confused as to why are they downplaying that, or why are they saying that's a waste of time?
I don't know. It's not. And, you know, I think all of us during August, if we went out and met with constituents, they were all asking about this. The American people want to know. They would like to, I've said this in a million interviews, they want to know, you know, who all was involved in the sex trafficking, what big names were taking advantage of those girls, and was the government involved? Those are the 3 questions, and I hope we'll be able to get as much information as possible. Look, this dates back, according to what we heard today from the victims, as far back as '96. So, you know, let's hope that there's still documents around. I've always had a huge distrust of the FBI and the Department of Justice under various administrations, and I've always had a theory that sometimes documents don't survive from one administration to the other. We're going to do everything we can to get that information, and I think this resolution's a step in the right direction. I don't think the other thing's needed.
I thank the lady for yielding.
Thank you. But just to reiterate, I just hope that the Democrats will stop the grandstanding and really, you know, work on the bipartisan oversight committee and making sure that these things are dealt with. I think it's a disservice to all of the victims to not work and to pretend that this is somehow bad, but focus on it and make sure, I'm asking the Democrats, make sure that it's bipartisan, make sure that you're doing what needs to be done, the disclosure's done and the investigation is done. Because this isn't something that should be about political
Right.
This is about something that we should investigate. And so with that, I just hope that they would come with us and help with the Oversight Committee investigation.
Thank you.
With that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
And I would yield to Mr. McGovern for a minute.
I'm sorry there's so much confusion on the Republican side of the aisle. I don't understand why we're just not all demanding that the administration release all the files. And we could do that if we were able to vote on the Massey County resolution. But apparently we can't do that. And forgive me if I'm just a little bit suspicious about all this going on here, because I've been on this committee all year with all of you, and I have watched as we have weaved and dodged and avoided bringing anything to the floor dealing with this. And I've also, we began our August recess early because none of you wanted to take a vote and hold this administration accountable, and you ran out of town. So again, want to do something bipartisan? Maybe we all could join on a bipartisan appeal to this administration to find out why Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a cushy facility after she exonerated Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I mean, we've lived through the last several weeks as Republicans have tried to avoid dealing with this issue. And so I hope, and I trust that there's bipartisan cooperation on the Oversight Committee, and I want that investigation to move forward. But for the life of me, I do not understand why the administration, after promising to release all the files, has chosen not to. So that's what I'm confused about. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Thank you. Mr. Comer, I think in your introduction, just for folks who are trying to play catch up here, because there's a lot of details and a lot of names being thrown around, you said that one of the issues here is that the U.S. attorney who initially handled Mr. Epstein's case gave him a sweetheart deal. That's right, isn't it?
Was the initial U.S. attorney was who?
Well, you didn't name him, but it was Alex Acosta, right?
I don't know if he was the initial, but he was one of them. He gave him,
So he was the U.S. attorney appointed by George Bush in whatever district, and he's the one that gave the deal to Epstein, where he served a couple months, but basically got out on release every day, despite all the horrific crimes that we now know occurred. Okay, and in his later career, he became Secretary of Labor in the first Trump administration, right? And he had to leave after reporting disclosed this sweetheart deal. Is that right?
I don't know what caused him to leave, but
it was about that time.
Okay.
So, Mr. Garcia, I know we've heard that you've received some materials. Are there redactions in those materials?
There are appropriate redactions. We will be able to review the full materials. There'll be some opportunity to review the materials without some redactions or from the committee staff and committee members that don't put any of the victims in harm's way. But there are some, again, the reality with the materials though is there's nothing really with a small amount, a couple thousand pages of new information. And all the information was first given to right-wing influencers back in February, and it has been released to the public, whether it's been through the media or other ways. And so we can get the full files today. We know the DOJ has them. They're not answering our questions. We're asking when are we getting the rest of the files. We get no response. And to clarify one thing, Ms. Gallen, I think it was said earlier by another member of the committee that we're somehow opposing this resolution, or we're not opposing anything. We want full disclosure. If the majority wants to put together a resolution to add to more disclosure, that's fine. But that resolution should in no way supplant the discharge petition or serve as some kind of distraction to not get the full Congress on record to release all the files.
Okay. I mean, I guess I was asking about the redactions because there's been reporting that under Attorney General Bondi, hundreds of FBI and DOJ man-hours have been dedicated to redacting all references to the president. So is there anything to indicate that the materials you've received thus far contain some of those redactions?
So we believe that the materials that we've received so far there are redactions in there. We are reviewing some of those redactions currently. The team still is, but we believe that a vast majority of those documents are actually not presenting any new information. And we do believe there are important and critical documents that we have not yet received from the DOJ that contain important information to this investigation, and we've yet to see those.
Do you have explanations
Oh,
for
wow.
those redactions that you have seen thus far? Have those been provided by DOJ?
We do have some explanation of some of the redactions, but there are no documents in what we have been presented that are of concern as it relates to redactions.
I'm just concerned because that is one of the pieces of the Massey underlying underlying legislation, which is that to the extent the DOJ turned over any materials, it would have to explain any redactions or claims of privilege or whatever.
But that's important, certainly in future documents. So as more documents come forward, ensuring that that is a piece of it is going to be important.
And I guess going back to this issue of Ghislaine Maxwell getting this cushy assignment, my understanding is that when she was moved to this new facility, that was against Bureau of Prison regulations, and someone higher up from the White House or the Attorney General's office would have had to excuse that normal Bureau of Prison rule.
That is correct.
Right? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to add?
Just that I think that Republicans should join Democrats on the Oversight Committee and others in demanding answers to why Ghislaine Maxwell was moved and who gave the orders to move Ghislaine Maxwell. We still don't know that question, that answer.
I think that's an important part as well, and pleased to have been able to sign the discharge petition before we came up for this hearing, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Thank both of you for coming. You know, I think what's interesting about this hearing, Mr. Governor, you've been very critical of everything that's been going on here and about you need answers, and some of it we do need answers on. But the biggest, and you said things were outrageous and whatnot, you're confused. What I'm confused about, you were elected to Congress in 1997, 28 years. You were chairman of this committee, the Rules Committee, from 2019 to 23. Now, if this is all of a sudden so important, when you was chairman, you had every right to bring up everything we're talking about now. What did we hear from you? Crickets. So that's the big confusion I have. And Representative Comer, the thing about political grandstanding, that's all this is. Well,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't really, hold on, I'm not talking.
files.
If I've got the floor, I recognize you, but we're not gonna talk over each other. Have some decency. This is an anti-Trump. You're asking all these questions, who released Ghislaine Maxwell? When you had the opportunity, you didn't say one word. This is anti-Trump, and it's coming out for that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this: how many victims were interviewed today?
6.
And you think it's hundreds?
They said it was hundreds, like close to 1,000, but hundreds. It's what the attorneys for the victim the attorneys were represented by 4. The victims were represented by 4 attorneys, and they said as many as 1,000.
Well, the process is moving forward.
Right.
We all know the discharge petition. I don't mind having 2 tracks, but bottom line is, Mr. Governor knows it has to go to the Senate. I don't know what they'll do with it, but it's going to take time. You're not waiting on anything.
No.
You're moving forward.
We're moving forward.
And like Chairman Fox said, everything's going to get released. Now, let me ask you this. Are the flight logs public information? Who flew on the planes?
Okay. Some are, but the state subpoena should cover more of that.
We all know anybody that's, how far back with the flight logs? You can alter a flight log on an air. If you're flying on a plane, you can.
Back to 1990.
Okay, 1990. We know people that were on that flight weren't going over there to have Bible studies.
Right.
They were doing other things. So we'll see, is your opinion, all the flight logs of whoever went, doesn't matter.
Right.
That will be released.
Yeah. I mean, that I want to know. I think everybody wants to know.
You hit it on the head, James. I mean, people want to know the names.
Yeah.
If a crime has been committed against thousands of women, young girls, this transcends politics. That's why I don't understand. The fact that you're politicizing this is not right. This transcends This is young girls getting abused. So the fact that the flight logs will be released, we'll know the names of who flew over there. And then the public, I think that's the big name. If crimes have been committed, who did it?
Right.
And then let them face a trial.
Absolutely.
Let them face a jury of peers. Now, I think Ms. Scanlon said the redactions by Attorney General Bondi contained things with President Trump. Now, what did you say, Representative Garcia? That was not right.
Right. I think, well, first, to be clear, I think the Attorney General herself has said that President Trump is in the Epstein files. To be clear, that's been reported. And as far as what redactions include the president, we don't have the files yet to know what those redactions actually are.
When you get the files, y'all, both of you will ask the question, why were they redacted? Who did it? And as far as who put Miss Maxwell in another prison, I assume that will come forward.
Well, and to be clear, our request has been to redact the names of the victims. There shouldn't be circumstances, nor will we support redacting the names of the perpetrators or anyone that actually committed the harm. And so that would not be our expectation. And so we think the full release of the files is important to check that work, of course.
Okay. So so it's not, nothing with President Trump has been redacted to your knowledge of what's been released so far.
If anything with President Trump's name has been redacted, it has not been, it's not something that's been anything new, that's not any new information. So that's an open presenter to the public.
So this just further illustrates this is just the hatred of a president who has got support of 77 million people.
I mean, sir, I mean, it's the president that actually campaigned on releasing the full files when he was running. I mean, he had made this central issue of one of the central issues of his campaign.
Aside from that, though, you had 4 years under the Biden administration. He was chairman of a committee. He could have brought it up day one. He didn't do it. So if all of a sudden the interest, to be honest, I'm glad it's coming out now. It's been a lot transpired with Ghislaine Maxwell, the death of, I don't know, when did Epstein die?
2019, August.
2019. Okay, so a lot's happened over the 20 years of this. Well, thank you for what you're doing. I think that the public needs to know, as they do on most everything. There are a lot of questions with the government involvement in the shooting of President Trump. I mean, that's going to come out at some point. Not only about Pennsylvania, but the golf course. So, is there anything you want to add to what Mr. Garcia or any?
No, I just think that, the subpoena covers everything. I mean, if there are flight logs with the estate, that'll fall under the subpoena. If there are questions about why Maxwell was moved from Florida to Texas, that'll fall under the DOJ subpoena. So we are moving forward, and the Department of Justice has been working with us to turn over those documents. It takes a long time to gather and transfer 34,000 pages, and we're hopeful there's more, and we'll look at that and then post it online as quick as we can.
Okay.
Mr. Norman, would you yield for a minute?
Pardon me?
Would you yield for a minute?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll yield.
Sure. I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to put in the Newsweek article from August 1st of this year, so just last month, in which it talks about the fact that Trump's name was in the Just 3 Epstein files, and that 1,000 FBI agents were redacting those files to remove his name and others. So it's an August 1st, 2025 Newsweek report. It was also in Bloomberg and several other things, but I know we were on break, so you might have missed it. I yield.
Without objection. So what you just said, y'all will be able to get into that, won't you? So you'll be able to answer every question. Now, Mr. McGovern, in fairness to you, you want to answer why, when you were chairman of this committee, you didn't bring up anything about Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, I mean, one is I didn't campaign that I was going to release the Epstein files. Donald Trump made it into a big issue, and then we all expected it was going to be released, and then he decided at the last minute to change his mind, called people, said it was a big hoax, said Republicans were stupid, for going along with it, and so those are his words. And by the way, Ghislaine Maxwell just got transferred like a month ago, so I wasn't chairman then of the committee. No. Of 2019 to 2023, I would have. Yeah, I mean, if people had brought to my attention,
Hello,
I would have demanded that it be released. released. The victims, no. Well, I mean, if the victims came to, that's a little bit more clear. But the victims want the files released. And Republicans have been frustrating that effort for months and months and months. And you even adjourned early to avoid having to vote on it. That is not true. I want the truth out there. I want the files out there. I'm taking my time back. I'm reclaiming my time. The fact is, if you had all the interest that you do now, it's just because of Donald Trump. You had 4 years to do it as chairman of this committee. You've been in Congress 28 years. You and I both know the victims. This has been out that young girls have been victimized for the last 15 years.
Good morning,
and you
ladies.
do
Happy
nothing,
witchy holiday.
which
February 1st.
it shows you the hatred they have, and everything's political up here, particularly when it comes to Donald Trump. But the American people don't agree.
Most places are going to get a full
Thank you, both of you, for testifying. I yield back.
So, the dark sadness is
Fernandez, you're recognized.
even though it's promised.
Hello, Carol. So we are back, aren't we? And we're back on Epstein, which is where we were before, indeed, Johnson shut down Congress early so we would not have to vote on a motion to put on the floor of the House the massive resolution to force the release of the Epstein files to the public, to pass a bill that would make it law that all of the files would have to be released. And there is no reason why we cannot still have that be a
Every
rule.
winter is depression for me, but
And
like
we
I
can
said,
do
I've been
both.
saying this. I feel like
But
even though
Republicans
it's
and Trump
depressing,
especially
it's like
seem
going
terrified
at an ever
of
slowly
those
spiral
files
up
and
because
seem
it is
willing to do
depressing, but
all
I
kinds of
still
things
feel
to
like
avoid a vote
I'm in a
on
better
that bill.
place than I've ever been, which is probably
Now,
sad.
I want to go into
But-
some other things, but I'm going to yield some time to my ranking member.
No, I just responded to Mr. Norman. I knew there was some there when this administration was trying to hide everything.
Other people might not be able to see this.
And that's quite frankly what
At least we're not
what
like,
has a lot of
this
us
is the fucking
concerned about
shittiest point I've ever been in my
what
life.
we're not
I
doing
know
here
for
today,
a
and
fact
that is
that's
not voting on the
This is
massive
definitely not
power
the
bill.
shittiest.
And my understanding is that there's some reporting out now, we're hearing, that the White House is calling Republican members, asking them not to sign under the discharge petition.
Back in fucking Nam.
Yeah, and I don't even know what happened to your resolution that you brought up.
At least
you
we're not
voting
back
kind
in
of
the trenches of Nam with
left
our
early
exes,
for our
am I
August
right?
recess, but yeah, this is the smell right. I think we need to get to the bottom of this, and that means that all the files have to be released. I yield back, I think, to
Like,
Joe.
could it just
Thank
be
you,
a
ranking
little
member. And,
higher
you know, I'm
caliber?
chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and we are always
If they're all
concerned about
clowns,
the
can
fact
we
that
make
in
the
this
caliber a
country,
little higher?
women and children and girls are attacked, they are abused, they are
I'm
raped,
like cutting
they
off
are
the last
trafficked.
rounds of communication.
And they are done so by men like
My
Epstein
ex, like,
and by women like yourself. And I think that it is an outrage,
I've maintained
as you
what I would
pointed
like to
out,
call a civil,
ranking member Garcia, that
relationship with
she
my
is
ex,
now
despite the
been
fact that he's
treated
done nothing
favorably
wrong.
by the Trump administration
Which is
after saying some
absurd,
things
the
they
fact
like.
that he really just
And what we
absent
haven't heard
in
from
every
you,
single
Chair
way,
Comer,
which is absurd.
is a commitment
But
not to say, well, it's going to be in the
he
submission,
now-
but
he's
to
now
have
decided
a
to start,
hearing
like,
on why. Will you commit
trying
to
to, like,
having a hearing
buddy
to
up
determine why she was moved to a more favorable conditions after that?
Literally, like,
We'll
I
have a
see people
hearing
like that that are like,
to determine
that's
the
fake.
crimes that were committed.
somebody acts
The
nice to
hearing's
your
going to be
face,
geared towards
and then
seeking
goes
justice for the victims, not
having a
scoring
little
political
gossip.
points
This is
like
not
you
a
all
political
want.
point.
We're concerned about the victims and their request that someone finally be held
If you've
accountable.
got these criticisms,
Because they weren't during the Biden administration, they weren't during the Obama administration,
I'm going to take.
they weren't during the Clinton administration.
My question was whether you would hold a hearing as
We'll have a
imagine
hearing.
transferred, why she was transferred after.
We'll have a hearing, and if someone wants to ask that question, they can ask it. You can ask any question. We'll have a hearing.
But it wasn't a hearing on what the question was. And rank.
You want to have a whole hearing, a whole entire hearing, not about the victims, not about a government cover-up, not about human trafficking, but about Maxwell, who you all were like begging to be deposed. And I That
was literally 10 years ago.
Now you're mad because she exonerated Trump. We brought in Bill Barr, who is I don't think it's any secret that he and Trump aren't best of friends, and he
Try to contact his new
that's fine.
or whatever
The
roommate.
question wasn't about should we do all these things, but this is something very specific that indeed, as I understand, the victims raised today, they're outraged that this has happened, and it is indeed a re-traumatization.
They say fucking the fury is a woman scorned, like,
is then
I think
treated
men are way more scorned. I do.
under these conditions, and I think that's where it's at. And
I very
I
rarely
really want to
see
thank you, Ranking Member
scorned
Garcia,
women
because you focused in your opening
persistently
remarks
harassing men.
about
Scorned
the
ex-women
of what you heard
persistently
and
harassing
of why
men
it is so
for
important
fucking all this time.
for the survivors that they get justice. And it needs to come in many forms.
Let me be really, really,
And
really
I
honest.
think the fact that Trump doesn't want
way more scorned.
us to vote on this bill tells
And
you
it
a lot,
probably makes sense
right?
because
And why are Democrats worried?
women,
They're worried
I'm
because
sure, are harder
Trump
to get than
keeps
men. It's just
distracting
the facts
and
of life.
lying
Like,
about things.
maybe it's just
Right?
because
Anytime
once
he
they
doesn't
thought
like
they
something,
got
he
the
distracts
woman
them, he
and
lies.
then lost them, and they're
Because
actually
inflation
scorned
is
because
down,
they're
and
gonna have to
America's
put so
working
much
families
effort
who are
into
paying
getting
more for
another
energy
woman
and groceries to know the
just
truth,
like,
or small
oh, it's like
businesses are
cats.
closing because of those tariffs.
You
Trump didn't like the fact
can
that
just find one in the
Americans are losing jobs, so he fired
one in a
the
dumpster.
person who gathers the data.
So,
And with the
you know,
Epstein files,
guys
he's
think they're real
terrified of
special
what's in
and
those
he
files,
can,
and he
like,
knows his name will keep coming up
irreplaceable.
again and again.
Can we please remind them that the dumpsters
And
are lying?
it is tied to the fact that Trump himself,
The dumpsters are lying. to
Representative
them, and,
Garcia, you know that he's been accused of
women don't have
sexual
to try that
misconduct at
hard
least
to
28
fucking-
times. He's found liable by a jury
good
of
women
peers
don't have to try
for
that hard to
sexual
find
abuse and defamation.
Just saying. It's weird.
So we're not
Scorn
going to be
goes-
surprised
Scorn comes
when we
mostly
find
from
out that
men.
when we found out that his name has been
I haven't seen it
files, and
lately
we
yet.
want to see what they are. Is that
There's a lot more scorned behaviors, in my opinion,
I think we want to know
men to women
what
than there
Attorney
are the
General
other way
Bondi
around. Maybe it's
told
just
the president
this
as it relates to
area
his
of, like,
name
internet.
being in the files,
Oh.
and it has been widely reported. And I think the American public deserves.
I've been around a couple areas on the internet.
And I
It
think that
seems like men
Americans are
really,
worried about
really,
trusting
really,
Republicans on this because now Chairman Comer saying we're doing all these things. Had they
And I'm
done
just saying, I got
anything
that.
at
I had
all
a fucking example of it.
before Democrats forced the vote
Imagine
on
being
subpoena,
so
had oversight done anything?
Well, I think that's a good reminder. I mean, the vote was a forced vote by a subcommittee of Democrats on oversight, where we
I
got
don't
not
even
all,
know who he like
but
hangs out
some
with. I've never even
Republicans to
met
join
like my
all
ex's
Democrats
fucking person.
to subpoena the Epstein files. And had Democrats not taken that action, we'd had no subpoena and would still be much further back in this investigation.
Right. And there were two Democrats who voted against that subpoena. Is that correct?
All Democrats.
So two Republicans, all Democrats. Democrats forced the vote. Oversight had not done anything with regards to this until Democrats forced the vote, and then you had two Republicans vote against it nevertheless. Is that correct?
Including the subcommittee chairman.
Including the subcommittee chairman. So leaders in the committee voted against the subpoenas now. And so this is why Americans might be worried about whether they're going to be forthcoming. Now, Chairman Comer, this resolution would give you it, and only you, the power to decide what information in these documents is redacted or withheld. Is that correct?
Well, we're trying to do this in a bipartisan manner. Our staffs are communicating. I think, I hope Mr. Garcia would agree. I think our staffs, he's new to the job, and I think our staffs are working together really well, and hopefully we'll continue to work well. Like I said, I want this to be bipartisan. I don't want members of the committee, and members of the committee haven't been making the accusations that members of the Rules Committee have been making, that, this isn't bipartisan. We want this to be a bipartisan investigation. We want to get the truth, and hopefully we'll do that. And you're trying to, I feel like, create a false narrative here to say that the Trump administration isn't working. They have been turning over the documents. And I mean, I feel like we're on a pretty good roll here.
So, Chairman Comer, I appreciate that fact that you said you want to work on a bipartisan basis on this, but the resolution does not require you to consult with the ranking member.
The only thing that's gonna be redacted are names of victims.
There's a resolution, give the ranking member any role in approving redactions, and if you want to be bipartisan, would you be willing to accept an amendment to?
I'm making a pledge to work with Mr. Garcia. Hopefully, he'll keep Mr. McGovern and Mr. Raskin out of the room, and we can get some good things done in a bipartisan manner.
Well, a pledge is a wonderful thing, but an amendment that actually puts it into writing.
No, I don't have banned words. Google has
Would you
banned
be
words.
willing to
Google
accept
hates
that
me.
amendment?
Google won't let me talk.
I think the resolution's good, and hopefully we'll vote it out in a bipartisan manner, and if we need to use that as a basis in court to get more documents, we'll do that.
Okay, so you're not willing to actually put it in writing that you will, that the ranking member will be consulted before you.
I guarantee that I'll consult with him a heck of a lot more than Elijah Cummings and Carolyn Maloney consulted with me when they were chairman of the committee.
I'm not asking about past, I'm asking about what's this, and this is the problem, and the reason why we're concerned about this
say my name.
Chairman Comer, I've heard accounts of you describing yourself as a Trump
calling
man.
out my name, Daddy.
As a what?
Trump man. I'm a Trump man. You and you said I'm a Trump man.
That's the only insult you got against me because you've already
You support the president, and this is why it would be important to have in writing the bipartisan nature, because we want there to be bipartisanship, so that it is not.
I want it too, but you all are making a good case up here, but I'm hopeful that Mr. Garcia is gonna see past the behavior of the Democrats on the Rules Committee.
Madam Chair, Chairman Comer, I was speaking, and I think that it is important that we have people looking at these guys that are not a Trump man,
is that it's
so that we can make sure that everything gets responded to, because right now, we haven't seen it. And that's why we want to make it the law of the land.
Because it's not embarrassing.
We want to make sure that all Republicans vote on the massive on our resolution, so that they can say, we want to make sure it becomes available to everybody without going through any process of redaction. I think that's the key.
Miss
It's good to
Ledger.
have your investigation, but it's good to have other things too.
Miss Ledger Fernandez,
How you doing, Dakota?
do you
Let's
want to
stone,
vote
let's smoke
tonight?
coal. It's a witchy
Would you
holiday.
like to vote tonight?
It's
They're
fucking
gonna call the
It's
vote
when
at
you
20
leave the
minutes
fireplace. It's
after.
when you light a
And so
fire, not a little stinky thing can
I don't
right
know
here.
if you want to
Not a real
finish before we, I'm gonna
At Trinity,
make a
I
recess.
still be down before 20. I
I'm
spent
gonna-
less than 40 minutes.
I'm gonna call for a recess in about 3 minutes, so that we can go
Lights
vote.
growing.
Okay.
Blackout
I wanted to
doing
see if there was anything else
know,
that
a
the
lot of
ranking
them
member
have the
wanted to add
exact
to
same
this
description.
discussion.
Isn't it weird?
I think the only thing that I think is important is all Republicans who support transparency and accountability should support the Thomas Massie resolution.
Let's look at them
I think
compare.
it's clear. It puts everyone on record. One would actually be a law versus a resolution. And again, we were happy to support any resolution or any effort
It makes
to
my sperm look even worse.
support transparency. And I think the same should be said for
This
the
is
other side of
blackout
the other side of the
Being in that
Specific
discussion
sperm
today as well.
has very sensual Queen of Hearts.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Garcia, you're
A very little
recognized.
feminine brown nose, delightfully darkened eyes to where it like appears to be makeup. That is a very, very feminine features filled face. So that is Blackout Andy. Then we look at my stinky sperm.
Thank you. Earlier today, we heard, of course, these horrific stories from these women who are incredibly brave and the courage that they showed to be here to share stories of sexual abuse. Some of them when they were girls, young girls, is I think has shaken a lot of us on this committee and reaffirmed our commitment to the truth and transparency. Now, the Oversight Committee, particularly Democrats, are going to continue to investigate the Epstein files and bring justice to the victims of these heinous crimes. After meeting with the survivors, of course, of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, were once again reminded of the monstrous actions that they took against over 1,000 women and girls. It's important that we center their stories and work for accountability. And I want to just remind this committee and the public that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are monsters, criminals, liars, and in no way should they be lionized or supported. And it is an outrage that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a facility where she is now more comfortable. I think it's also appropriate to say that that was also horrifying to the women in the testimony that we heard today. And re-traumatizing the victims because of this move is shameful and should never have happened in this country.
Crazy to say.
When you harm innocent women and girls, you should be held accountable, and I'm hopeful that in a partisan way this committee will do that. Now, I appreciate that, of course, close to 34,000 pages of documents have been released by the Department of Justice. That is complying with the subpoena, of course, that was put forward.
God damn! Is that what it's up to?
97% of those documents have already been released to the public. I'm glad that we're releasing all those files to the American public. Most of it's already in the public record. What we need right now is full compliance with the subpoena, and the Attorney General, who once said that the files were on her desk, should release all the files immediately.
Even fucking Blackout moved on.
There cannot be additional failures or additional cover-ups by this government that has already failed these victims now for decades. That cannot continue.
How's it going?
We've got to follow the facts.
Thanks for
We've
joining
got to get all the files out to the public, and we've got to ensure that there's justice for all of the victims and the girls. I also just want to add that Oversight Democrats have supported every single time there's been an opportunity to support transparency. We, of course, forced a vote to release and get the subpoena out. We will continue to take those actions. But any action that promotes transparency, we're going to support. If there's going to be a resolution, of course, it's going to come in front of the Congress to support additional transparency and openness in the Epstein files. We are going to support that.
Welcome.
And any other committee that brings forward any other resolutions, we will support.
No
But
stinky
that does not somehow supplant the work on the discharge petition that Congressman Khanna and Congressman Nassi are moving forward. We will continue to support that discharge petition, and we'll support any other resolutions that come forward that also holds Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and anyone else accountable. And I'll conclude just by saying that it is our hope that this investigation takes on and leads us to the truth. And we do not care how powerful you are, what political party you're in, how much wealth you have, or how connected you are. If you cause harm to these women and these girls, then we're coming after you, and justice should be served.
Or I could take it and fucking start lightly burning.
Thank you very much. Chairman Comer, would you like to respond to anything Ranking Member Garcia had to say?
Oh, yeah. But I can't like
I
overcompensate the ball. I
appreciate
just
his
have to make them tiny because I can't really be sure.
statement that this has been bipartisan thus far. I think this is an opportunity for this committee to demonstrate that we can work together in a bipartisan way. This is a bipartisan issue.
I'm not a witch, but I like
every Republican I know in Congress wants
the
Epstein files to be released. Every Republican in Congress I know wants the people that were trafficking women to be held accountable. Every single Republican I know wants the government officials who were involved in any potential cover-up or blackmail operation, if there was one, to be outed and held accountable. So we're going to try to do everything we can to get this, and I think we've demonstrated that. I'm a Republican. We subpoenaed Bill Barr. We subpoenaed Alex Acosta. We subpoenaed Pam Bondi for the Epstein documents. I don't remember.
He just thought that I was going to curse him because he.
When I was in the minority, a Democrat chairman subpoenaed any Democrat officials in the administration. So we've demonstrated we don't care about political party. We don't care about what your last name is. We don't care how powerful you are. We want to know the truth, and we're doing everything we can, and I hope that the Democrats will work with us in this endeavor and not politicize it.
Literally make fucking herbal medicines and celebrate witchy holidays.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I was in that hearing for most, or the meeting with the victims today, and I appreciate it very much.
Tarot cards are weird though. I don't like how accurate they've been the last few times that I read them, so I don't really like them.
Effort,
It's just
and
like,
being so many
it seems
Democrat members
constant.
there, but
Like,
I
oh
also
yeah!
agree that there hasn't
When you
been
start getting personally
this
attacked by the
level
tarot
of
cards, you're like,
interest
oh
in
yeah!
this issue before.
Right.
I've been here a long time.
It dates back, what we learned from today, it dates back to 96. It dates back six prior administrations. So there have been many other administrations that could have released it for whatever reason, hasn't. But thus far, this administration is producing documents like we've asked, and I appreciate that.
Right. So, you've stated a little bit already, the information
The guy
you've
that I
already
live
received from the Trump administration
has
after
no
the
chill
subpoena for the
with
records
drinking,
was executed.
and I really
how
don't have
quickly
much chill
the
with
committee
drinking.
started
So
receiving
it's almost
the
all or
information.
nothing for me. When I
As
was
soon as the
drinking
subpoena went out, we heard from the Department of Justice. Their attorneys started to communicate with our attorneys, and they started gathering the documents, and I think we got the documents in record time. I can't remember a time when we subpoenaed the Merrick Garland Department of Justice and never got anything from them. So I applaud Pam Bondi and the Trump administration for working with the committee and for being transparent.
I was doing it more like either I was doing it when I was streaming
as you just
or I was
mentioned,
on holidays and shit.
there have been times when you have requested
I don't
information.
see why I
can't
couldn't
remember
drink
what-
every once
I've
in a
been here
while.
3
I
months
have
and I was
reasons why I
on
wouldn't want
the
to.
oversight committee, on the subcommittee, and we had a bureaucrat come in, and the chairman of the committee said, I've asked you for 3 years to give us information, and the person just sat there, and wouldn't say a word, and wouldn't respond in any way. Wouldn't you rather have a subpoena in hand about everything else, even a law passed by Congress?
Absolutely.
Which can be challenged in court immediately to get this information?
Absolutely. We're doing what that discharge petition wants done. And we're 3 steps ahead of that discharge petition. We've already deposed former Attorney General Bill Barr. We've already subpoenaed the estate, the Epstein estate, for all the documents.
And
We've
you
already
said
subpoenaed.
September 8th, the material would come from them?
I'm sorry.
You said the Epstein estate is going to start producing
September
material?
8th. September 8th, they're going to produce the documents from the estate. I believe September the 16th or 19th one, Alex Acosta's coming in for a deposition, and I know that during our discussion, Ms. Crockett and Raj Krishnamurti, I believe, asked questions about what we should ask Acosta. So everybody, both sides are going to get equal time to interview Acosta on all of that. And again, the administration has complied with our request, and you know, I think we're getting those documents, and as we speak, they should be being uploaded to a website right now.
And it's my understanding that the Massey document, the Massey legislation.
And everybody else has power too.
Only
They're just fucking
asks
diminishing
only
themselves
for
every day.
information from the administration. Is that correct?
That's right.
It doesn't go beyond the administration.
Right, and we're going to go beyond it. We're already getting the documents from the administration, and we've moved way past, because that discharge petition was filed 6 weeks ago. We've already deposed, you know, again, the former Attorney General. We've got dates set for others to come in. We're downloading 34,000 pages of documents. We met with the victims today and got more names that they said in front of in front of the minority, and we're going to press forward with that. So we're way ahead of this discharge petition. I don't think it's necessary at all.
I don't match the energy of people that are drinking when they're not drinking.
Being the arbiter of any needed redactions, keeping that decision in the
I don't want to be
hands
like
of
a
members of
fucking, I don't want
Congress,
to be like
correct?
a
Correct, and there were, one of the victims today made it very clear she didn't want her name
That's why I haven't been joining a lot of
public.
people.
Others said they were willing to.
I was saying that last night though too, like
and
if I
we're
don't got
willing to
something to yell
testify
about,
in a public
loud about,
hearing,
then I
and
usually don't
so
join it.
you know that's. You
Even
have
when I
to
do
know.
got something to be loud about,
We
yell
have to have,
about, I'll usually just join and then yell and then
privacy,
leave because
privacy
like,
rights to the victims. Some of the victims want their names
have way more
out there, and
staying
some want their
power
names to be
and
redacted.
It's my understanding that was not sufficiently taken care of.
That's correct.
In the massing.
That's correct. And I also want to mention that Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson, sat through the whole meeting today with the victims, the entire 2.5 hour.
It's a lose-lose.
Discussion.
It's a lose-lose. I know, I've seen people just smoking weed on there.
And what I heard from the victims was that they feel for the first time that they're being heard.
They feel that they're being heard, but they made it very clear they don't have a lot of trust in anyone affiliated with the government because they believe that their government has let them down. And the timeline of that would date over both Republican and Democrat administrations in the past.
Correct. So, let me see if I can put all this together. You believe a formalized investigation by the House is the best path forward to obtain the records?
Definitely better for making friends though, when I'm not
disclose them to the people.
Then I don't have to talk shit.
If you've made a commitment,
I'm just saying, fine to talk shit. I think a lot of us are like our age range. That's like the trolling and banter on here. It's just we're all like kind of programmed to talk shit to each other. But depending on how drunk you get
privacy rights
and how sensitive
Yes,
the
ma'am,
real
100%.
And by having the full House vote and speak in support of this investigation, it would be helpful to you in executing the mission that you're about. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If we have to go to court for something, if it's a good bipartisan vote in the House of Representatives, that only helps.
Okay, I appreciate that very much, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much. First, I think I want to ask you to send to a certain to the record the Massey County resolution because
it's definitely not. If it doesn't control me during the holidays, it doesn't control me at all. I promise you that.
in yellow
There
here,
was
there's some pretty explicit
definitely
language
days,
on protecting the identity of the victim, so I don't want there to be any confusion. And, you know, and Mr. Comer says it's
By now,
unnecessary,
it would
but
be more of a
this what we're doing right now is unnecessary because you're already doing
The only
something.
time I feel like I need
So,
to drink
I
to keep
can't
my
help
sanity is
but feel that this is like cover.
I hate 'em.
And I gotta be
I don't
honest
like
with you,
anything to do
you
with
know,
any of that. And I'm
we're trying
actually,
to bring,
honestly, it's
you know, legislation to
way
the floor, we're
better
trying to,
for
you know,
my
amend
like
bills,
holiday
try
spirit
to,
if I am drinking.
get this administration to do what Trump said he was gonna do during the campaign, and that is release all
To
the
be fair,
files.
BG does that.
And, you know, I
BG's
mean, we had to
always
release this
waiting
early
for
because
some, like,
we didn't wanna take a vote on it. And I think, you know, let's, I appreciate the niceties, of both of you appearing before this committee right now, but I gotta tell you, I think, maybe what's going on here today is the Republicans are terrified. And, you know,
Like just a
and I think we
sterile
all know why.
room, interrogation room,
And
right?
that is
The
because the
fucking
president,
fluorescent noise, with the fucking lights
doesn't
on
wanna release all the
above,
files. I mean,
He's like
after
wearing a
promising that he would
fucking
release
button-up
them during the
fucking
campaign,
sticky, like,
then he issued, that was in 2024, and then 2025, he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats and some stupid Republicans. That's his quote verbatim.
Sam.
When you say all Republicans want this stuff released, I don't
But I
think
told
that
you
guy
that's
does.
because my native family is
and
cool.
when
My
you're telling
native
us
family
you're
up in
gonna release
Washington is really
some of
cool,
the
and I like
files,
hanging out with them.
tonight,
It was always chill and like
if I
not
heard this thing, I see
stressful
it
and like
correctly,
laid back and relaxed.
97%
All
of
we
which
were
is already
stoners.
out in
Like,
public.
it was
So we
just
get
a
3%
completely different vibe. And now
that's
down
new,
here,
I don't know what it's gonna say.
like it's just like
But I just don't understand what the big deal is. Why can't
materialistic and like
the
a bunch of
administration just
judgy
release the
fucking
files?
drunk assholes judging
You
other
can do
drunk
the
assholes
investigation,
and
but
like
just release all the
I make
files.
more money than you, money
You know,
matters, status matters.
you know,
like, I just
Trump
fucking,
and the people he put in charge
my
of the
family
FBI and the
wants
DOJ promised that
they're
they
not
would.
competing with each other. They're not
And it's just kind of strange that they haven't done so yet. I mean, don't you think? I mean, we just want to know what are they trying to hide? Why is this such a difficult thing for them to do? You know, before we left for recess, you guys all told us that you wanted to release the files and that a non-binding resolution authored by Mr. Norman was an important step forward
and I hope
to getting
to
the
fucking
Epstein
God that
files
everybody
released.
just continues to
Why hasn't that been called up?
because I did never ask any of
Mr.
them
Scott
for shit, and I
had the
don't fucking
authority
expect anything
to do so for weeks.
because the times in my life that I could have
To do
used
so
help
this
are
week,
already fucking gone.
hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Maybe Mr. Mr. Norman can explain to us why his Epstein resolution never made it to the floor. Maybe Mr. Scott can tell us what, would like to share with us why he decided not to call up the roll for his consideration when it was well within his power to do so. But honestly, the answers, they really don't matter because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time. And I think we're doing the same again today.
Like, nah, never mind.
But today's resolution
Nope,
is
don't
even
worry,
worse.
I got it.
At least Mr.
I'll just
Norman's
struggle.
do-nothing resolution had a deadline of 30 days. If I'm reading your resolution correctly, there's no deadline. It's just an open-ended distraction with the same goal. Protect the powerful, hide the files, provide time for people to forget. So, you know, all that has to happen for the files to be released is one thing. The Trump administration needs to release them.
Remember what I did?
And if that's too complicated for some Republicans to get their arms around, that's okay, because they're in luck. Someone has already done the work.
Don't help me because
there is a
later on I
bipartisan
don't want to
bill
fucking hear
offered by
what you
Mr.
did for
Massey
me,
and Mr.
alright?
Khanna that would
I
force
don't
the
want to hear what
administration
you
to
did
release
for
the
me
Epstein
later
files
because you know
while
what?
protecting the victims.
Like good human beings,
And
they
Mr.
just help
Comer,
people without
just for the record, I
expecting
think
to fucking yell at them later.
I think you're not
They just
in
do it
support of
because
the
they
Massey
did it. And if they
Counter Bill, but let me
regret
ask
it
you
later, they
formally,
keep that
do
fucking
you
shit
support
inside their
the
fucking
Massey
brain.
Counter Bill to release the Epstein files?
Because
We're
it was
doing
the
that
right
as
thing
we
to do
speak,
at the time.
and
so
you
I'm not
said
gonna do it
some of the documents were going to be released. All 34,000 documents will be online, hopefully in the next 5 minutes. If they're not, they are.
Then I don't
But 97% of which we've already seen, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to add, I mean, first, I appreciate the comments, but we should be clear. I mean, if it's true, as the chairman said, that every Republican supports disclosure on the Epstein files, then every Republican should sign the discharge petition from Congressman Khanna and Congressman Massey. No question. And the key difference in that petition as well is that petition ensures, one, that members of Congress are all on the record on releasing the files, and two, that petition, as you have in front of you, also ensures that the files actually go to the American public. They're actually released to the public. I appreciate that the subpoena that we forced a vote on is going to our committee, and it's important work. Most of the documents that were sent to our committee, those initial documents were given to right-wing influencers back in February. The files and the full report, according to the Attorney General, were sitting on her desk, ready to be released. We know that the Attorney General herself has shared with the President directly that he is also in the files. The reason, and we don't understand why this cover-up by the President continues to not release the full files. And so the discharge petition is an important additional step forward for the Congress, the full Congress, to be on record to release the full files. And so that piece is important. And it's clear, though maybe there are some Republicans in Congress, and hopefully all, that want to see disclosure, that is not the case with the Republicans in the White House and the Department of Justice.
7 months to get released documents, 97% of which already been released.
I'm on my main account.
I mean, do you support the Massey
Everything that I need to say, I can say right now with like.
We're already doing it. The discharge petition does not have the force of law. We've already submitted it.
You can be,
And look, it's very disappointing that you're trying to politicize this. We're trying to get answers. We're trying to do everything that's in this discharge petition, but you're trying to politicize it.
It's a yes or no question. It's not a trick question.
We've already done what the discharge petition's asking.
You think the resolution saying to keep doing what you were doing is better than a bill that can become law?
The bill has no force of law. It has no force of law. You're just trying to do a political stunt.
Well, I was asking a question, you interrupted me.
It's like 90% cans off.
It's a simple yes or no question.
What the fuck?
Simple yes or no
Shout
question.
out Voorhees for having
We're already doing it. Well, that's not a yes or no, but do you think the resolution saying to keep doing what you were doing is better than a bill that can become a law, which would require the release of all the files?
It doesn't have the force of law. It's just a political stunt. It's just a political stunt, and you know.
This is a resolution. Massey Counter Bill would become law. If all the Republicans want everything released, then you could vote for it, and then if he decides to veto it, he'll override the veto.
The subpoena goes further than the discharge petition. The discharge petition is just a political stunt. Just a political stunt.
All right, so
And look, we have done everything bipartisan in this investigation. This is an opportunity. I think most of the Democrats on the Oversight Committee want to be bipartisan in this, Mr. McGovern.
You're not going to answer my question, but we're meeting here under an emergency procedure to consider this resolution, which, if I'm reading it right, simply tells your committee to continue doing what you're doing. Do you need this resolution to continue doing what you're doing? Mr. Garcia, I mean,
the resolution as presented is not necessary. Again, we want disclosure, we want the files released, but what should happen, we should vote on the discharge petition and move it forward and continue our work. Can I say one more thing, Mr. Ranking Member? I also want to be clear that the DOJ has not been forthcoming or presented everything that we've asked for in the subpoena. And I think it's important that even in our recent interaction with the DOJ, they're essentially now not giving us any new additional information as to when we're receiving the rest of the files. And so having Congress act and taking a vote on the full release of the files is an important additional step, which is why the discharge petition is important. And the resolution should not somehow take precedent or discourage members from somehow signing the discharge petition.
so help me understand what we're considering right now. Does this resolution grant you any new authority?
Stupid you look,
No.
and then they're gonna.
I think the resolution will send a signal if we end up in court, if, as the victim stated today, that some of the most powerful and some of the richest names in the world were involved in a cover-up, we're going to end up in court. And I think the resolution will demonstrate that Congress is working in a bipartisan manner, not trying to be partisan, to get the truth to the American people and hold people accountable.
Yeah, why don't we do both? I mean,
You're in the stream,
Mr.
or you
Massey, last time I
are a
checked, is
streamer,
Republican.
and
Other
you
Republicans will
never
sign
turn
that. I
your
mean, it's
camera
a,
on because
I mean,
you're
why can't we do both?
I think we can. I think
Would the, excuse me, Mr. McCarthy, would the gentleman yield to my?
Yes.
Watch those channels.
We can.
I think people
We
should
certainly
demand
can.
like
We'll
accountability
pass
and
this
truth and
resolution
trust
here, and then if
the other
sufficient
thing that
people
happens
sign
when
the
you don't turn your
discharge
camera on
petition,
is
then
people
it will
can't
come
see your
out.
facial
And it's
expressions
my
when you're
understanding,
lying.
there is a significant difference in the resolution that we have here
You know what I
and
mean?
the Massey, resolution.
And also,
that
they
is
can't see all the
in
fuck
in
shit you're
our-
doing behind the scenes.
This
Like,
resolution
I feel like for the
demands
most part, people
disclosure,
that won't turn their
whereas
cameras
the
on are the
Massey
ones that are
resolution
multitasking
does
bunches of
not.
shit.
So I think we
They're
can
like
do
doing
both
so much
and
extra
let
shit
that
that
happen.
they can't keep their
We
camera on
want
because then
to
you see
show
how much extra
that
shit.
we want this done
Right?
in a very
If I'm sitting here with my camera on and
Why is the Rules
accountability,
Committee
people being
standing in
able
the
to
way
see my facial expressions and read if I'm
allowing,
lying
I'm going to have a vote on the
and
Massey,
see that I'm not like doing a bunch of extra shit on the side,
counter resolution.
then that's
Why
called
would the Rules
accountability.
Committee, why would Republicans or Rules Committee block us from just bringing it to the floor?
That's called honesty.
We could vote on both.
It seems a little
because
weird
they've already
that
started the
you would
discharge.
be
Well,
unwilling
that
to
doesn't
give
give you-
They've already
accountability
started
and
it.
honesty.
Yeah, well,
for
that's a nice, well, that's, whatever, that's, I don't even want to say what I'm thinking
You know
about
what I
that,
mean?
but, let me,
I like
let me,
people that I
let
can
me,
look in the face
let me
and
just
see
ask,
their
it's a yes or no
expression,
question.
because
Does the
then you can see
administration
they're a human being.
have the
That's
power
called psychology.
to release the Epstein files
We are a social
with
species.
appropriate
We want to like
redactions to
look at
protect the
people's
victims
eyes. We want
and
to
the
see
survivors?
people's facial expressions. and
Do they have the
read
authority to do
emotions. You
I
know,
think so with the
reactions.
subpoena.
Yes.
Right, they do. So, but they're not.
Hiding makes you
and
sneaky.
Mr.
You don't
Coleman,
get any of
this
that. You don't
resolution
get
that
to
we're,
see
that
what
before us
people
right
are
now
doing. You don't get
says
to
that
see
you're
like
investigating
what kind of squalor
mismanagement
they're
that
living
led to
in.
Mr.
Like
Epstein's
even
death.
people that are living in abject squalor still turn their
Who
cameras
was the president of the United States when Mr.
That
Epstein
can't be
died
it,
in
right?
custody?
Hopefully, it's not that much
It would have. I would assume it would have been Trump.
at all.
And one, and
And
I
then,
have
like-
another, just one last question.
I don't know, like,
You
people are
referred
getting
to
doxxed anyway,
Ghislaine
so what's
Maxwell
the
as a
excuse?
terrible
The excuse
individual.
is cowardly, and it seems like
And I guess
it's
the question is, maybe you can
shady
remind us,
to me.
what
Like,
have
you
you
don't want
done
people
to
seeing your
investigate
actual, like,
why Ms.
reactions to
Maxwell was
things and,
moved
like,
to a minimum
being
security
able to fucking look at you
facility? I mean, she's a
liar when you're talking about
convicted child predator.
I want to see people's face. I'm not letting anybody
sent to
lie to me
prison.
behind fucking
She
no eyes.
testifies before.
If somebody's fucking
some
sitting here
people
trying to
think
argue with
they
me and
testify.
lie to me, you know what I'm gonna
She,
do? I'm gonna be like, look at my fucking
answers
eyes
questions
when you're
that
talking.
are put forward by somebody in this
How is
administration.
that not
She
acceptable?
basically
Like,
says the
how is that not
president didn't do
acceptable?
anything
just
wrong,
because this is like
and then all of a sudden is
simulated, like, parasocial
moved to a minimum
You can
security
still be a real person. You can still
facility.
like look. You
Are you
can
going to
still
do? Have you done a hearing on that, or are you doing hearing on that?
We've subpoenaed Ms. Maxwell. She sent a letter via her attorneys had said that she requested that we wait for the deposition until after the Supreme Court rules on her appeal. That should, we're hoping that's this month. So as soon as the Supreme Court rules on her appeal, we'll go in and do a formal deposition. So Mr. Garcia will be there, I'll be there if he wants to be there. And those questions can be asked. Those are legitimate questions.
Well, but I don't think Ms. Maxwell.
If any of us were a 10 out of 10, we'd be busy managing our
her interview, and it sounded like there was no cross-examination. I'm just curious why, after she said what she said, the way she moved. So it's not about Ms. Maxwell, it's about somebody made the decision to move her, which I don't think was expected. Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be really clear. First of all, Democrats on the committee, we
I
did
feel
not
like it's
support
people that are doing a bunch of extra shit, because look,
testimony after the Supreme Court.
if you
her
see me
appeal,
doing this,
that was a decision that the majority made that we did not support. We think that
the
Ms.
whole time I'm
Maxwell,
streaming, right?
before she was interviewed
You know
by
I'm doing
Donald
some
Trump's
extra shit.
former personal lawyer,
I'm doing this.
should have been in front of a bipartisan committee
oh,
on
you
that
can't really
position.
see.
So to be
I'm
clear,
doing this the whole time.
I think it's safe to say
Or if
that
I'm on
it's an
like a
outrage and
second monitor
shameful
typing,
that Ghislaine Maxwell
some
is
other shit,
moved
you know I'm
to
fucking doing
a
extra shit,
facility
right?
where she's now more comfortable, has
like-
more access to folks both on the outside and her ability to move freely when she has victimized hundreds and hundreds of women. And I'll add one more thing to that. We've written to the DOJ, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, demanding answers, yet no response from the Attorney General. We have no idea why she was moved and who actually, at whose direction was she moved to that facility.
She was moved.
Because there can't be any
correct me if
other
I'm wrong,
excuse like,
by
you're not
this
poor, all of us
current
are poor,
administration,
we've all
right?
streamed from
Absolutely.
poor
I mean,
shit.
I just, and again, I
Some
would think
people
that,
stream from fucking shacks.
you know, I mean, this is so outrageous that a big part of the
Nobody's
investigation of your oversight committee should be on that as well. And I mean, I hope that you pursue that, but again, I mean,
It's not looks, it's not that.
I think it is
Everybody's getting
imperative
doxxed, they're streaming a lot.
that we pass the
It's not
Massey
that.
kind of bill, because I think it does have
Well, then
the
what's the reason
force of
after
law.
that? Either you don't want people seeing your
Because
facial
I don't trust this administration.
shit when you're saying shit,
That basically, I mean, something's going on here. I don't know why.
all the
But
time.
there's a
You don't
reason
want
why
people to see
everybody went from we're going to release the files
Just my
one day
opinion.
to the next day saying we're not. So in the
It's
spirit
probably
of full
pretty
transparency, in the spirit of demanding that they do what they said they were going to do, I think I think we need to do more than what we're doing. Mr. Comer?
I was just talking about counsel, the documents
genuinely, the only
pertaining to the
reason that I
move
don't
fall
go
under
out
the
and
Department
do
of
fucking
Justice
IRL
subpoena.
shit
So I think that's a
is
fair
because I don't
question
feel like
that
it's my
I'm
job to
confident
touch
if we don't ask it, Mr. Garcia will whenever we're.
I'll tell you, this whole episode has been outrageous and it's disgusting.
I'm not like obligated to.
And it's been strange, especially the way this Congress has dealt with it up to this point. And so some of us believe we ought to, we ought to also pass the Massey kind of bill, and I hope that we will do that. And I hope my friends on the Rules Committee will allow us to offer it, because I'll bring it up as an amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're
By
recognized.
being real, what you mean? Nobody wants real, everybody wants fake bullshit.
I am confused
Everybody wants
because
smoke
the
up their
oversight
ass, not the
committee
reality of the
is
world.
trying to do the
Anybody that speaks
investigation,
truth gets
trying to
fucking
get the
ignored,
information, trying to get it released. They have been working on it most of August,
Yes.
a significant part of August.
Happy Sunday, fuck faces.
So I am confused as to why the Democrats are opposing this, because you are doing it in the way that it should be done, not some resolution added, like the Democrats attempted to, in the Rules
Insulting
Committee
us
bill
with truth, exactly.
in the evening.
No, baby, I said not.
But
that's
instead,
not
this is a
required camera. You guys
thoughtful
lose the fucking check.
way that you are handling this, bipartisanly.
Chatters don't need to do shit. Chatters
and
can
so
do whatever they want.
I'm
Like
just
I said,
really confused
you're
about
always
that.
on one
And I
account,
just
I know
want to
who
say
you
that
are.
I
You
thank
wanna
you
talk
for
shit, I
doing
know
what you're
you.
doing,
You're
because
not
we
hiding on
obviously
fucking
need to figure
stinky
this out
fucking
in
sperm 1, 2,
a
3, 4, and like fucking 5
respectful
other things.
manner,
and
so
then, like,
we
I
are
don't know
protecting those
know what I mean?
victims who don't
I
want
just
to
like
be
people who stand behind what they
publicized.
fucking say.
We're doing it in an
And
organized
chat's
manner,
in a different
so that
room.
things
Chat's not
happen
streamers. Chat
in
doesn't
a
have to be
transparent manner.
Nobody has to
And
make
we are
the
going to-
transition between
Your
streamer to chatter.
understanding is
Chatter,
you're
they don't
going
want
to disclose
Some of us
and
did it just
publish
because, like,
everything. Everything that, and so
I don't know.
I don't know if you have anything
I
you want
guess
to add
I
to
just
that,
started
but I
making
just
videos
wanted how confused I am about this, because this is just grandstanding and political theater from the other side, because you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
We want to know. I want to know. If you look at the roster of the committee, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Anna Pauline Luna, Nancy Mace, they want to know. I mean, they ask tough questions, and look, when Acosta is interviewed, there'll be some tough questions for him. He has a lot of questions that need to be answered with respect to some things. So we've not put a line down. We're only going after the Democrats. That happened in the past when the Democrats were in charge. They only went after Republicans. We want to get the truth, and it goes back. It's spans 6 administrations.
A lot of us are just fucking good times.
For whatever reason, according to the victims today, and Dr. Fox was in there, Mr. Garcia was in there, they've been giving interviews to FBI and other government officials, people in various departments of justice for decades, and name names, and nothing's been done. You know, the Biden administration had an opportunity to release the Epstein files, and they didn't do it. You know, you go back. I mean, this is something that we're committed to doing, and we want to do. I want to be able to say the Oversight Committee, this was a big investigation. American people watch it. I want everything out there. So, you know, we're trying to do it, and we're trying to be bipartisan, and hopefully.
So that's how some people will.
My friends across the aisle, I think the majority of the Oversight Democrats are sincere and want to do this in a bipartisan way. Hopefully the Democrat leadership will let this be bipartisan and not play political games.
There's no broadcast. So people can be weird back there.
I will yield.
So sometimes people use it for
I'm
weirdness.
confused too about something
I've said before, like,
that Mr. McGovern
sometimes I have
said,
people like
that
that who want to talk, but they don't want to be
what's
on
been
screen
released
live.
is
And
already
that's how me and
public
Lori are a lot
information.
too, because
I'm not sure
she doesn't
why that
understand
is
a lot about how you can't
that's
really be talking about
negative, because they keep saying that, okay, 3% is new,
yeah, you
but
can.
now it's all
You can go
available to the
backstage
public.
and
Is
just
that
talk
correctly?
without actually
Yeah.
Maybe it was released to some people, but now it's
Some people
released
use
to
it for
everybody,
strangers.
right? So everyone can see it.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the 3% is that hadn't been released
never
before, what has any significance, but I'm confused as the gentleman from Minnesota is confused as to why are they downplaying that, or why are they saying that's a waste of time?
I don't know. It's not. And, you know, I think all of us during August, if we went out and met with constituents, they were all asking about this. The American people want to know. They would like. I've said this in a million interviews. They want to know, you know, who all was involved in the sex trafficking. What big names were taking advantage of those girls, and was the government involved? Those are the 3 questions, and I hope we'll be able to get as much information as possible. Look, this dates back, according to what we heard today from the victims, as far back as '96. So, you know, let's hope that there's still documents around. I've always had a huge distrust of the FBI and the Department of Justice under various administrations, and I've always had a theory that sometimes documents don't survive from one administration to the other. We're going to do everything we can to get that information, and I think this resolution's a step in the right direction. I think I don't think the other thing's going to be.
fucking tour Discord.
Yielded.
Thank you. But
you're not even gonna get
just
paid.
Just to reiterate,
You're just gonna show
I
it to
just
everybody
hope
without getting paid.
that the Democrats
At
will
least I
stop
had
the
more
grandstanding and really,
I may not have got
work
rich
on
off
the
of it, but at
bipartisan
least I wasn't
oversight
totally
committee and making sure that these things are dealt with. I think it's a disservice to all of the victims to not and to pretend that this is somehow bad. But focus on it and make sure. Make sure, I'm asking the Democrats, make sure that it's bipartisan. Make sure that you're doing what needs to be done, the disclosure's done, the investigation's done. Because this isn't something about political. This is about something that we should investigate. And so with that, I just hope that
Thank you.
Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
And I would yield to Mr. McGovern.
Maybe it doesn't though.
I'm sorry there's so
Maybe it
much
doesn't.
confusion on
Because
the Republican
it
side of the
seems
aisle.
like there's still a
I
never-ending
mean,
supply of simps
I mean,
for these women that the guys have already
I don't
seen a
understand
million
why we're just not all demanding that the administration release all the files.
Maybe they're still valuable regardless
And we
because
could
they've
do
still
that
got a
if we
never-ending
were able
line
to
of
vote on
sims,
the
even though
Tennessee
everybody's
County
already seen it.
resolution. But apparently we can't do that. And forgive me
There's
if I'm
nothing
just a
left
little
to the
bit
imagination,
suspicious
but it doesn't matter.
about all this going on here, because I
There's
mean,
a
I've
million
been on
other
this
vaginas
committee
out there, but it
all
doesn't
year
matter.
with all of you,
It's that specific
and I have watched
Why
as
is
we have weaved and dodged and avoided bringing anything to the floor dealing with this. And I've also,
I can go ahead and get attached to a dish, and that is fine.
we began our August recess early, because none of you wanted to take a vote and hold this administration accountable, and you ran out of town. So again, and you know, want to do something bipartisan? Maybe we all could join on a bipartisan appeal to this administration to find out why Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a cushy
It's not the Holy Grail, it's a
facility
There's a million, there's
after she
millions.
exonerated Donald Trump.
Not even just millions, but
So I'm sorry, I mean, we've lived through the last several weeks as Republicans have tried to avoid dealing with this issue. And so I hope, you know, and I trust that there's bipartisan cooperation on the Oversight Committee, and I want that investigation to move forward. But for the life of me, I do not understand why the administration, after promising to release all the files, has chosen not to. So that's what I'm confused about, and I thank the gentle lady for yielding.
Thank you. Mr. Comer, I think in your introduction, just for folks who are trying to play catch up here, because there's a lot of details and a lot of names being thrown around. You said that one of the issues here is that the U.S. attorney who initially handled Mr. Epstein's case gave him a sweetheart deal. That's right, isn't it?
Obviously not damaging to your brand.
U.S. attorney was who?
Everybody who's been
Well, you
overshared
didn't name him, but it was Alex Acosta, right?
still has
I don't
people
know if he was
lined
the
up.
initial, but he was one of them. He gave him, yeah.
So he was the U.S. attorney appointed by
Because
George
if it
Bush
mattered,
in
then
One of
whatever
them, yes.
district, and he's the one that gave the deal to Epstein, where he served a couple months
If
of
somebody
basically
just
got
got
out
sick
on
of seeing a pussy
release
one
every day,
time, then
despite all the horrific crimes that we now know occurred.
maybe you can show it as much as you
And
want
in
every
his
single
later
day.
career, he became Secretary of Labor in the first Trump administration, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he had to leave after
The
reporting
never-ending
disclosed this sweetheart deal. Is that right?
I don't know what caused him to leave, but
It was about that time.
okay.
Hello, good morning. As was taken. I'm sorry that you came to this.
Mr. Garcia, I know we've
But I
heard
guess, like,
that you've received
maybe
some
75%
materials.
of the time
Are there
I'm talking about
redactions in those materials?
There are appropriate redactions. We'll be able to review the full materials. There'll be some opportunity to review the materials without some redactions from the committee staff and committee members that don't put any of the victims in harm's way. But there are some, again, the reality with the materials though is there's nothing really with a small amount, a couple thousand pages of new information. All the information was first given to revenue influencers back in February and has been released to the public, whether it's been through the media or other ways. And so we can get the full files today.
What do you mean
DOJ has them.
nobody values
They're not
women?
answering
You
our
literally
questions.
value
We're
this straight
asking
more
where we
than
can get the rest of the files. We get no response. And to clarify one thing, Ms. Gallen, I think it was said earlier by another member of the committee that
You've been overvaluing me for the last 6 years.
We're not opposing anything.
Do you want to
We
see
want
the
full
newest
disclosure. If the majority wants to put together a resolution to add to more disclosure, that's fine. But that resolution should in no way supplant the discharge petition or serve as some kind of distraction to not get the full Congress on record to release all the files.
I mean, I guess I was asking about the redactions because there's
Look,
been
he's
reporting that under Attorney General Bondi, hundreds of FBI and DOJ memos have been dedicated to redacting all references
Sooner
to
than
the
later,
president.
we hope.
So is there anything to
Sooner than
indicate
later,
that
we
the
hope.
materials you've received thus far contain some of those redactions?
So we believe that the materials that we've received so far there are redactions in there. We are reviewing some of those redactions currently. The team still is, but we believe that again that a vast majority of those documents are actually not presenting any new information. And we do believe there are important and critical documents that we have not yet received from the DOJ that contain important information to this investigation. We've yet to see those.
Do you have a explanations for the redactions that you have seen thus far? Have those been provided by DOJ?
We do have some explanation of some of the redactions, but there are no documents in what we have been presented that are of concern as relates to redactions.
I'm just concerned because that is one of the pieces of the massive underlying legislation, which is that to the extent that DOJ turned over any materials, it would have to explain any redactions or claims of privilege or whatever.
But that's important, certainly in future documents. So
Yes.
as more documents come forward, ensuring that that is a piece of it is going to be important.
And I guess going back to this issue of Ghislaine Maxwell getting this cushy assignment, my understanding is that when she was moved to this new facility, that was against Bureau of Prison regulations, and someone higher up from the White House or the Attorney General's office would have had to excuse